The one thing, especially as a mom with 3 little kids, that I'm like so big on for people to get because it's inexpensive. Xander is the place that Winston and I actually get all of our life insurance.
And it doesn't cost much because Xander shops among a gazillion different companies. It doesn't cost much. You just have to admit that someday you're not going to be here. You got to say it out loud, and you got to say, I'm going to say I love you to my family by taking care of them and taking the time to put this stuff in place. It costs us stinking pizza. To get a free quote, call 800-356-4282. That's 800-356-4282, or go to Xander.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It is 2 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. We might be seeing a daily record high temp today at Sky Harbor. We could hit 82. Meteorologist with the National Weather Service in Phoenix, Gabriel Lajero.
Temperature for today, we're forecasting a high of 82 around Sky Harbor. The record high for the date is 79 degrees, which was last set in 1917.
And if the forecast temperature is reached, it would be the second day in a row where a new record high temp has been set. Now, we won't have a white Christmas here, but we could have a rainy one.
Multiple rounds of rain are forecasted this week, with the most significant showers projected between Christmas Eve and Christmas morning. Meteorologist Gabriel Lajero with the Phoenix National Weather Service says there's more than a 70% chance we'll see Christmas showers.
Between Christmas Eve night through Christmas Day morning is when we expect the highest chances of rainfall, and the probabilities of rain is anywhere between 70 and 90%.
He says that while precipitation is expected on Tuesday as well, he does not expect those rains to be significant. He further states that the valley may receive up to a half inch of rain on Christmas Eve and Christmas. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
Sky Harbor's American Airlines passengers have 6 new airports to choose from as early as today.
Daily flights to Lincoln, Nebraska, Abilene, Texas, and Bozeman, Montana are part of the new flight plans. The Abilene flights will be available as early as June 4th, with the Bozeman flights only running as of now through September 8th. Also being offered in 2026, McAllen, Texas, Kalispell, Montana, and Rapid City, South Dakota. Sophia Feliz Ortiz, American Airlines VP of Phoenix's hub operations, says the decision makes it easier than ever for our customers to reach destinations, and they're proud to be offering as many non-stop flights as they're able to out of Phoenix. Brandon Kane, KTAR News.
It wasn't the jackpot, but 5 Arizona residents are a little bit richer after they played the lottery over the weekend. One person bought a Mega Millions ticket in Scottsdale worth $20,000. Not too shabby. 4 other people bought Powerball tickets in Phoenix and Peoria worth $50,000. If you'd like to get in on the fun, tonight's Powerball jackpot drawing is estimated at $1.6 billion. When it comes to using AI in the restaurant business, one high-profile chef says he's all for it. Christopher Gross is head chef at Christopher's at the Wrigley Mansion. He tells the Mike Broomhead Show he advocates using AI for things like researching which wines to stock.
Instead of looking over financial papers for hours and hours, I snap a picture of it, clue me in where I should go first, what looks good, what looks bad. Now, it's not always 100%, but it gets you started.
Gross says there's no getting around how efficient the AI technology has become, even if it does sometimes make mistakes. Members of Congress talking about the steps they may take in response to the delayed release of the Epstein files. The Justice Department has said more time is needed to ensure the privacy of victims is protected. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
Top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer says he'll offer a resolution to trigger legal action by the Senate to, quote, compel this administration to comply with the new Epstein files law. In the House, the bipartisan authors of the Transparency Act say they may draft articles of impeachment targeting the Attorney General or a resolution finding Pam Bondi in contempt of the House.
Following numerous reports and a threat by the FTC to investigate, Instacart says it's changed all the pricing tests it had been doing on its site.
Consumer Reports recently published a story about how different Instacart shoppers at the same grocery stores could face radically different prices for the same products. Instacart said it wasn't dynamic pricing based on supply and demand, and it wasn't pricing based on customers' individual profiles. What it was, the online shopping app says, it was a series of short-term randomized tests that let stores run price changes to gauge shoppers' reactions to certain items. Instacart, which has agreed to a $60 million settlement with shoppers, also says all of its testing has now been halted. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Turning to Wall Street, the Dow today rose 227 points. The S&P up 44, and the NASDAQ jumped 121. If you need more money news, just visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Checking traffic now in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. We've got a car fire that could slow you down eastbound I-10 at Avondale Boulevard. Also another crash involving a bicycle at 31st Avenue in Vogel, and another crash 35th Avenue in Van Buren. Traffic brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2, right here on KTAR. You heard a little bit about the forecast, top of the newscast. We've got some rain headed our way. In fact, tonight we're looking for a low of 54. For Tuesday, 79 for high and a 70% chance of evening showers. And on Wednesday, Christmas Eve, Thursday, Christmas Day, 70 to 80% chance that we'll see some rain sometime during the day or night. It's 76 right now in Chandler. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga. It's the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News.
Streaming on the KTAR News YouTube channel. It's just me today, Becky Lynn.
What?
Yeah, everybody else took the day off.
Everybody.
Everybody else took the day off.
Literally everybody that you know that you could have called, nobody was available.
That is exactly what happened.
Please leave your message at the sound of the tone. I probably won't hear this, but that's okay. It's Christmas.
That's what happened.
Yeah.
It's literally nobody was available. That's exactly what's going on. So it's just me.
All right.
So I'm sorry.
Well, welcome me.
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
I'm glad. You know what I think is nice? Few full-timers putting in some work around here.
Are you speaking?
No.
You talking to me?
I'm talking to you. You're putting in a little work around here.
I'm here today.
This is why you end up in the Hall of Fame.
And tomorrow.
And tomorrow.
But then I'm gone.
That's a Hall of Fame effort.
That's right.
That's not what we get from around here.
I'm sorry.
You see Gatos is not in the Hall of Fame?
No.
Nope.
He's not here.
He's
Bruce
not here.
Not here. Joe's
Bruce, not here. No.
You're here.
I'm here.
You are here.
I'm working. I'm trying to get to your level. Is what the deal is.
I was going to say you're next for the Hall of Fame.
Just
for being here over the. Yes.
I'm not next for the Hall of Fame, but listen. If I can just someday get there, like you did, you know you're one of my role models now.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I will try to live up to that.
You will.
I will.
You have for years.
What are you going to do today if you're just in there by yourself?
This is it.
You're talking to yourself.
This is exactly what I'm doing. 2 hours of this. How brutal is that going to be? No, we've got Chris Pablo's out too, our producer. So we've got Jania, and then we've got Pablo's replacement. Joey is in here. So Joey came with us. Joey used to work over with the station that shall not be named.
Oh.
Yeah, and so he comes over here, and Pablo starts freaking out because they said, Pablo, we need you to train Joey on being a producer for Chris and Joe. So Pablo's convinced that he's being replaced.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, it's great. And so I've never seen him work so hard.
Steps up and
oh
whatever
my gosh.
you need.
You should have seen last
Johnny
week.
On the spot.
Joey was in here training. And did you notice Joey? He all of a sudden he was pulling audio, and he's like, you're thinking, oh, this is what a producer does, right? Oh, this is going swimmingly.
Oh, you forgot to show him that part.
Yeah, no, he didn't show. Well, he didn't want him on the air.
There we go.
That was the deal. Yeah.
Are we good now?
Yeah, we're good.
Yeah, he had never been so nervous, and I haven't known him long, but he
No.
was running around like a chicken with his head cut off.
And it was great because he thought all of a sudden it was like, oh, I got a little competition.
Oh,
yeah.
Gee, right at the end of the year.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
It's like Kyler Murray when all of a sudden they bring up a little backup quarterback action. And Kyler Murray goes, oh, I better focus here. I better make those passes. That's exactly what happened. It was amazing. I'd love to see it. But is he here? No.
No, he's not.
No. He's probably out traveling with everybody else. If you were on the roads this weekend, God, my wife, she goes, I got an idea. Let's go shopping. And I go, what? What are you doing?
It was awesome.
I said, are we going Christmas shopping? She goes, no, I need socks. I go, can they wait until the new year? She said, no, I just need to get some socks. We can go to Ross.
Oh, bad choice. Oh.
I go, okay, well, where do you want it? She goes, well, we can get some juice. My wife, she loves to spoil herself on Saturdays. This is great. Starbucks, Nectar, whatever. So she goes, we can get our juice, and then we can go to Desert Ridge. Let me tell you where the intersection of the 8th and 9th circle of hell was on Saturday. It was Desert Ridge.
I thought it was Chandler Fashion Center.
Oh, was that one going on too? Was that putting up that was in the running?
I'm just saying.
My God, it was so bad. So
People say nobody's going shopping anymore. I disagree.
Well,
they were plenty of people out there.
Super Saturday was crazy.
Yeah.
Especially the discount stores where I shop, So I'm hanging out there at the discount stores. And I was thinking about all the people that are claim that they're going to be traveling. AAA says that we're going to have massive travel this week from ABC News.
This morning, with just 4 days until Christmas, millions of Americans on the move.
If you haven't done the math yet, this came from yesterday.
During what's already shaping up to be a record-breaking holiday travel rush.
It's stressful.
TSA checkpoints packed, lines snake.
That was a good drop. Thank goodness she dropped that in there. It's stressful. How's it going? It's stressful.
Holiday travel rush.
It's stressful.
TSA check.
Nice job. That's some reporting.
Points packed, lines snaking through terminals. Officials expecting nearly 53 million passengers between now and early January, close to 3 million per day. In airports.
You ever notice sometimes reporters, they do their story like they're recording it in a library? Right?
You have to be quiet.
And lines snaked around the corner.
Scare the audience.
This is, oh my. Will your bags make it to their final destination, or will they get dropped over Des Moines?
Pushed to the brink.
We're expecting to possibly break another record this year with more passengers than we had last year in total.
Major airlines like American rolling out updated technology to speed up check-ins and security. ABC's Victor Oquendo at Miami's airport.
We've enhanced our mobile app. You don't even have to pull out your boarding pass or your driver's license.
But as the rush builds up...
You don't have to pull out your driver's license? To get through a check? Yeah, come on. You still have to have legal ID.
Yeah.
Just not to board the plane.
Not to board the plane, but to get to the plane.
But to get to the plane, TSA is going to make that.
So does the risk for disruption. Relentless storms out west from Seattle to San Jose threatening to upend road trips for drivers. Where weather isn't the issue, traffic is. AAA...
Got spooked?
Do you know what I can't stand? And my apologies to everybody listening. Is when somebody uses a traffic sound effect in their story. Right? Whether it's a honking horn or a siren.
You're not supposed to use sirens. I think, isn't that illegal? It used to be.
I thought it was. At least I got yelled at for trying to suggest that one time.
Well, I don't think it's good practice at all.
I'm pretty sure it's illegal too.
I know it's illegal to play like the EAS tones.
Yes.
Right? That's totally illegal. But even like horns honking or car screeching.
Scary.
God, I hate that.
Yeah. Or screeching like in a wreck. That kind of thing. No, let's not cause one.
Oh. Okay. The worst.
We digress.
I always digress. Are you kidding? I got 2 hours to film. The other one that always bothers me is when somebody on the radio plays, my wife's voice, and I just feel like she's yelling at me,
That's not funny.
Whatever it is, I just feel like it's don't do it to me. Don't do it to me.
New guy here, so that's your wife right there?
Yeah, that's my wife.
Wow.
Yeah.
She sounds lovely.
That's not funny.
Yeah. It's the only recording I have of my wife. Isn't that funny? That's true. It's the only one
That's not funny.
It's the only one.
She loves that, I'm sure.
She loves it. Loves it so much. So they say, according to AAA, we're looking at the busiest holiday season for travel ever. Okay. All right. Well, don't they say that every year? 1.224 million Americans, they project. And I should also point out that AAA put that number out right after Thanksgiving. Somehow AAA knew how many people were going to be traveling this week right after Thanksgiving, which means that it's nothing more than an estimate. That's fine. Best guess is fine. We all have to prepare one way or another. And if you're gonna travel, you want to make sure that is it going to be a bad travel season? Is it going to be decent? Am I going to have to get stuck in traffic, or am I going to be able to get there on time? Whatever it is. But I got to tell you, I think it's bogus. I think it's all garbage. Our why today. Why are the predictions for record travel going to come up short? That is next on the Chris and Joe Show with no Joe. KTAR News. First, here's Becky Lynn with our top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
2:13, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A 2-year-old girl is in critical condition after being pulled out of a pool this morning. Tempe police say officers and firefighters responded to a home near Rural and Carver Roads about 11 a.m. after her parents found her in the pool. No other information's been provided. KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. You can learn more at KTAR.com/water safety. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Today's high, 82 degrees. It'll be a record breaker if we get there. 54 overnight, and tomorrow's high, 79, with a 70% chance of rain right on through the holiday starting tomorrow night. Currently, checking the temp in Phoenix, we are looking at 80 degrees. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Hey, shout out to Goodyear, too. Appreciate you being a part of the show in Goodyear. Thank you so much. Streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. What are the predictions for record travel this year? 122.4 million, they say, are going to be traveling. Sky Harbor, according to Arizona's family, not going so badly.
Flying in at the Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport for the holidays this weekend is not the chaotic mess travelers were bracing for. A pleasant surprise for the start of what AAA anticipates to be a busy holiday travel rush.
I just said that.
8 million people are expected to fly domestically. According to AAA, that's a record-breaking number. Sunday's crowd is grateful they missed the rush.
I feel like it's nice that there is a couple days leading up to Christmas. So I feel like there's lots of people who are traveling this weekend, but maybe there's more people who are coming in,
Which means the Chandler Mall got busier, Becky Lynn. There weren't as many people in town on Saturday as there were on Sunday. Holy cow.
Now, explain that again. What? There weren't as many?
Yeah, she said there were people coming in. They were, we landed on Sunday. That was a great time to travel, which means that there are more people in town today. The population of the valley is higher today than it was on Saturday when we had to deal with the malls.
Yeah, but aren't you finished shopping? Aren't you done? You don't have to go back to the mall.
I was done in November.
There's going to be more people here this week. They've all come in to visit their families. The holiday has begun.
Does anybody fly out of Phoenix for the holidays? This is where everybody wants to go,
I think
right?
everybody comes here. Yeah.
Which is crazy because it always bothered me, too. When I first met my wife, who lives in Chino Valley, up north of Prescott. And for some reason, everybody would come up there for Christmas because, there might be snow and it'll be Christmassy and everything else. But then we had to drive down to the valley for the 4th of July. I always thought that was the dummest thing in the world.
That is, no, you don't want to come here for the 4th of July.
Is what I said.
It's horrible. Worst.
She said, that's all right. We're going to go to the valley for the 4th of July. Why don't they come up here?
No,
why they come here for Christmas?
Go both. Go for both. There's a reason to go for both.
Nope, they didn't want to.
Oh.
I don't know what I married into. I should have seen the red flags early on. Okay, back to Sky Harbor.
On the 23rd and pushing that into the week. So hopefully this means it's a little bit more spread out and a little less crazy.
Some flights in northern states were grounded for a couple hours due to the cold, snow, and wind.
Yeah, that's no fun. All right, so our question then, our why today, why are the predictions for record travel going to come up short? I think it's quite simple, because they're simply predictions. Just quite simply, it's all about the vibe. I told you before, our word of 2025 is uncertainty, but our word of 2026 is going to be vibe. It's all about the vibe. AAA's predictions are a vibe. And I noticed this, that these predictions are all bunk. Not necessarily the travel predictions, but just these predictions in general are bunk. When we started talking about this being the first $1 trillion holiday season, they said, gift buying, we're supposed to surpass $1 trillion for the first time ever this holiday season between, I don't know what they said, November 1st and January or 1st, or whatever it was, right? Whatever, the holiday buying season. This is going to be the first $1 trillion one. So I started doing a little bit of research, and I just went looking for audio to be able to play with the story saying first $1 trillion sales season. I started pulling audio that said the same thing. This is going to be the first $1 trillion holiday season ever. It went all the way back to 2012. So they've been predicting $1 trillion holiday season for the last 14 seasons. And then this year, I think they said they finally got it.
Yeah, they finally hit it.
Yeah, well, sooner or later, right?
Hey, if it wasn't going to be this year, it's going to be next.
This is like when I talked to Joe and he goes, this is the Lions' year. They're going to win the Super Bowl this year. Keep saying it, Joe.
Eventually it'll happen.
My grandfather started saying that in 1958. He died
happen.
not seeing it, but he wasn't, at some point it could happen.
One day he's going to be right.
One day he's going to be right about that. One day. Yeah, keep saying it. Keep predicting it. And I think that's what happens with these travel predictions as well. And I think it's a math issue. So AAA is relying on, quite simply, surveys and then their historical modeling, right? they don't actually take a look at the number of confirmed bookings. That's it. So if they're looking at, for instance, they said they expected 8 million people to fly. Oh, okay. Is that how many people bought tickets? No. So what is that based on? That's based on what the airlines think might happen. Okay. So your projections are based on somebody else's hypotheticals then. Yeah, basically. All right. What about car travel? Well, we expect that to be high this year. Higher. Why? Well, gas prices are trending down. Does that mean people are going to go out and drive further? Well, it might. So I don't know that I necessarily think we're going to hit 122.4, which is an oddly specific number. But, Jania, let's do this, because you're back next week too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep an eye on this number and see what they say, how many people actually traveled, see if their prediction is right.
Yeah, but remember, their stipulation is 50 miles. So if you go, that's a pretty narrow place. Like, you could go 50 miles across Phoenix.
Right, which I think technically it's close. I think it's like 40 miles from my place to my in-laws in Queen Creek.
Well, mine's 48 from my place in Queen Creek
to here.
Yeah, it's 48.
Where are you roughly cross streets in Queen Creek?
Empire and Ellsworth.
Oh, yeah, then I'm definitely going 50 miles.
Yeah.
Because I'm about 4 miles north of here, and they're another couple miles south of you. Yep.
Timbuktu. Wild East.
I guess technically I fall in that category then of traveling 50 miles or more.
Yeah. You are part of the problem, Chris.
I am a part of the problem.
You're going to make this number right.
You know what? Let's get my wife on the line and tell her that we need to not go to the in-laws' house. There we go. There we
funny,
go.
Chris.
That's not funny. You're not funny. This is my wife. The only audio I have of her.
That's not funny.
True love is what I hear.
That's what it is, too. Yeah. True story. That was recorded in a bathroom. Yeah.
What prompted that exactly?
I pranked her. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got one of those shower curtains that had like a Jason in the shadow, right? So that when she walked in, it looked like there was someone hiding behind the shower with a bloody knife. And then I asked her if she would change the laundry in the bathroom for me because I was outside doing work, but I had set up my phone. And she walked in and she saw it, and that was her reaction.
It's a fun look into your relationship, not just a fun prank at Jason shower curtain.
Yeah, yeah.
I think that actually is pretty funny.
I thought it was pretty funny.
That's one of the
She
nicer
appreciated
pranks.
it,
I
too.
like it. I like the Jason shower curtain.
Yeah.
idea. That's kind of cool.
Truth is, she messes with me way more than I mess with her.
But that is funny.
Because I don't have the energy.
I don't have the energy.
I just don't have the energy to do it. But I did that time. All right, so I guess I'm part of the problem. Jania's part of the problem just because she's going to work on the holiday.
Yeah.
So you're traveling 50 miles or more. I think AAA needs to change their criteria.
What, 52 miles?
Oh, it got to be fine. 52 makes a lot of sense to me. Make it a nice even number.
Yeah.
Let's round that up to 52. Let's just go ahead and round that to 52 if we can. No, don't you think it should be 100 miles or more?
I think 100.
Yeah. From the chat here on KTAR News YouTube page, the Tangers were pure hell. Yeah. There you go. So outlet malls, those were hell. Desert Ridge, that was bad. Becky Lynn reporting live from Chandler Mall. Bad. All the way around. We're going to talk a little bit about shopping tomorrow, too, because everybody's talking about things are getting so expensive, but that doesn't seem to be stopping anybody from going to the stupid malls. Off we go. At what point, how far into a 50-mile journey do you have to get? Oh, this is a good question. How far into a 50-mile journey do you have to get before Dad says, I will turn this car around?
5.
5 miles?
At least my dad's 5 miles.
Wow. Does he have a short fuse, or were you a rotten kid?
Both. We have 3 of us.
Okay. And
we
you just
all-
started early?
Yeah, we start at the house before we leave.
Are we
get
there
them
yet?
annoyed to like they
Yes.
rush us into the car. And
Yeah.
then once we're in, they're like, we want you out.
Right. So what about when you were young?
Oh yeah, just are you there yet? I got told let's play the quiet game, or I got limited. You had 3. Are you there yet?
They rationed you. Jania is so funny. So Jania, for those unfamiliar, Jania, when Pablo takes one of his afternoon shingles days, I didn't know you could get that for just half a day, but you can. So Pablo would take like an afternoon shingles day, and then Jania comes in. When Jania first got hired, she was an intern, and she wouldn't say a word. And I was like, I don't know if she's going to work out in radio. I don't know if it's going to be all right.
We have moments.
Yeah. She just knows. She knows when to stay cool. Shh. She's like, I'm going to play it cool. And then she says, oh, my boyfriend's a Marine. I go, oh, my gosh. I'm not going to say anything you haven't heard before. Not a thing. What about those gas prices, too? Christmas gas prices are shaping up to be the lowest in years, and it could save drivers hundreds of dollars, which could help with that AAA travel prediction. But it all depends on which direction you're headed. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Governors and gubernatorial candidates, members of Congress from back when Congress worked together, and members of Congress from today when they can't. This is Jim Sharp. Join me as I bring you political analysis and insight from the state's top names and those serving in our state's top offices on the AZ Political Podcast. Catch it on the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
This holiday season, when you get them Steel, batteries are included. Buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for gift ideas and seasonal savings. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
Celebrate year-end savings during Howard Air and Plumbing's holiday sales event. For a limited time and when you mention Gato, save up to $6,900 in combined rebates and tax credits on brand new systems from Trane. Get 0% financing on approved credit and keep your system running strong this season with a heating and cooling system service now only $99. Tax rebates end December 31st. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule online at howardair.com. Some restrictions apply.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Are you a homeowner with broken motorized shades? Somewhere along the line, they just stopped working. Maybe they're stuck halfway open or rolling super slow or completely dead. Call Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Yes, they install the most beautiful blind shades and shutters, but they also have an entire unit dedicated to fixing your motorized shades, even if you bought them from another company. Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Go check them out at southwestblinds.com. That's southwestblinds.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
This just into the KTAR News Center. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined in yet another lawsuit against the Trump administration. This time, Mays is part of a suit that includes 20 other states and the District of Columbia suing the White House over apparent plans to defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The plaintiffs say the agency will run out of money next month, which they contend will have a devastating impact on consumers and disrupt consumer protection efforts led by states. The Bureau, established after the Great Recession, has been in existence for about 14 years. Again, Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined another lawsuit against the Trump administration, this one aimed at apparent White House plans to defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Get breaking news notifications right on your phone. Download the KTAR News app. For more, you can go to KTAR.com. A new poll from SurveyMonkey finds that 1 in 5 people wait until just a few days before Christmas to start their shopping. And procrastinators might be pushing retailers toward history. ABC's Jim Ryan joined Arizona's Morning News to explain.
$1 trillion season from Black Friday until New Year's Eve. That would be the expectation from the National Retail Federation.
Ryan added that inflation has a big part to play in this, with the cost of pretty much everything going up. Multiple rounds of rain are forecast this week, with the most significant showers projected between Christmas Eve and Christmas morning. Meteorologist Gabriel O'Hara with the National Weather Service in Phoenix says there's more than a 70% chance we'll see showers on Christmas.
Between Christmas Eve night through Christmas Day morning is when we expect the highest chances of rainfall, and the probabilities of rain is anywhere between 70 and 90%.
He says that while rain is expected on Tuesday as well, he doesn't expect those showers to be that significant. Cases of the flu are on the rise in some areas of the U.S. Health experts warn they could get even higher as people gather for the holidays. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Leah Kroll has the numbers so far.
The CDC is estimating 4.6 million cases of the flu so far this year, with 49,000 hospitalizations, 1,900 deaths, 3 pediatric deaths, and we're expecting these numbers to continue to climb very, very quickly. That seems to be the trajectory we're dealing with this flu season.
Doctors say taking Tamiflu, if you suspect having the flu, can keep your illness from getting severe. The flu shot also recommended to keep people from getting complications from the flu. Time now to check those roads. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Country Club Drive. Phoenix disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane. I-17 southbound approaching the Loop 101 Agua Fria eastbound transition. Avondale with a disabled vehicle on the left shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Fairway Drive. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Tease the season for great offers going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers during the Red Tag sales event. Stop by Garrett Motors in Coolidge today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
If we hit a high of 82 today, which is in the forecast, we will break another heat record for this date. So we'll keep our eye on that. 54 overnight, and then tomorrow evening, the rain starts to move in. And Tuesday, Wednesday, and Christmas Day, we have a decent chance of some showers. Our high tomorrow, 79. Right now, it's 79 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
What is, Becky Lynn, what is the record today? Do you have that off the top of your head?
79.
Oh, 79 is the record?
I believe that's right.
I think we already broke it.
No, I take that back. 79 was the record. No.
Got to be pretty close to that, isn't it?
I have to go back and listen to Gabriel O'Hara to make sure, but
okay.
No, I do believe it's 79 as the high for today. We are, let's see, wait a moment. Yep.
81.
81.
Yeah.
We've broken it.
Yeah. I think that is going to make this the hottest year on record. And it wasn't the hottest summer, but I think this the second hottest year on record is what we were talking about last week.
Which seems so bizarre because
I know it does.
Everybody thought the summer seemed relatively mild compared to last year.
Last year and the year before were the two hottest summers we'd had, right?
Yes.
And then this year I think was top 10, but I didn't feel like it because last year. But it's going to end up being the second hottest year overall.
Yeah, overall
because of the shoulder season.
It just seems unbelievable.
I don't like any of it.
I don't either.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, KTAR News app, streaming live, KTAR News YouTube channel, and there is no Joe today, and as a result, we've got the single camera, and you can really see my comb over on the KTAR News YouTube channel. Joining us right now is Matt McLean from Gas Buddy. Matt, every time I drive by the gas station, it looks like they're knocking another nickel off, and I don't hate that.
No, it's not a bad situation all the way around. In fact, we're looking at prices across Arizona averaging about $3.06 a gallon. We're also seeing in Phoenix right around $3.15, $3.16. That's down about 11 cents a gallon over the past week. Certainly nothing to complain about, and we're expected to keep falling between now and the end of the week.
Why are we seeing things falling? And look, I'm not arguing with it, but I love to see that it's falling. But then I take a look at all the national turmoil, and we're taking tankers in Venezuela, and anything that has to do with oil, it usually is a reason to raise the price at the pump.
Yeah, and it's a valid point. Here's what's kind of going on. OPEC Plus making a major announcement several months ago that they were going to begin increasing oil output. They've since done so. Sometimes it's all talk and no action. This time they put action behind their words. That extra oil is hitting the overall open market. That's actually put the pressure point to drive prices down. We've also seen geopolitically, you talk about the U.S. and Venezuela, but obviously Ukraine and Russia, we've had that going on for a few years now, and investors are finally hoping to see the light at the end of the tunnel, and they're factoring that into the price. Yes, the U.S.-Venezuela thing, we've had 3 tankers seized now, apparently. That did create a little bit of a hiccup when it comes to prices for oil, but it's been so far fairly negligible.
Why is it Arizona is like a quarter, 30 cents plus higher than the rest of the country? I mean, I see national average is like $2.79, $2.80 a gallon. Like you mentioned, we're here in Phoenix about $3.15 or so. Why is it we can't get down to that lower number? Why can't we be on the underside of the average?
A lot of your gasoline comes from California, so keep that in mind. A portion of the state, a good chunk of it comes from California. The rest of the state of Arizona, I should say, comes from other locations. But the reality is you've got transportation costs that have to be factored in, just simply getting the gasoline there. Here's another thing, gas taxes. Every state's a little bit different when it comes to how much they charge per gallon at the local pump in the form of gas taxes. Take, for example, the state that I'm in, 10 minutes to the north of me, and I would be in a different state where prices there are almost $1 a gallon higher, strictly because the gas taxes are that different.
Are we likely to see Matt McLean from Gas Buddy is joining us as we talk about the gas prices that have come down here for the holiday travel season? When those gas prices are lower, it seems like an obvious question, but I don't know that the answer is as obvious as it is. Okay, I'm hoping the answer isn't as obvious as I think. The gas prices come down. Does that translate then to more people traveling? It seems like that would be an obvious thing, but maybe not necessarily the case.
You know, typically the reality of the situation is it's a little bit more dynamic than that. You also have to stop and think about the idea that maybe the economy isn't doing so great, or maybe the economy is doing great. It all kind of depends on, your local, your regional economy. Are jobs getting lost? There's a lot of things to factor into that. Everybody seems to be paying more for electricity, for example. So yes, gas prices are cheaper, but we're also seeing, that little bit of a back and forth in the economy to kind of make a determination that it is a little bit rougher this year than in years past, at least in the past couple of years anyway. And that could have a little bit of an impact. Although don't go to the airport or get out on the highway and expect it to be empty.
Yeah, boy, you're right about that. Matt McLean joining us from Gas Buddy. Is there a secret? My son used to claim that they change the gas prices on Tuesdays. He said Tuesday is the day that they change the prices. Is there any validity to that, or is that kind of an old wives' tale? Can you give us advice on if we're going to travel, the best time to buy it?
The best time to buy it is when it's cheap. The bottom line is this. You got to have to look at it. There are certain areas of this country that does something called price cycling. And a very quick explanation for that is, competition drives the price point down and continually down until, quite honestly, the local gas station is losing money on every single gallon of gas that they are buying. And then somebody finally blinks and says, okay, I've got to raise my price. And then everybody else follows. That doesn't happen everywhere in the country, but it does happen in certain areas. But you also have other, demanding factors as well. How much are the local stations paying for their wholesale gasoline price? Sometimes, depending upon the refinery, the price could pop up on Tuesday, but it could also happen on a Friday. It could happen around holidays. It just sort of depends on the dynamics of what we've got going on at that moment.
Matt McLean from Gas Buddy joining us right now talking about this holiday travel. So, Matt, you made mention to begin with that we expect the prices to continue to inch down over the next couple of weeks. Is that normal after Christmas that prices come down, or is that something that's kind of baked in at the end of the year, or is this unique to 2025 going into 26?
Yeah, it's actually very normal. Believe it or not, the cheapest time of the year for gas prices traditionally has been right around this time of year. So it is something that we don't often think about. A lot of people think, okay, the highways are jammed. Everything's, we're using far more fuel because of the holiday travel. But when you really stop and think about it, your commute to work has been replaced by your commute to grandma's house. So the reality is it's kind of a wash back and forth to some degree as to the difference in fuel quantity that may be used during the week. But for the most part, that's just kind of where we are when it comes to prices. We're really the cheapest time of the year. And hopefully in the first, barring anything U.S. Venezuela wise, that could create a little bit of a glitch in the plan. Hopefully in the next 2 to 4 weeks, we're going to keep falling. And that is our prediction with one big asterisk, and that is the U.S. and Venezuela.
All right. Well, we'll give you the asterisk for anything because unforeseen circumstances are just that. So let's take a look a little more long term. If this is typically the cheapest time to buy, does that mean that prices are going to go up in the middle of January? Is that the normal trend?
We can't really say one way or another right at this moment. We do have a 2026 forecast coming out in the first part of January with a lot of predictions. And Patrick Dahan, who is our head of petroleum analysis, myself and others are going over a lot of data right now, compiling that particular forecast. What I can tell you is in the short term, you're talking about next month, we are expecting prices at this moment, barring anything crazy, to keep those prices on the downward trend for the moment. Now, The U.S. Venezuela thing could be a big hiccup in that, and we're going to be monitoring that very carefely.
Yeah, and who knows how else that could translate either, too. I keep hearing Iran's name thrown around there, too. That makes a mess. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Matt McLean, Gas Buddy. Matt, thanks so much for your time, man. Good to talk to you.
No problem. Happy holidays.
All right. Merry Christmas. Be well, my friend. Very good. In the meantime, if you are headed to the airport, you're going to want to make sure you follow the advice of our transportation secretary and dress up. Don't wear your pajamas, because the last thing you want is to insult the TSA when they fill you up. I'll tell you who just got to second base with the TSA next. Chris Merrill in for both of us today. It's the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
You know the rush when you reach that goal? When something you've worked for pays off? That's success. At University of Maryland Global Campus, we believe you should never stop chasing it. That's why we offer a skills-based education that helps move your career forward. Learn how to apply emerging technologies like AI and data science. Build your leadership and critical thinking skills. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. Now, LifeSource pays your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. Offer ends December 31st. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays has joined in yet another lawsuit against the Trump administration, and this time she's part of a suit that includes 20 other states and the District of Columbia in suing the White House over apparent plans to defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The plaintiffs say the agency will run out of money next month, and they contend that will have a devastating impact on consumers and disrupt consumer protection efforts led by the states. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on our forecast today. We have already broken a record for this date, hitting 81 degrees, 54 the overnight low, and tomorrow a high expected at 79 with a 70% chance of rain rolling in by the evening. Right now it is 80 degrees in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC Registered Investment Advisor. See website for details.
So yet another neighbor on our street just realized the difference is day and night. Yep, they did what we did at Casa Calvisi recently, got a brand new AC system from Day and Night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. I can't tell you, by the way, just how much cheaper our summer AC bills have been, 30 to 40%. But now, what about when we fire up the furnace? I mean, it's been many months, right? Are we sure it's good to go? Because a heating system check right now is only $79. Only $79 to make sure, think about it, that your system is running at peak efficiency. You can help prevent costly breakdowns, extend the life of your system, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain that manufacturer's warranty, only $79 to get your heating system checked at dayandnightair.com. In fact, you can schedule your AC, heating, and plumbing appointments 24/7 at dayandnightair.com. Find out for yourself why they've been serving the Valley for over 4 decades and how that difference really is. Day and night at dayandnightair.com.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
The mood is right. The spirit's up. We're here tonight.
This song stinks.
And that's enough.
It's Christmas time.
Having wonderful Christmas time. Can you imagine being in the studio in July recording that piece of crap over and over and over again with the synthesizers? Simply having wonderful Christmas time.
Okay, Scrooge.
Just need to go ahead and record that again. Simply having wonderful Christmas. Yeah, we didn't get that quite right. Let's go ahead and record it again. Simply having wonderful Christmas. You know what? I'm not. I'm converting to Judaism. I don't want to sing a song again. That's how I imagine it goes down anyway. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. If you are going to the airport, according to the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, you're going to want to dress up. Quit wearing sweatpants to the airport. Oh, kids these days. And then if you do get to the airport, just follow the orders of the TSA. Problem is, Sean Duffy's daughter had a bit of an issue. She was patted down by the TSA, and she didn't like it.
The daughter of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is calling on her dad's boss, that would be President Trump, as well as DHS Secretary Kristi Noem, to abolish the TSA. Okay, I know they're not the warmest and fuzziest of federal employees, but what prompted Evita Duffy Alfonso to lash out? Well, she posted on X, quote, "I nearly missed my flight this morning after the TSA made me wait 15 minutes for a pat down because I'm pregnant and didn't feel like getting radiation exposure from their body scanner."
First of all, awesome conspiracy theory getting into it. But second of all, did you consider dressing up? Because maybe it was they didn't like your attire.
A bomb in her sweatpants.
It could have been. That's not a baby, ma'am.
She went on to call the agents passive aggressive.
Hang on, I got to write that down. That's going to be my fantasy football team name next year. Bomb in the sweatpants. Bomb in my sweatpants. That could mean so many different things. All right. Duffy's bomb in the sweatpants.
Nuclear war right there.
I love it. I love this.
Aggressive and rude. Yeah, I mean, that tracks. And that they pressured her to walk through the scanner anyway. She then called the TSA an unconstitutional agency that makes travelers feel like they're terrorists in their own country.
Yeah, man. Who's in charge of that TSA? If only there was someone that we could call on to say, don't be a terrorist. And I'm sure she'll never find him. She'll never catch up with that guy. Ever. No idea. Meanwhile, if you have ever tried to beat the system, of course you have, because everybody seems to always be trying to beat the system. The speed limit's 65, but I can go 74 and they won't pull me over. I beat the system. Yay, I win. But now they're calling themselves savvy flyers because they beat the system. What does TSA say as far as liquids on a plane? You can't have more than, Joey, do you know?
I think it's 3 ounces.
3 point some odd ounces, something like that?
3.4, I believe.
3.4. So coincidentally, that's about 2 shots. I'm just spitballing here.
How do you know that?
I'm just spitballing.
Are you now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just throwing it out.
You're
there.
not spitballing.
2 shots when I pour them, anyway.
Why is it not 3.5? Why is it 3.4?
I don't have any idea.
That seems oddly specific.
Yes, it does.
Right?
Maybe it was converted from the metric system. I have no idea.
Possible.
I have no idea. Anyway, you know you're not supposed to bring fluids on because Lord knows we don't want you to have too much distilled water in your bag, or something terrible could happen. You could refill a lead acid battery or something, I guess. Well, now the savvy travelers have figured out how to hack the system. You start packing full coconuts. Boom! You're allowed to bring produce. Coconuts have water. All you have to do is somehow hack into it without the knife you're allowed to bring onto the airplane and then put a straw in your coconut.
I don't know if I've ever been that thirsty.
That's brilliant.
Ever.
Huh? Filled up my carry-on with coconuts. Somebody actually thought they really came up with something there. Somebody thought, I'm so smart. I'm going to fill my carry-on with coconuts, and then I'm going to pay for my checked bag. And look, I saved the $6 on a bottle of water. I did it. Take that, TSA. There are an awful lot of things happening this weekend, though, when it comes to flying, including miracles on the runway. I am astonished at how many people find that they start a flight, and as they are in the air, and I don't know if it's because they're getting closer to God, but suddenly they find that so many of their maladies are cured. From News Nation. I'm going to go late. Just pause that for a second.
Correct. In fact, this goes back to 1986. It's called the Air Carrier Accident.
I'm not following the clock today. It's a solo show. Joe's not here to nag me.
Act, and it was well-intentioned, basically, that anybody can self-declare that they have a disability and are capable and then eligible for wheelchair assistance. What does wheelchair assistance mean? You can basically get to the counter first, you can get to the gate first, you go through security first, and you board first. The reason why they call them miracle flights, and I've seen this personally on many of my flights, you'll see as many as 30 or 40 people getting wheelchair assistance at the gate and boarding first. Of course, the airline knows that when it lands, so when that plane lands, they're going to need 40 wheelchair assistants. Really? Guess what happens? The plane lands. It's a miracle. They can not only walk, they can run off the plane. And in fact, as one flight attendant told me, it's Jetway Jesus working.
Jetway Jesus. It's Jetway Jesus. I'm cured. You know what? Where this was the worst was Southwest, because they didn't want to pay for the whatever the prime boarding, the A spot boarding, but they've done away with that.
Yeah, I think January 1st.
Yeah, they're doing away with it. So
it's not done away with yet.
Oh, it's not?
No, because until January 1st, you can still pay for like a 1 through 15, and you get a couple of bags.
Oh, okay.
Trust me, I had this happen just last weekend on a trip.
Did you fake?
No, but there were like 15 to 20 people all waiting to get on.
Yeah.
In wheelchairs, etc. I'm all understanding that there are people who need that,
Yes.
but here's what I don't understand. There they stand, and the boarding agent plainly says, if you are able to stand and walk down the jetway,
yeah,
please do.
Yeah.
Wow.
If you can stand and walk down the jetway, you can get behind me in line because I had A2.
But
I paid for that.
And they all popped right up as soon as it landed, didn't they?
Every single. No, it was before we ever took off.
They just popped up.
They were wheeled to there, and I understand.
Then they got up and skipped on down the jetway.
That you might need a little help from the parking lot all the way to the gate, but then they were able to walk down
It's a whole lot different when you see somebody wearing like a Vietnam vet hat that's 80 years old and gets up and is shaky, right? That's a whole lot different than seeing somebody.
Different.
Yeah, you see somebody that's like 25 years old that's like, oh, I'm sick.
And they got 6 people traveling with
Yeah,
them.
forget that.
So
I hate that. Is right, Becky Lynn. Couldn't have said it better myself. Hollywood is coming to Arizona. You're going to find out why they're in lockup. That is straight ahead. It's a Chris and Joe show, KTAR News. You know, every time you get your energy bill, you probably have the same conversation in your head. I don't know, I do. I talk to myself a lot. I think, oh man, this bill's high. It's probably the heat. It's probably a dumb power company. I bet the dog left the door open. Whatever it is, I just try to ignore that it's my windows, because I know what it is. It's my windows. They've got leaks. They're discolored. They're gross. They're letting the heat in. Advanced Window Products gives you the fix, and there's no drama involved. Arizona company, family owned, building and installing custom vinyl windows for coming up on 40 years next year. They handle the whole process in-house, which means you're not paying some middle layer whose only contribution is wearing a polo shirt tucked in too tight. It's not a good look. Just puff it out a little. Their windows show up fast. The install takes like a day, and then the lifetime warranty covers everything. You got labor, glass parts, and even if you sell the house, the warranty stays with the house. That's actually a selling point. That's pretty nice. And how's this? For an end-of-year sale, you get $2,500 off when you buy 10 windows or more. $2,500 off when you buy 10 or more windows. You keep saying you're going to upgrade one day. Today's the day. Call 480-746-4280. 480-746-4280. And at advancedwindows.com.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic! Let's sing it again! Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? They're so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with a charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because Comfort Specialists isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. When we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:02. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. A 2-year-old girl who was pulled from a backyard pool in Tempe this morning has died. Police tell us the discovery was made at a home near Rural and Carver Roads around 11 a.m. The girl was rushed to the hospital in critical condition but passed away a short time later. An investigation into her drowning continues. KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. To learn more, go to ktar.com/water safety. It's a record-breaking kind of day here in the Valley. We hit 81 degrees at Sky Harbor Airport already.
The record high for the date is 79 degrees, which was last set in 1917.
And in fact, we have bumped up to 82 since we last hit the 81 just about 30 minutes ago. And that, of course, was Phoenix National Weather Service meteorologist Gabriel Ujero. It is the second day in a row where a new record high temperature has been set. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays once again suing the Trump administration. This time, Mays is part of a suit that includes 20 other states and the District of Columbia, suing the White House over apparent plans to defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The Bureau, established after the Great Recession, has been in existence for 14 years. The plaintiffs say the agency will run out of money next month, which they contend will have a devastating impact on consumers and disrupt consumer protection efforts led by the states.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
We can provide any medical care to people who are unhoused in the park.
The city of Phoenix recently passed an ordinance that once it goes into effect will require organizations to get permission to give medical treatment in city parks. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
Yeah, Becky, the new rule passed 8-1 last week and is set to go into effect March next year. Kim DePrey with local nonprofit Circle the City says this will make it harder to ensure unhoused people get critical care.
There's so many challenges with people coming to us because they don't have transportation or they don't have a phone or they have a cart of their belongings that they can't put on a bus to get to us. It definitely will hinder our ability to meet people.
And she also worries the change will not result in what the city wants, cleaner, more visually pleasing parks.
And they actually go to places that are probably more unsafe for them and more unsafe for our staff to reach them.
Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Just in time for the holidays, there were several lucky lottery winners in Arizona over the weekend. A Mega Millions ticket worth $20,000 was sold in Scottsdale, and there were 4 $50,000 Powerball winners from Peoria and Phoenix. Tonight's Powerball jackpot estimated at $1.6 billion. The next Mega Millions drawing is tomorrow with an estimated jackpot there of $100 million. Time right now for the KTAR Timeline. Today with Kellen Shover, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's December 22nd. And back on this day in 2001, a shoe bomber was stopped. Just months after the 9/11 terrorist attacks, another threat was neutralized on a flight from Paris to Miami. Richard Reed was an Al-Qaeda operative who packed his shoes with 2 different types of plastic explosives. During the meal service, some of the other passengers reported smelling something smoky. A flight attendant spotted Reed fiddling with something in his lap when he revealed that he had a shoe with a fuse and a lit match. But it turns out the sweat from his feet dampened the explosives, preventing them from igniting. Several flight attendants fought with Reed as other passengers helped subdue him, using seatbelts and headphone cords to tie him to his chair. The flight was diverted to Boston, where Reed was arrested. He was sentenced to 3 life terms plus 110 years without parole. All of this because of a shoe bomb that didn't go off back on this day in 2001.
Time to check on traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Glendale, debris spotted near the Loop 101, Agua Fria, eastbound near 59th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Priest Drive. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the exit ramp. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Country Club Drive. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericanRoofingCo.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, look for a low temp around 54 degrees. Tomorrow's high 79, and by tomorrow night, a 70% chance of rain. And that chance of rain continues right on into Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, 70 to 80% chance. In Phoenix, it's 81. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Just Chris today. Joe is out. He's on his yearly December vacation, where he takes the entire month off and then sticks it to the rest of us. What a turd. From the KTAR News YouTube chat, I-10 traffic going west is, well, he said crap. I'm not supposed to say crap, though, right? Let's say trash. I-10 traffic going west is trash. Brake check starting at 303 going all the way to the California border. Merry Christmas. Oh, that sounds like no fun. Although it would be a very Merry Christmas if we were to pop on by and pick up a Powerball. As Becky Lynn said, nobody hit that. So what are we at, 1.6 billion tonight? That seems all right to me. Ross Teeple is the Pinal County Sheriff. Sheriff, did you get your Powerball ticket? I would.
No, but my mom got quite a bit of them.
Did she?
So hopefully I've been a good kid and she'll give me some of it.
If someone gives you a Powerball ticket as a Christmas gift and you win, do you owe them a cut? And how much?
I think that's common courtesy.
Yeah.
Someone gives you a Powerball ticket, you got to give. I mean, we're talking now. You could give them $1 million and never even miss it. So I mean, that's just common courtesy.
That's what I thought. $1 million was very fair. I talked to a friend of mine about this, and he said, "No, you have to split it." And I said, "I'm not splitting something that was given as a gift. No way." No. But $1 million seems fair. I thought even maybe $5 million would be fair if I won 1.6, right?
Yeah, $5 million would be more than fair. That's life-changing money.
Thank you. The Pinal County Sheriff is Ross Teeple joining us right now, and you guys had camera crews in the jail, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
What was going on there?
A lot of cameras. Well, I'll tell you, we got to thank the previous sheriff, Mark Lamb, for this. He's the one that came up with the idea. He was approached by Lucky 8 Productions about filming season 2 Unlocked in the jail, and I was busy running for sheriff, and he came to me and he said, "Hey, Ross, you've got 12 years of corrections experience. I worked 10 years at the Arizona State Prison Complex here in Florence and 2 years down at the Tucson Complex." And he said, "You got the experience." He says, "Would you like to do this show?" And we looked into it a little bit and thought it was a good time to do it. It was a little difficult taking office at the same time that this show's being filmed, but we made it happen.
So Unlocked, you said it's season 2 of Unlocked, and this is on Netflix, right? So what is the premise of the idea? Because the word unlocked doesn't usually go with inmates.
Right. And the inmates are still inmates. The main gate to the jail was never unlocked. This is inside their pods. And one of the things I tell people is I'm a Navy veteran. Anybody that's been to boot camp, you know that they tell you when to wake up, when to go to sleep, when to stand watch in the middle of the night, what to eat, how long to eat. And that's pretty much the way we've always run prisons. We tell the inmates when to lock down, when to close their individual cell doors, what time food is. And the unlocked portion of it is why don't we give them a little bit of responsibility? They start taking responsibility for their actions so that whenever they enter the next phase of their life, whatever that is, they'll have better life skills to take with them.
So I don't want to give too much away because I know this premieres in January, so I don't want any spoilers or anything like that. Was there any hesitation on your part, though? Like, what if this doesn't go right? I mean, you're kind of stepping outside the box. You're thinking outside the box on this, and you're giving some agency to inmates that maybe they hadn't had in the past. In the back of your mind, are you thinking this could go wrong?
I'll tell you my biggest concern, and this is just being completely honest, my biggest concern is Mark and I had started to work on getting our detention officers, our extremely valuable detention officers, a pay raise that they needed. It had not gone into effect, and it was still making its way through the system when I took office. And that was my number one priority, was to get our detention officers the pay that they deserved. And so that was my big concern. I didn't want anyone to think that I cared more about filming a TV show than I cared about getting them their raises. So I went around and talked to every single jail staff I could multiple times and said, that's still my priority. I'm spending the day over at the county manager's office and nights talking to the county supervisors. And luckily we did get the pay very quickly, and they're getting paid decent, especially compared to agencies around the valley.
Well, that was smart on your part, because I can't imagine what would happen if all of a sudden you had film crews in there and then your guards are thinking, oh yeah, we got time for this garbage, but not time to take care of my family for Christmas, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that was my number one priority. It was getting that known to my brothers and sisters that walk the toughest beat in America.
Ross Teeple is a Pinal County Sheriff. We talked about the new Netflix docu-series called Unlock, the Jail Experiment. And as he mentioned, basically what happens is that the that almost militant control over the inmates is eased off a little bit, and then there's more commingling in the pods and things like that that's going on. I know that you had a few dozen inmates in there. Is that generally what happens? Is sort of, I don't know, it's a sort of create your own society situation?
And we want them to act more like members of society. There's not a correctional institution in the state of Arizona that segregates their population. But I will tell you, after working in corrections for 12 years, the inmates self-segregate. You can't do that when you get out in the real world. That's not acceptable. So let's get them the tools and providing them with the responsibility, if they want it, so that they can be better members of society. The easiest way I explain it is I want people to realize that the average length of stay for an inmate at a Pinal County jail is 19 days. So we have 19 days to try to provide them with better life skills. And if we give them better life skills and give them the tools to be able to use them, then if they leave after 19 days, possibly they never come back again. But that's your neighbor now. Your neighbor's out with better life skills than he had when he went back in.
That's a great point. Is this an experiment that you would have considered even if there weren't cameras involved? I mean, as somebody who's been in the correctional realm for, what'd you say, almost 2 decades, it feels like you must have had some ideas along the way of what you could do differently. Is this along the lines of what was maybe already going on in the back of your head?
Yes, sir. And that's why it seemed like an open fit, just because of the fact, I think, without giving any spoilers away, I'm pretty sure in the first episode, I give the little speech and explain that to the guys. Like, I went through Navy boot camp in 1989. We run the Navy a little bit different now than we did in 1989. I started with the Pinal County Sheriff's Office in 2007, and I think we can all agree that policing is completely different now than it was back 18 years ago. But now corrections, I started at DOC in 1996, and we do corrections the same way now as what we did in 1996. So there were some ideas that I had. I said, let's just try them. Let's see which ones work and which ones don't.
Ross Teeple is the Pinal County Sheriff. Joining us right now is a new Netflix docuseries. It's season 2 of Unlocked, a Jail Experiment, is set to premiere on January 7th. It followed the experiment within the Pinal County Jail. Did you guys have any conversation with the producers, or was this a deal where you had to kind of sign everything away? I mean, did you have any editorial control over anything that happened? Did you reserve the right to say, yeah, listen, if there's a stabbing, you can't show that on your docuseries or anything like that?
They were great as far as that goes. We saw all of the episodes, the rough cuts of them, where they showed us some things, and they allowed us to provide the input as far as that goes, yes.
I love to hear that. What I would like to see is more film production come to Arizona. This is where I think we're missing an opportunity. I mean, we're so close to California. We could offer some incentives here and pull production crews from California instead of them going to Georgia or Pennsylvania or New Jersey or wherever they're going right now. That's what I'd like to see.
I think you're 100% correct.
Sheriff, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you being on here. Pinal County Sheriff Ross Teeple, and again, the docuseries Unlocked, the Jail Experiment, premiering January 7th. And it is possible that Ross will not be the sheriff at that time if his mother wins the Powerball. And I don't know if you're ready to make that commitment yet, but if it's me, I think long and hard about whether or not I show up to work on Monday. Boy, he got real quiet real fast. Oh, you guys took him offline. See, I thought I was throwing out a nice joke. I was teeing him up. Producers grabbed him offline already. Unbelievable. All right, to watch the show Unlock the Jail Experiment, you got to pay for Netflix. Or you can be like Joe and borrow someone's password. But you're better than that. Most of us drop the streamer because of the constant price hikes, but it looks like there's a really good chance that the price is going to go up again in the near future. But before you cancel, you might want to weigh what you're going to be getting in return. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. First, here's Becky Lynn with our top story right now.
KTAR News Flash.
3:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Nearly $500,000 in medical debt will be erased for another 141,000 Arizonans, thanks to a partnership between Governor Katie Hobbs and the national nonprofit Undo Medical Debt. This brings the total of medical debt eliminated to $642 million for over 485,000 Arizonans. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads for us now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Debris on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, westbound near Alma School Road. Glendale debris spotted on the Loop 101, Agua Fria, eastbound near 59th Avenue. A look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 16th Street and Bethany Home Road. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Tease the season for great offers going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealer during the Red Tag sales event. Stop by Freeway Chevrolet in Chandler today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We've already broken a record for heat today as we hit 82 degrees at Sky Harbor. 54 is the expected low, and tomorrow's 79 for high, and a good chance of rain starting tomorrow night right through Christmas. Currently, it is 80 degrees in Peoria. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. For the replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
The Chris and Joe Show. Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Thanks again to the Pinal County Sheriff Ross Tiefel, previewing the Netflix series that was filmed inside his jail. We had to be really careful, by the way. So we're trying to set that interview up, and then there was this concern, like, whoa, make sure you don't put any spoilers out there. Netflix would be mad. So we promised we would not offer any I don't know any spoilers. We just had to make sure the sheriff didn't drop any spoilers. All I know is that they filmed this thing inside the jail, which is kind of cool. Hey, shout out to our friends in Glendale. Appreciate you being a part of the show in Glendale and streaming live in the KTAR News YouTube channel. We got our headline volley straight up here after Becky Lynn's 3:30 news as per usual, although the headline volley could be a lot like, remember when you were a kid and you used to hit a tennis ball off of a brick wall? Well, considering Joe's out today and couldn't find anybody to fill in for him, you'd think we'd just grab somebody off the street, some rando. Oh, we did. We got Joey. We just grabbed a rando off the street. Joey's our new producer. And so basically we said, Joey, you can be a part of the show today. Good job.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So far, you're crushing it.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
There's still time.
You've added so much to the show so far. Incredible.
I love sarcasm.
So if you're looking at picking up Netflix, maybe so you can watch the new series from the Pinal County Jail, you may think, Netflix is getting more expensive, and if they buy Warner Brothers, well, what's that going to mean? Well, I got to tell you, I think that means the price is going to go up. I think that means the price is going up. I don't think there's any way around that. And I have no doubt that the price is going to go up if you're a Paramount or a Warner Brothers subscriber, if Paramount gets their way. If you're unfamiliar with what's going on here, Netflix is trying to buy Warner Brothers Discovery. Warner accepted their offer. Paramount they put an offer in as well, and Warner said no. So then Paramount says, you're going to take Netflix deal? We're going to go right to your shareholders, and we're going to offer them more money. And the board of Warner Brothers still said, no, don't do that. Even though it's more money, because there are concerns that the money wasn't actually there, that they were pulling money from investors who were going to back out, or that the money wasn't stable. It'd be like saying, I've got a letter from the bank that says I should be able to get the mortgage for the house. Now, will you accept my offer? That's basically what they're saying. So imagine you're going to buy a house. You have to be pre-approved. You know there's a difference between pre-qualified and pre-approved. Do you know this, Jania?
No, but I haven't been home shopping.
Okay, well, you need to know this for the time that comes around when you buy a home.
Okay.
So pre-qualified basically means you ran some basic numbers, and some lender said, yeah, we can probably get you approved. Pre-approved means you've already turned in all your paperwork, you've done the entire process, and they go, yep, we will give you the loan for this much. Now go find your house. Right?
Okay.
So if you're shopping and you want to buy a house, if you're pre-approved, that tells the seller you are serious. If you're pre-qualified, that tells the shopper that you're browsing.
Yeah.
All right? Tells the seller. Right, exactly. If I'm a seller, if I'm trying to sell my house and I got two offers that come in, one comes from somebody that's pre-approved and one comes from somebody that's pre-qualified, I'm taking the one that's pre-approved because I don't have to wait for them to get their act together, right? And that's basically what's happening with Warner Brothers, is they said, Netflix has got their financing in order. We don't trust the financing from Paramount. Paramount has now come back.
Continue on, given that shareholders aren't voting until the middle of next year.
I mean, this is such a Hollywood drama. And
It's from CNBC.
Living in it blow by blow. Now we're going to get real nitty-gritty details of basically Larry Ellison's wealth, of the trust. He says it's going to be irrevocable. I will not be able to start selling off bits of my assets. Largely, that's in part backed by equity shares of Oracle in and of itself, which is a share price that's been under pressure of late. But
I can't keep up with her British accent. I'm so lost by...
It sounded like all one word.
I'm late. What? I can't keep up with that.
Basically, he's committing, because that was the vulnerability of their offer. Remember, there is more on the table coming from Paramount in terms of financial money than there is coming from Netflix. But Netflix doesn't want the whole shebang. It doesn't want CNN. It doesn't want the cable networks. It just wants the streaming in the studios. And so from their part, all along, we've seen Warner Brothers say Netflix's offer is better, but also because the clarity of the financing. The clarity of the financing was pretty clear from Netflix. Now they're also managing to piece together what long-term financing looks like. They had bridge loans in place, BNP Paribas, HSBC.
Okay, I'm getting confused by all the different banks. Okay. Roughly, here's what happens. Netflix wants to buy the studios. They put an offer in, I don't know, like $26 a share or something. I don't know exactly. Oh, Netflix is $27.75 a share. But that's just the studio product, which means that Warner would retain Discovery, CNN, TNT, the other linear products, right, the TV products. And then they could turn around and try to sell that for another, I don't know, $10, $12 a share, right? I don't know if they get that much, but let's just say that they flip it for that much. In the meantime, Paramount says, we'll give you $30 a share for the whole thing. And they go, no, our products are worth more than that. So a lot of Warner is saying, oh, Netflix is actually offering us more in the long run. Now, that said, Paramount now says, okay, well, we're gonna up our offer, and we're going to take it to the shareholders, and we're going to show them that we've got money behind it. The deal on this is Larry Ellison is the richest guy in California. He's the head of Oracle. His son is David Ellison. David Ellison is the head of Paramount Skydance, right? Okay. So Larry was backing his kid. And now his kid says, I want to buy Warner Brothers, and I'm going to use Dad's money to do it. And Warner Brothers said, yeah, we're not so sure that Dad's going to let you have the money. And now Larry says, okay, I will guarantee $40 billion in this $100+ billion takeover. $40 billion is guaranteed from my Oracle stock. And it's in a trust. So it's not like you can say it's $40 billion, but then I might spend some of it when you're not looking. No. It's $40 billion. Boom. It's there.
All yours.
Curious to see what happens with the shareholders once this is presented to them in July. In the meantime, we got 6 months of dealing with this stuff and 6 months of trying to figure out how much they're going to raise their streaming prices, because the streaming prices are going to go up.
Listen, if they can find a way to make streaming, because when this whole thing started, it was supposed to be like, okay, instead of cable, you can have a few streaming services. Now there's so many, and it's so confusing for everyone. If they can fix that problem, nobody's going to care about how much money is spent on any of this. So I hope they can do that.
I think that the golden era of streaming competition is over, because we've already seen Disney, Hulu, ESPN. They've already merged, right? We've already seen Paramount, Skydance. So you got a studio and you got the TV products. They're merging, right? We've already seen other ones come together. I can already buy. In fact, right now I have an Apple TV / Peacock package, right? And I think we're going to see more and more and more of this pieced together, and you're going to start seeing more takeovers.
Nobody wants monopolies, but I feel like people for this want a monopoly.
Well, I hear what you're saying. The problem is once you have the monopoly, they're going to raise the prices.
True.
And once you're down to just 2 or 3 of these, I think all the prices are going to start coming up. So Netflix is going to go, we're charging you $18 a month. Warner was charging you $18 a month. We're going to give you both of them for $30. It's not a deal. Now, for somebody like me, yeah, I do have both of them now because my wife decided she wanted Netflix again. God, she's expensive. But now, yeah, it seems like a deal. So they get me in at $30, and then they go, oh, well, that was $30 last year. Now it's $35. Now it's $38. Now it's $40. Now it's $45.
Yeah, they're going to keep trickling as long as they can.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's exactly what's going to happen. All right, massive gathering over the weekend that brought some pretty big names to the Valley, and maybe you were there. That was probably fun until you had to deal with traffic when you left. Why Arizona is ground zero for the fight over the next election. And the vibe of 2028 is in our headline volley. It's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like fences. A house with a big yard and a white picket fence was always the dream. But then you saw the price to install a fence and you're wondering if the color is driving the price up. Nobody ever dreams of a beige or a gray picket fence, right? So maybe those fences are cheaper. But no, they're not. Then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds and make all your dreams of a fence come true. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com.
Year-end brings incredible opportunities at Beatitudes campus. I'm Jamie West. A change for yourself or maybe your parents? Now's the time. Lock in 2025 pricing and get $10,000 off the entry fee or a $10,000 moving credit for select Central Park residences. Or maybe you're looking for a month-to-month rental. They have great rental residence specials too, but they end December 31st. Learn more by visiting Beatitudescampus.org. Beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can assure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows, we seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-666-9943 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp with the reasons you should choose Gleason Roofing. They're a GAF Master Elite contractor. Only 2% of roofing companies get that award for the highest standards. Family-owned Gleason Roofing's been in the Valley for over 25 years and has a BBB A+ rating. And Gleason Roofing did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. Visit GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. Now, LifeSource pays your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. Offer ends December 31st. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply. KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. More Arizonans are getting their medical debt erased.
Another 141,000 Arizonans will now be debt-free with their medical bills due to a partnership between Governor Katie Hobbs and the national nonprofit Under Medical Debt. Individuals eligible for debt relief earn at or below 400% of the federal poverty level and or owe at least 5% of their annual income for outstanding medical bills. The governor says people should not have to make a choice between paying off debt or putting gas in their car or food on the table. To date, $642 million in medical debt has been eliminated for almost 500,000 Arizonans. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy. A recent report from the University of Arizona projects our state's economy is going to accelerate in the new year. That includes jobs, which are expected to grow after slowed growth in 2025. Evan Taylor, U of A Associate Econ Professor, tells Arizona's Morning News healthcare will have the most jobs.
As the population is getting older, there's going to be more and more healthcare jobs. I mean, I think healthcare is probably, if you're looking for a job, it's going to be the most secure sector to go into right now.
He mentions that unemployment is expected to rise slightly as well in 2026. President Trump says the U.S. military is building a new naval fleet. At an event at Mar-a-Lago today, alongside Secretary Pete Hegseth and the Secretary of the Navy, Trump said the new addition will be called the Golden Fleet.
We're desperately in need of ships. Our ships some of them have gotten old and tired and obsolete, and we're going to go the exact opposite direction.
Former Arizona State Representative Lisa Sun has filed a statement of interest for a run for Arizona governor. Sun, who served in the House as a Democrat, indicates she's running for governor as an independent. She resigned her Arizona House seat nearly 2 years ago amid complaints over alleged threatening behavior. Let's check on the traffic now. Enrique Garcia joins us from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Looking at the highways, Phoenix, we have a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Priest Drive. A look into our surface streets. Buckeye with a crash on Watson Road and Yuma Road. And Phoenix again with a crash on 23rd Avenue and Greenway Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's a record-breaking day. We had 82 at Sky Harbor. Our previous high for this date was 79. Tonight, 54 for a low, and then tomorrow, 79 for a high, and a 70% chance of rain moving into the valley by tomorrow night and lingering through Christmas. 80 in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
And every day right after Becky Lynn's 3:30 News and a check on traffic with Freeway Enrique, we touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Since Joe is out, I'd like to invite Hall of Famer Becky Lynn to play a little in my shenanigans today on the Headline Volley.
Okay.
And we'll also include producer Jania, who's in for Pablo today, and then our other producer, Fish, who will undoubtedly replace Pablo.
Stop saying that, please.
You're going to scare poor Pablo to death if he's listening.
This is kind of a fun, this is his own paranoia, because he's trained people before, but for whatever reason, Fish intimidates him. So I think this is kind of great.
Which is hilarious because I've never intimidated anyone in my entire life.
You're like a mini Paul Calvisi.
That's what you said.
What? Yeah, I was
Right?
going to say, he does. He looks a little like Paul Calvisi.
Voice of the Cardinals.
I'm the non-successful Paul Calvisi.
Yeah. He's a good-looking guy, so take it as a
No,
compliment.
absolutely.
Take it as a compliment. Yeah, we mean it that way. All right, gang, here we go. Turning Point USA's annual youth conference, bringing national conservative figures and thousands of attendees back to Phoenix, along with protests and nonstop social media coverage over the weekend. When every event, rally, and speech is filmed from 3 angles, complete with pyrotechnics, do you feel like we've lost all sincerity in politics?
I do. I don't know. It feels more like a show than let me sit down and hear your problems.
Okay. B.O.?
It's a rally.
It is a rally.
It's just a rally. Yeah, the pyrotechnics and the song and dance and all that. Absolutely. Yeah.
I definitely think it's by design. I think that's the only way people listen to any sort of policy at this point.
It is interesting, though, that it's a youth, a youth gathering. Turning Point has always been about the kids these days.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess maybe that's what, like when I was growing up, I was going to church, and it was always a very solemn thing, the Methodist Church, a very, very solemn thing. And our pastor was about 900 years old, and he would tell the most boring sermons. They were terrible, and the old folks loved it. And I always felt like he's not connecting with me. Turning Point really knows. I think a lot of this spectacle, this showmanship, probably grabs at attention of the
Of course it
ADHD
does.
kids.
Look at most of the churches these days. They do the same thing.
Yeah.
So many of them that want to get the youth into the churches are having the shows. They have the contemporary Christian music. They have the video screens. Bands. They don't have choirs and organs and pianos anymore. They have the band. And so smoke and mirrors, literally smoke and mirrors.
Does it start to feel like it loses some of that authenticity? though?
Yes.
No question.
Absolutely.
And I don't know what the balance is.
Mm-mm.
I really
It's
don't.
somewhere in between, because I'm with you, is that sometimes just the facts, ma'am, just the facts kind of
Right.
thing can get so dull and,
It does.
and drawn out.
But
and
also
you
it's
just-
politics.
That's true, which
Yeah.
it is dull many
Right,
times,
right.
right? So you got to do something to spice it up. But yes, there's got to be a happy medium.
All right, very good, guys. State and local law enforcement agencies across Arizona rolling out stepped-up DUI patrols and checkpoints during the holiday travel surge. Fish, how many DUIs do you have? Just kidding. That's not the question.
At least
0.
five.
They should have asked you that during your interview process. When you see flashing lights when you're on the road, you're driving, what is the first thing you feel as a driver?
I feel like I've done something wrong. And every time I have done nothing wrong, but I am horrified of police.
What? Well, okay.
Ditto.
Oh,
Ditto.
look, middle-aged white guy terrified
No,
of police.
that's not what I
Unbelievable.
meant. I'm scared.
You know,
You don't
Pablo
want to get a
says that.
ticket.
Pablo says that it makes sense to me, but
That's true.
you, I don't understand what you're worried about. Don't you just tell him like, don't you know who my father is?
Never
you
works.
Just start crying.
Oh, there you go.
I tried to tell him I was Paul Calvisi. It didn't work.
That didn't work.
No, didn't work.
Jania pulled the young white girl trick. Just I can't. Don't tell my daddy.
I'm on my way home. It's past curfew.
Has that worked?
I've yet to be pulled over. Knock on wood.
Is that right?
Thank
Good
goodness.
for
Only
you.
tickets I've gotten have been from the cameras.
Good. Oh, is that right? Okay.
You're still running from them, right? You didn't pay it, right?
No, I had to.
No,
My
you-
mom, the car's not titled to me, but it was my name on the ticket, and my mom was like, I don't want my insurance to go up. You pay that.
Wow.
She covered my first one, second one, no, it was all
So
me.
it's all on you. Okay. All right. Becky Lynn, you still get nervous when you see?
Of course I do. I have that adrenaline surge. I want to tell you a funny story.
Go on.
I was driving. It was in Gilbert, and I turned right on a road, and there's a shopping center, and I'm driving just a little bit. All of a sudden, I see these lights come on behind me, and I think, what did I do? And I'm freaking out. So I drive on down, and I see a subdivision. So I pull into the subdivision, and I just sit there a minute, and I see the police car pull in. And I sit there, and I sit there, and I sit there, and I sit there. And finally, this police officer knocks on the passenger side, and I wind it down, and he goes, "It's not you. You can go on." I don't know. Because he pulled over. Because whoever it was must have been, I don't know where they were, because I literally turned, and there was the car. There was the police car. So where was the person he was pulling over?
I don't know.
Who also pulled into the subdivision, by the way.
That's weird.
It was very weird.
Maybe he just saw a pretty blonde girl and he thought, let's go see what's going on over
Well,
here.
he left me sitting there long enough, but thank goodness.
What do you think that other person did?
I don't know. I never even saw them.
Oh,
I'm
that's
like,
good.
where did they come from?
That's good.
So, yeah, right?
Maybe they're driving a camouflage car.
Maybe.
That's why you couldn't
That's
see
why I
them.
couldn't see them.
I set my cruise control and I get the same thing. And I'll tell you what, I've had a couple times motorcycle cops have been hiding out. And I saw one, there was one over the weekend too, and I can't remember where I saw him. Wherever it was, I came around a corner and all of a sudden, there was an officer there that was running the speed gun.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, theme of this show is Chris doesn't like to speed. I get a
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I get a little bit when traffic is really pushing me, and I start to feel nervous and overwhelmed, and so I'll add a little bit to the accelerator, but I really don't like to speed. But there is some sort of a smug satisfaction I get when I come up over a hill going the speed limit, and I've got cars lined up behind me, right, and passing me, and I can't tell you, I go home, sometimes I'll take 12th Street home, and I can't tell you how many times I see somebody pass in the turn lane. Happens at least once or twice a week. It drives me nuts. It's so incredibly dangerous. And there is some smug satisfaction I get when I come up over a hill and somebody else is just trying to fly by me and there's a motorcycle cop with a speed gun on him. I just, yes!
Every
On
time.
my side.
Oh, I feel so much superior to those people going by me. I am such a turd. All right, one more.
Okay.
And this goes back to a story Becky Lynn had. Much of the lower 48, including Phoenix, is forecast to see temperatures well above average this Christmas week. As she made mention, we broke a record today that stood for, since, 1917?
1917.
Yeah, that's crazy. 82 degrees we hit today. Do we miss out on that Christmas feeling by living in the desert?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We have Christmas music. We have Christmas lights. We're not snowed in, so we can still go see the lights. We're going to have rain, so you have like your chili. Listen, I don't like the snow, so to me, this is the perfect Christmas.
Jania, you are an Arizona native, though, right?
Yes, I was born in Flagstaff.
Okay,
I've
so
had
you
white
don't-
Christmases.
Yeah. And Flag gets legit snow, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, legit snow. Fish?
Yeah.
You're born in the Midwest.
Yes, and I hate the identity crisis that we have right now with weather. It's, it's cold in the morning, in the afternoon, it's hot, and I have to, change my clothes 2 different times or wear a certain thing. But, yeah, I think you do lose that fun feeling of Christmas without, a little cold.
It needs to be cold. I don't care about the snow. I don't care if it snows
Yeah.
or not. I never grew up with hardly ever having a white Christmas. Maybe twice in my life in Tennessee did it ever snow on
Yeah.
Christmas. But I do want it to be we're supposed to be in the mid-60s for high temperatures
I
right now.
agree.
That's the average.
Yeah.
Give me that and I'm good.
It's perfect.
Did you hear? Fish is kind of whiny over there, isn't he?
No, we're on the same
Well,
page.
I don't really like that. I have to get up in the morning, and then it's cold, and then I come out of work, and then it's hot, and then I don't know. It's an identity crisis, and I just feel so sad.
This is why Pablo doesn't have to worry, because nobody wants to hear me talk about it.
It's so funny you say that, though. This is my favorite time. When I get up in the morning, it's sweater weather in the morning.
Sweater
in
weather.
the afternoon. Is that right? The problem is that the back seat of my car fills up with light jackets and sweatshirts.
Right.
See?
Because I take them off
That's
and then
the
I throw them
thing.
back
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
That's it. And then, of course, I did learn something else, and that is the Arizona summer, which I learned when I first. And I've lived in Arizona off and on for over a decade, but I learned it when I first came to work for KTAR, and it was actually an intern that taught it to me, and that was it was Arizona winter. I'm sorry. And that is that we started getting hot days in May, and the air conditioner kicked on. And then he felt like he had to put a sweatshirt on because it was too cold. And he says, this is an Arizona winter when you have the air conditioner kicks on. It makes it too cold. Oh, it's below 75. It's too cold. Yeah. Meanwhile, Fish is over there like, so I've got to take my sweatshirt on. I've got to put my sweatshirt off.
I don't want to change the dial on the heater air conditioner in my car in less than
I'm so
24
sorry.
hours. It's just too much.
Yeah, I literally have the seat heater on when I leave here at night, and then I get up the next day to come in, and now it's hot, and because my seat heater's on
I'm
still.
sorry for your loss.
See, a Hall of Famer agrees with me.
That's
So
You can hang your hat on that one.
That's right.
All right. Well, thoughts and prayers to you guys. I appreciate it.
We'll survive.
'Tis the season for giving, right? So why are you taking? You're not alone. If you've been doing this at the checkout, you join an ever-growing number of no-good-nicks who think the rules don't apply to them. Your suggestion for a New Year's resolution is next in the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with 0 down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com. Hey, this past summer, we crushed it at Casa Galvisi with that brand new AC system from Day and Night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. But now, what about the furnace? Are we sure it's good to go? Because right now, a heating tune-up is only $79. Only $79 to help prevent costly breakdowns, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain that manufacturer's warranty. Only $79 this month to get a heating tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Book 24/7 at dayandnightair.com.
The Patriot All-America returns to the Wigwam Golf Club, and the Thunderbolt is back at Sterling Grove Golf and Country Club. Festivities begin December 28th with opening ceremonies and family on the fairway, followed by tournament play starting December 29th. Enjoy concerts from Mark Martell on December 27th and Aaron Nichols from The Voice on December 30th. General admission is free for everyone. For tickets and information, visit westvalleymavericks.org today.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:48, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A 2-year-old girl pulled from a backyard swimming pool in Tempe this morning has died. The girl was discovered in the water in the area of Rural and Carver Roads about 11 a.m. She was rushed to a hospital in critical condition where she died a short time later. An investigation into the drowning continues. KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. To learn more, go to KTAR.com/water safety. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic with Enrique in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix debris blocking the on-ramp. State Route 51 southbound near Northern Avenue. Phoenix again, disabled vehicle blocking the right shoulder. Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near Camelback Road. This report is brought to you by the Lund Mortgage Team. With the real estate market starting to shift, now could finally be the time for you to buy a home. To save thousands on a mortgage that fits your family's needs, visit thelundmortgage.com today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Tune into The Truth About Money with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
The Chris and Joe Show. After Afternoons 2 to 4 on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
'Twas the night before by Cirque du Soleil is coming to Arizona Financial Theater December 18th through the 28th. I feel like we're in that window right now. Just in time for the holiday season, experience this awe-inspiring mix of holiday magic and incredible acrobatics for the whole family. Head to the contest page, KTAR.com, for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Joining me in the studio is the immensely talented-ish Barry Markson, who I believe is in for Bruce St. James and Gatos and outspoken today, yes?
Yes, Matt Salmon, former Congressman Matt Salmon and I are sitting in for Bruce and Gatos today, and my first time co-hosting with Matt. I'm very excited.
Matt is, we're going to refer to him now as Radio's Matt Salmon.
Radio's Matt Salmon. I like that.
We're stealing him from the world of the underbelly of politics.
I've still been hoping I could be called Radio's Barry Markson, but it hasn't happened yet.
Not on my watch. I wanted to bring this up to you, Barry, before we get to what you guys have going on today. Among Americans who have used self-checkout, more than 1 in 4 say that they have intentionally taken an item without scanning it.
Just one?
Yeah, at least one. Interestingly, though...
The gum is just for taking, isn't it?
No.
Oh, all right.
You sound like Bruce St. James now. Interestingly, though, those with household incomes of $100,000 or more were the most likely, 40% of them, to say that they have intentionally taken an item without scanning it. And people that make less than $30,000, only 17% say that they've done that.
Really?
What do you suppose is the easiest thing to steal in the self-checkout line? You may have already answered that with your joke.
Yeah, well, they don't put the gum in the self-checkout line, I've noted. At least I don't think they do. I'm not sure what they do there. What do they do? They just don't ring something up, pretend to ring it up and put it over there? Is that the plan?
Or they just leave it in the cart. I've done this a couple of times where I do the self-checkout, and I've got something that's sitting up there in the, I don't know what you call that, wherever the baby legs go, in the seat, and I don't see it because the fold-down baby seat is
because
in the way.
Because you want to take it home for free.
Yeah, Lord knows I was spending $212 on groceries, but I definitely wanted to make sure I got that $3 juice out of there. Jokes on them.
This is what the rich people think they're going to tell the security guy when he stops them.
Oh, you might be right.
I've got $212 worth of stuff here, but I didn't pay for the 50-cent gum.
Yeah,
and that's what they're doing. That's interesting.
Does that hold up in court?
No. It's I will tell you, it is interesting though. You don't think this many people steal, but it is, and it's not. There's not the criminals. It's kind of what you're pointing out. It's regular people. They have jobs. They have families, and for whatever reason, when faced with the opportunity, they take it. They're not searching it out. They're not going to break into the store and steal stuff. But if you make it that easy for them to take something, they will. And that's why, by the way, you go to Costco or Sam's Club when they're checking your receipt on the way out. That's why they're making sure they're trying to cut down their loss, because loss drives up costs.
This is going to be the theme of today's show, is that people are always trying to get away with something.
Yes.
That's my thing. They're always trying to beat the system.
It's funny.
Doesn't matter what it is.
It's funny that you said that. We're going to talk about that today.
Beating the system?
We're going to talk about how everybody's trying to abuse the system, whether it's saying I need a wheelchair to get on an airplane so I can board early, whether it's taking your dog into a store or restaurant and saying it's a service animal when it's not. Everybody's trying to game the system for their own benefit, and they don't care about the rules.
And I think it's just the game.
Yeah.
I don't even think they even care about getting the perk. I think it's just, how do I beat the game?
People like the game, but they also like to bring their dog everywhere. We're going to talk about that, too. Plus, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to give it over to you.
Oh.
Outspoken with Barry Markson and Matt Salmon starts right up at 4 o'clock. I have no one to ask. Jania?
Ask me. Go ahead.
You got plenty to add. Jania, you got anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock.
That was
Chris and Joe show. That's good.
That was way better than Joe.
That was very good, yeah. It's KTAR News.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. They may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SELL now.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
They are redefining private label with Natural Grocers brand products. Quality isn't just a word to Natural Grocers, it's in every detail. Their house brand only brings you top-of-the-line products, whether it's the richest olive oil straight from Spain or exquisite chocolate bars straight from Belgium. Natural Grocers brand gives your budget a break and your taste buds a surprise. Experience premium quality at always affordable price. With Natural Grocers brand products, find the store near you at naturalgrocers.com.
Year End brings incredible opportunities at Beatitudes campus. I'm Jamie West. A change for yourself or maybe your parents? Now's the time. Lock in 2025 pricing and get $10,000 off the entry fee or a $10,000 moving credit for select Central Park residences. Or maybe you're looking for a month-to-month rental. They have great rental residence specials too, but they end December 31st. Learn more by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Hi, Jan from Toyota here to let you know that Toyotathon is on. And what better way to get in the spirit of the season than with a new Toyota, like RAV4, Grand Highlander, and Corolla Cross. But to really get in the spirit, let's sing about it. So without further ado, driving through the snow in a new RAV4, hooray! To the slopes we go in a Highlander for a ski day. A Camry to get hot cocoa, tubing with a Tundra makes the kids go loco. Oh, what fun it is to make holiday wishes come true. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on. Oh, what fun it is to drive a new Toyota today. Hey! Presto! A new holiday classic. Let's sing it again. Toyotathon, Toyotathon, Toyotathon is on.
Dealer inventory may vary. Toyotathon ends January 5th. See your participating dealer for details.
Have you guys tried these holiday cookies? Are so good.
Toyota. Let's go places.
Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where I am a client, so I have seen firsthand how your team helps families lower their taxes. And Stuart, year end is crunch time. What should people do right now?
I have 3 suggestions here that may help you. Number 1, consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. That's when you convert your IRAs to Roths right now. You pay the taxes now while they're on sale, and guess what? That Roth will grow completely income tax free. Number 2, is it time to harvest gains and losses that you've seen over the last few years? Third, qualified charitable distributions. If you're 70 and a half or older, you can donate directly to charities from your IRAs, completely tax-free. And guess what? It satisfies your required minimum distributions.
But you got to take these actions before December 31st and get a hold of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. Now, LifeSource pays your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. Offer ends December 31st. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply. KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. 2 days in a row, we've hit a new record high here in the Valley. Just before 2 o'clock at Sky Harbor Airport, the temp hit 80. But on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, we're going to be cooling off a little bit. There's also a 70 to 90% chance of rain. Outlying areas could get up to an inch of rain.
Across the Phoenix area, probably we're around a half an inch of rain, but there could be some areas that can see locally higher amounts.
We actually crept up to 82 degrees just about half an hour ago here in Phoenix. Meteorologist Gabriel Ojero there from the National Weather Service says the chance of rain diminishes here in the Valley after Christmas afternoon.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
and we can provide any medical care to people who are unhoused in the park.
The city of Phoenix recently passed an ordinance that, once in effect, will require organizations to get permission to give medical treatment in city parks. KTAR's Balin Overstolz is live in the news center with more.
Yeah, Becky, that new rule passed 8-1 last week and is set to go into effect March next year. Kim DePrey with local nonprofit Circle the City says this will make it harder to ensure unhoused people get critical care.
There are so many challenges with people coming to us because they don't have transportation, or they don't have a phone, or they have a cart of their belongings that they can't put on a bus to get to us. It definitely will hinder our ability to meet people.
And she also worries the change will not result in what the city wants: cleaner, more visually pleasing parks.
And they actually go to places that are probably more unsafe for them and more unsafe for our staff to reach them.
Live in the news center, Balin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Arizona's Attorney General Chris Mays has joined in yet another lawsuit against the Trump administration. This time, Mays is part of a suit that includes 20 other states and the District of Columbia in suing the White House over apparent plans to defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The plaintiffs say the agency will run out of money next month, and they contend that will have a devastating impact on consumers and disrupt consumer protection efforts led by the states. The National Retail Federation is expecting a $1 trillion season from Black Friday until New Year's Eve, with more people spending than ever before. ABC's Jim Ryan joined Arizona's Morning News to help understand the mindset of shoppers ahead of the holidays.
They seem to be saying, forget about the stock market. It's been all over the place. Forget about the unemployment rate. It's the highest it's been in a couple of years. I'm going to go out and spend some money here at Christmas time.
Ryan added that the $1 trillion season comes down to about $891 per person. American Airlines serves around 100 destinations for travelers out of Sky Harbor Airport, and they just added half a dozen more.
Starting Monday, 6 new American Airlines routes are being set up out of Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, many of them correlating to areas for travelers to easily reach national parks. Those are Abilene Regional and McAllen International Airports in Texas, Glacier Park and Bozeman Yellowstone International Airports in Montana, Rapid City Regional Airport in South Dakota, and Lincoln Airport in Lincoln, Nebraska. Both of those Montana routes will run through September of 2026, with the Lincoln flights not beginning until winter of 2026. Brandon King, KTAR News.
Checking traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Surprise with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 303 northbound near Waddell Road. Phoenix debris blocking the on-ramp. State Route 51 southbound near Northern Avenue. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right shoulder. Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near Camelback Road. And Scottsdale with a vehicle extraction on 90th Street and Thunderbird Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low 54 degrees. Tomorrow, a high about 79, partly cloudy skies, and by tomorrow night, 70% chance of showers, which linger right on into Christmas Eve when our high should be 76, and Christmas, 70% chance of some rain and 74 for a high temp. Right now in Levine, it's 81. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken. Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, welcome to it, the big program on the Monday before Christmas. I'm Barry Markson, alongside Matt Salmon.
Hey, good to be here with you, Barry.
Great to be here, Matt. Our first time hosting a show together, and excited to be here a couple days before Christmas. It's exciting. It's the holiday season.
It's an exciting time.
And is it gonna snow this week? I know it's gonna rain. I don't know if it's gonna snow.
I don't think it's gonna snow here. It's raining here tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow it's raining?
Yeah, it's raining tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah, I saw that. We were getting so much beautiful sunshine and 75 degrees. I guess that shouldn't happen in December, so
I got to tell you, one of the side products of the rain that we got in the last month, we went up to get a picture up in the superstitions.
Oh, yeah.
It was gorgeous.
Really?
It was breathtaking.
Wow.
It was so green, I thought I was in the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, we need a little cold here. We do
need a little cold. It's supposed to, the day after Christmas, it goes back in the 60s.
It's going to cool off. I saw that, even high in the 50s, so we'll see how that goes. Well, welcome to it, the holiday week, and we appreciate you being here today. Some stuff's just breaking. In fact, more of it just released now, but the Epstein files Matt, they were released. A lot of them released last week. More released today by the Justice Department. And the interesting thing is, with this big release, it's supposed to be transparency. There's a law now. Congress just passed a law. The president signed it that spells out exactly what's supposed to be released, what can be withheld. And there's a lot of questions right now about whether the Department of Justice is complying with that law, because what's being released is so heavily redacted that you can't tell anything. And what the Department of Justice is saying is, hey, we're doing this to protect the victims. The vast majority of the victims that I see anyway publicly are saying, don't worry about us. Our story's out there. We're okay.
Right. We're looking for transparency.
Yeah, we want it out. Go ahead. But the Department of Justice is just blackening, just huge lines of black throughout these documents. And what we're finding now, because some of what they're just released has already been released. So we've seen it.
Right.
And what they're redacting isn't victims' information.
Right.
It's, I'm not going to say perpetrator, it's other people.
Right.
Men. And
pertinent
other
information.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be redacted.
Right. So, for example, there are documents that were released previously where Donald Trump's name was mentioned and you saw it. And now the same document released and Trump's name is redacted.
Right.
And it's not just Trump's name, there's other names too.
Right.
And, Matt, I was saying this before the show that, normally there's a reason grand jury testimony and stuff isn't released. There's a reason the Department of Justice doesn't release things or talk about cases where they don't bring charges against somebody, because it's like a tar.
Because then it makes somebody look guilty if they're not.
Exactly.
Right.
It's like a tar and feather situation with no due process, with no legal system involved. So there's a reason for that. But with the Epstein files, the demand nationally for this transparency, everybody wants this, and this is a law now. This isn't normal.
Which
times.
the president signed.
That's right. So the fact that the Department of Justice isn't doing this, at least as some people are saying, in compliance with the law, and the people saying that are the congressmen, Republican and Democrats, who started this process and who voted for this.
Not only them, there's other people on both sides of the aisle saying the same things as well.
Exactly.
But, Massey and what was the gal's name on the Democrat side?
Well, there was a guy.
Or the guy.
Khan.
Yeah.
Khanna.
Right. And they're both saying this does not fit the specs of the law that we passed.
That's exactly right. So we'll see. So more released today. We're going to see now. The Department of Justice says there's still more to come. It was all supposed to be released by last Thursday or Friday, and they did a bunch, but there's still some more to come. And the Department of Justice saying we are redacting. And Matt, it's interesting. There were some, I don't know if you want to call it whistleblower, but there was some hidden camera video from a month or two ago from people in the Department of Justice who said they were going through and taking Trump's name and other people's names right out of these files. And now we're kind of seeing it, right? We're seeing the fruits of those labors. It's
ultimately it's going to be more painful. It's like the old adage about rip the Band-Aid off. You know what? Deal with it. But give complete transparency. You signed the thing into law, and so now you're required to provide that information. And if you provide too much information, better to be criticized for that than not enough.
Right. I agree. And I will tell you, this goes on it was months and months of the Trump administration and the Department of Justice and some of their friends in Congress who had been calling for the release of the Epstein files for years. For years.
Right.
And
like
now,
Kash Patel.
Right. And Dan Bongino and President Trump, frankly, had been doing that.
Right.
And now suddenly had stopped it and was really obstructing that, not letting that happen when they could have. I mean, you remember all, Pam Bondi saying it's right here at the
right here on my desk, and I'm reviewing it right now.
Yeah.
And then later said, no, there's nothing to see here.
Nothing here.
No list, nothing.
Right. This seems to play into that.
I also think it's really, really interesting that Bongino is leaving now.
Yeah.
I mean, there was rumors of that a couple of months ago, and I think they timed it because I think he's had enough.
Yeah. It'll be interesting to see once he's out if he says new things that he's not comfortable saying while he's the assistant director or the deputy director of the FBI. But is this going to satisfy, Matt? I mean, you've been in Congress, you're a congressman. If you've pushed things and you've wanted things done and you get a law passed, is this going to satisfy those in Congress who've been calling for this release?
No, I don't believe it will. I think they're going to be looking for a lot more transparency, and especially when you can look at things that were released prior.
Yeah. And
then what you're seeing now is even more redacted than those.
Right.
That's going to cause some really red flags to go up. I think the Justice Department is really, really misreading this thing.
I tend to agree. And now in the news, the Epstein survivors they're standing up and they're saying out loud, they're slamming the Department of Justice for this partial release and for all the redactions. And they're saying this is not a full, you're not releasing anything. You're not giving us any new information. You're holding back on what we should be getting. And even what you are giving us, there's so much taken out that it's useless for us.
This is going to be a lot more painful for the administration than it really needs to be, and a lot of it seems to be of their own making.
It is interesting why they didn't. Just let's take a step back from the legal part of this and say just politically.
Political.
And you're kind of saying this. The cover-up is worse than the crime.
Exactly.
And I'm not saying there's any crime here, by the way. There's no indication Trump did anything or anything else.
No, but when it looks like you're trying to obfuscate, and don't look over here, look over here. During the whole Nixon debacle, people were a lot more concerned about the opaqueness of everything rather than the second-rate burglary.
Right. That's right. If it had just it was like a nothing burger. If they
it was a nothing burger,
but instead it dragged on for years.
And they're actually falling into the same snare.
Right. And it is interesting when you think of it that way. And Trump has done that here politically. I just don't understand it and it makes you wonder what is in these files that he's hiding so much. Because if you don't believe, and I don't think he's done anything. I don't know, but I don't think he has.
I personally don't think he has either. But the way that they're acts like there's some guilt going on.
And now, because it's dragged on so long, now you're seeing more reports of other people. There's supposedly Michael Wolff, the reporter and the writer who's written books about Trump and has had interviews with Trump and all these things. He was very close with Epstein, and he's saying now, I have seen photographs of Trump and Epstein in a hot tub or in a pool with 14-year-old girls. And again, I haven't seen this. I don't know. But now, as this drags on more, you just get more of this stuff.
It feeds into the whole conspiracy thing.
Opportunists and people. I don't know what's true or not, but it just keeps going on and on, as opposed to if they had just released this in March, all of it, said, here it is, and we'd be done with it.
Right.
We wouldn't be talking about it anymore. But they just keep, like you're pulling the Band-Aid off, like one hair at a time. It's just awful.
It's a badly missed opportunity in my book.
I actually saw Todd Blanche. He's the deputy attorney general.
Right, the one that interviewed the accomplice.
Yeah, Maxwell.
Yeah, Maxwell.
Ghislaine Maxwell. And I saw him this weekend. He was being interviewed, and he asked that question. Why did you go interview her all of a sudden? And she's like, he said, she had never been interviewed. Don't you think we should find out what she had to say? And it's like, she's a convicted child trafficker.
Right.
What is it
convicted?
Right. What is it you're trying to find out from her now?
Right.
No one else has been charged.
And what's the point? And then now, why is she in a really cushy, federal prison?
And they asked him that too. And he came out, this on Meet the Press, and he said because so much attention on this, she was being harassed in prison and all these things. And by the way, child sex traffickers and pedophiles are often harassed in prison. That's not
right.
unusual.
They don't make it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make sure they're safe. Yeah, and that's what he said. We have to make her safe. They sent her to, you heard like Club Fed.
Right.
They sent her to the easiest minimum security prison, and they're treating her like a queen. The other inmates in that that light security prison are complaining because she's getting so much special treatment there.
And when you put all that stuff together, it doesn't smell good. Doesn't pass the smell test.
If you had to make a bet on whether before he's out of office, Trump pardons Ghislaine Maxwell, do you think he will?
Look, with some of the other pardons that he made, I wouldn't doubt it.
I think he will. I feel like there's a deal been done here.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Where she's not going to say anything about Trump, if she could, or make anything up about Trump, who knows. But she's not going to say anything, and in return, she gets to stay in this Club Fed, and at some point before he's done, she'll be out. That's what I think might happen. I don't know.
It wouldn't shock me.
That's what I think might happen. So we'll see what happens. More to come. The release of more Epstein files just happened here moments ago. Everyone's going through them. We'll give you more updates as they happen. Let me ask you this. Congressman Matt Salmon is with me. I'm Barry Marks, and in for Gatos and Bruce today. The gifting. We're going to talk about Christmas is coming up right here. The gifting. Some of the hottest gifts are ones that might be a little cringeworthy when you give them to the person, even though you have the best intentions. We'll talk about that next. Becky Lynn, is that you, Becky Lynn? Hall of Famer Becky Lynn is standing by in the KTAR News Center. We'll get an update and then back with more of the big program. It's the Gatos and Bruce Show.
This holiday season, Genesis of Scottsdale invites you to slow down and relax behind the wheel of a true luxury vehicle. Extending a special welcome, the Genesis Signature Event. The Genesis Signature Event provides low APRs, special lease offers, and bonus incentives for December luxury shoppers. You'll find low 0.99% APRs available on the 2026 Genesis GV80 and GV70 SUVs, as well as the sporty G70 sedan. If you prefer leasing to ownership, you'll appreciate the favorable monthly rates. Still a newcomer, the Genesis Genesis brand has established itself as a leader in the luxury vehicle marketplace. As we approach the new year, it's the perfect time for you to discover what makes Genesis special. Spice up your holidays with a test drive at Genesis of Scottsdale and experience true luxury as it was meant to be. You'll find us on North Scottsdale Road near North Greenway Hayden Loop.
Most new vehicles include a protection package priced at $998 at this dealership. Closed-in lease available to well-qualified lessees approved by Genesis Motor Finance. Not all lessees will qualify. Retailer contribution may vary, including that actual lease payment. Lessee is responsible for third-party fees, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 document fee. Must take new retail delivery from dealer stock by 1/5/26. See deal for details.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Holiday travelers planning to drive this season are enjoying the lowest gas prices in 5 years. The nationwide average for a gallon of gas is $2.79, according to Gas Buddy, down 26 cents from a month ago. And it's the cheapest gas as has been in just about 5 years. Speaking today to ABC News, Gas Buddy petroleum analyst Matt McClain says he thinks the cheaper gas prices are encouraging more travel this holiday season.
That can only translate into a better situation, a little bit more friendly, going, hey, I think I am going to travel to Grandma's house 3 states away instead of doing things a little bit more remotely this year.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Traffic time now. Let's check in with Enrique live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Surprise with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 303 northbound near Waddell Road. Phoenix debris blocking the on-ramp, State Route 51 southbound near Northern Avenue. Phoenix disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound near Camelback Road. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericanRoofingCo.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm Barry Markson, along with Congressman Matt Salmon, in for Bruce and Gatos. Thanks for joining us on this Christmas week. Hope you're having a good week. This is always kind of the interesting time of the year, Matt, right, where you're working and you're not working, and you're trying to. Some people are in, some people are out. Hey, a special thanks, by the way, to our listeners out in Apache Junction. Thank you for
Apache
being here.
Junction.
How does Bruce say that? Apache Junctionites? Is that how you do it? All right. Well, welcome to that. And are you subscribed to our YouTube channel? That's where you get exclusive interviews, breaking news, and special reports from our award-winning newsroom, plus our unique podcast. You can subscribe right now to KTR on YouTube, and you can also watch us there and, of course, on the KTR app. All right, here with Matt Salmon. Matt, Christmas is coming up. Some of the presents, the gifts that are popular this year, but don't seem like you're sending a message to somebody, right? Like, like you give somebody,
breath mints.
You bought, breath mints, exactly. So some of the ones that are interesting now is blood glucose monitors, like getting some of that as a gift. Is that would be a little insulting, maybe? And also gut microbiome testing. Have you heard about this?
No.
Your gut your stomach has this microbiomes. This is the new thing. And I'm, by the way, I'm not usually into the new things very much.
Right.
But I actually have dealt with this a little bit, not myself, but I've seen this, and it's real. We all have a microbiome in our system. And that helps, I'm going to get this wrong, but it helps in how we digest food, how we absorb food, how we get rid of things. It's a big part of whether you gain weight or lose weight or other things.
Is this like the good bacteria?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
That's exactly it. So there's things where you can test this. I had a case several years ago, and it was a dental malpractice case, and it was interesting because what had happened to this poor woman, she was the patient. They had done some things. They gave her some antibiotics, and they gave her some really powerful antibiotics.
And it killed the good stuff.
Yeah. And it almost killed her. Like, she was in the hospital. Yeah. She almost died.
Oh, yeah.
And it took her over a year to get back. It was a whole thing. And I learned a ton. I had no idea about any of this. And in learning about it, they can figure out which biomes do well. Like, you could literally, she had to have some new gut biome, some new bacteria put into her system to kind of get her back where she could be living.
No kidding.
And you can, it isn't this way now, but you can, at some point, I don't think it's going to be far off, but you go to like a gut spa, and they can put like some skinny person bacteria in you that digests food better, that makes your metabolism different, that does
transfusion.
I'm telling you, this is going to be the new thing.
Wow.
It's like they're gonna give, because you know how some people are just skinny and they eat everything in sight, and they eat like crap, and you're just looking at them like, this is ridiculous.
It's not fair.
I'm eating salad and I'm gaining weight.
Right.
And you're like, what's going on?
I look at salad and I gain weight.
Right. And that's what it is. Apparently that's a big part of it.
Right.
So there's probiotics, there's all these new things. So now you can buy these tests. You can give someone a test to take it home and learn about your biome and what you need and things like that.
Actually, I think it's kind of a cool idea.
All right, there's a good idea for you want to buy a gift for Matt. You know what to get him.
There you
now.
go.
Also, the Oura Ring. You know about these Oura Rings?
Oh, I've used them.
Did you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people get stressed out. My wife didn't like it because she's up in the middle of the night a lot, and she didn't like the ring telling her that she's not sleeping enough. She thought the ring was yelling at her. She didn't like that. But I have friends who they wake up first thing in the morning. All they want to know is, how was my sleep?
You know what? And the Apple Watches are now giving you that kind of information too. But I think the biofeedback that you're able to get from some of these monitors, it's really helpful. It's not just sleep. It's how many steps you're taking. Right. Your heart rate during the day.
Your stress levels.
Stress levels. Yeah. And it's good stuff. And I'm a big believer that there's a strong correlation between where your mind is and how you're doing physically.
That's true.
But so much of it too is based on just your outlook.
Yeah, I agree. It's funny. I have friends now who talk about your energy or your vibration or just how you're. Yeah,
right.
and that's a big part of it. It's your outlook. That's exactly it.
And positive people tend to deal with bad situations a lot better than negative people do.
Right. And how you deal with, we all have stress. Right. You're not going to not have stress in your life. The question is, how do you deal with it? How does it affect your body physically? If you're letting stress grind you down and you're just constantly grinding your teeth and you're, oh my gosh, I don't know how I'm going to get past this, it hurts you physically. It hurts your body.
I read a really good article one time about stress, and they said exactly what you said. Everybody gets stress. What we're talking about is distress.
Yeah, oh, that's good.
And I like that a lot because it puts things into perspective. Where a normal person might just kind of let it flow like water off a duck's back, but you internalize it and it just messes up your whole day because somebody got your cappuccino wrong in the morning or whatever the case may be.
Or you're just worried at work you're going to get something done right, or what your boss going to think. Yeah, it's a difficult thing, but we all have stress, and it's just how you deal with it. And it's funny. I've always dealt with stress relatively well, and I've had a stressful job and stuff. And my wife always loves this because she's like getting stressed about something. I'm like, shake it off. You'll be all right. And that's our joke now. That's how I help her. I say, it'll be fine. And she just laughs at me. He's like, shut up.
I actually read a really great book a few years ago, and there was an institute created in Fort Worth, Texas, to deal with people who were terminally ill. And what they found was almost all of these people, and it mostly tended to be cancer, but they had a really horrible situation in their life the year before. A divorce, a loss of a job, a death of a loved one, and they internalized it so much that their body, it went bad on them.
Yeah,
and I'm a real believer in that kind of stuff. I do believe that in the scriptures it says, "As a man thinketh, so is he." I think if you dwell on negative things, it's going to have a negative outcome on you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think your body does do that. And I think we all see that, right? If you're stressed and you're not getting sleep and there's something really stressful in your life, you get sick.
You do.
Forget about something really bad. But you just get a cold.
Absolutely.
You're running yourself down.
Absolutely.
And that's going to happen. So
try running for office.
It's I want to talk to you about this a little bit. I've always wanted to talk to you. We're gonna get into that, running for office and being in office, and talk about that a little bit coming up as well. So that's going to be great. Yeah. All right. Do you want to talk about stress?
That's what I was talking about.
Yeah. I mean, right after the news with Becky Lynn, we're going to talk about to Paul Calvisi. About the Cardinals.
Cool.
So we can all be a little stressed about that.
Are they going to win?
No.
Ever?
We don't want them to win this year now, right? Now we're all about the draft pick.
That's right. But we want them to really suck so we get a high draft number.
But I don't want to watch the games. I don't want to have to submit myself to these games and watch the losses.
It's frustrating.
So many injuries and so much trouble. So we're going to talk to Paul Calvisi, the Arizona Cardinals host and reporter. He'll be with us live just a moment right after the news. Stay with us. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. That's Matt Salmon. I'm Barry Markson. Stay with us.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
We don't think about it till we need it. Our water heater. Well, Paul Calvisi here and my guys at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating and Plumbing, they're all over it. Not just is it running efficiently? Well, two ways to help. Get a standard water heater flush for just $75 or a tankless water heater flush for only $139 right now. Remove sediment buildup, extend the life of your system, keep your hot water flowing. Schedule your water heater flush today at dayandnightair.com. dayandnightair.com.
Mike Broomhead.
Al Pacino, all the great movies he's been in, but that role, that Tony Montana role. Say hello to my little
I was about to say that too.
Yeah.
You are my little friend. Because I was going to say hello to my little friend.
Son of
What?
Patricia, you always tell the truth, even when she lies.
Mike Broomhead. Weekday mornings, 8 till noon on KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Breaking news, traffic, weather. KTAR News, Arizona's news station.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows. We seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 5-star reviews say it all. Call 480-666-9943 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
Hey, it's Broomhead. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Year End brings incredible opportunities at Beatitudes campus. I'm Jamie West. A change for yourself or maybe your parents? Now's the time. Lock in 2025 pricing and get $10,000 off the entry fee or a $10,000 moving credit for select Central Park residences. Or maybe you're looking for a month-to-month rental. They have great rental residence specials too, but they end December 31st. Learn more by visiting beatitudescampus.org. beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with a charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Nearly $500,000 in medical debt will be erased for another 141,000 Arizonans. It's thanks to a partnership between Governor Katie Hobbs and the national nonprofit undue medical debt. This brings the total of medical debt eliminated to $642 million for more than 485,000 Arizonans. Cases of the flu are on the rise in some areas of the U.S., and health experts warn they could go even higher as people gather for the holidays. ABC News medical contributor Dr. Leah Kroll has the numbers so far.
The CDC is estimating 4.6 million cases of the flu so far this year, with 49,000 hospitalizations, 1,900 deaths, 3 pediatric deaths, and we're expecting these numbers to continue to climb very, very quickly. That seems to be the trajectory we're dealing with this flu season.
Doctors say taking Tamiflu if you suspect having the flu can keep your illness from getting severe. The flu shot also is recommended to keep people from getting complications from the flu. Multiple rounds of rain are forecast for this week, with the most significant showers projected between Christmas Eve and Christmas morning. Meteorologist Gabriel Lujero at the National Weather Service in Phoenix says there's more than a 70% chance that we'll see Christmas showers.
Between Christmas Eve night through Christmas Day morning is when we expect the highest chances of rainfall, and the probabilities of rain is anywhere between 70 and 90%.
He says that while rains are expected tomorrow as well, he doesn't expect those rains to be significant. Well, this could be embarrassing. The world's biggest adult video site has been hit with a massive ransomware attack.
A group of hackers calling themselves Shiny Hunter is thought to have stolen more than 200 million pieces of data, 94 gigabytes altogether, on premium members of Pornhub, including account information, email addresses, and viewing histories. Cybersecurity site Bleeping Computer says Pornhub has been getting extortion emails from Shiny Hunter. No word on whether the site plans to pay up. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Let's check the roads this afternoon now. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash blocking the HOV lane, Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near Val Vista Drive, Tempe, debris on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, westbound near Mill Avenue. Phoenix disabled vehicle blocking the HOV lane, I-17 northbound near Thunderbird Road, and lastly, Surprise with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, Loop 303 northbound near Waddell Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, low temp around 54. That rain moves in tomorrow, mainly in the evening hours, 79 for a high, and then the chance of rain 70%, climbing to 80 on Christmas Eve into Christmas Day. It's 79 right now in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talking pigskin with Polly.
Brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. The difference is day and night.
All right, welcome to it. It's Pigskin with Paulie. The great Paul Calvisi is here with us, Arizona Cardinals host and reporter. And Paul, I feel like we're just bringing you in with the funeral dirge music behind you here. I don't know what else to do. You even got the Cardinals shirt on. That's I burned my Cardinals clothes, but I'm glad you're still wearing yours.
You know what they say in football, guys? Ability is the best availability. So of course it's a holiday week, and where's Bruce and Gatos? Of course. So I'm glad to see you guys here and earning an honest day's check.
That's right. We're here for the money. That's no question about that. Paul, let me ask you: these Cardinals, another loss, and at this point, we're rooting for the Cardinals to lose, right? We're all about the draft pick at this point. They're 3-12. They're not getting to the playoffs. Obviously, the season's over. Is everybody on the same page here? We're just trying to get another loss under our belt and move on to next year.
I used to be in that camp, and then I realized, guess what? You can make good picks and find good players at virtually anywhere on the board. And so does it help to be up near the top? Sure. Kyler Murray once upon a time was the number one pick in the draft. I'm guessing the Cardinals don't have a feasible, realistic shot at the number one pick. So honestly, and maybe this because I'm your friendly neighborhood sideline reporter, and I'm there for all 4 quarters, and I have a front row view. I'm always rooting for wins, guys. I just am. And I think it's essential to the culture. And especially if the young guys are leading the way, that is the gift that keeps on giving, if you will, into a next season. So we'll see. Now you get Joe Burrow coming off the second best passer rating of his career as he throttled the Dolphins. He had 4 touchdowns, no picks. And so you got to go to Cincinnati. Might be a barn burner. The Bengals defense is dead last in every single category. We'll see. We'll see what happens Sunday.
Paul Calvisi is with us here talking about the Arizona Cardinals. Paul, the Cardinals, they've dropped 7 straight. They've lost 12 of their last 13. Talk to me about next year a little bit. What happens at quarterback? Are we ever going to see Kyler Murray play another down in a Cardinals uniform, or is that too risky if he were to get injured?
This year, he's not going to play again.
Okay.
No, that's already been determined. He's on IR. So we'll see about next year what that means. There's at least 3, if not more, scenarios in terms of quarterback. Now, look, Kyler Murray is under contract. There's big money due, $30+ million, another $20 million once you get to the 5th day of the new league year, which is mid-March, blah, blah, and more blah. Yes, they have to make some decisions in terms of the contract and what the future is there. Jacoby Brissett, could he be a good bridge quarterback? Absolutely. Could he be an excellent mentor? As I've reminded Gatos and Bruce repeatedly, he was the guy who I think was instrumental in a lot of ways with Drake May a year ago. He started the first 5 games and then gave way to the rookie. And look at Drake May now. So if you're going to go the route of a rookie quarterback, that would definitely be beneficial. I can't think of a better veteran quarterback to have in the same room than Jacoby Brissett. Who knows? Who knows where he ended up on the draft board? Who knows who's declaring for the draft? And who knows what the Cardinals talent evaluators think of this QB draft class?
Paul Calvisi is with us talking to Arizona Cardinals. What about the coach here, Paul? Is a lot of people I'm starting to see saying this may be the end for Gannon. Is he going to survive and be back head coach next year?
All right, so I do remind those guys, I cover the team. I don't run the team. I'm nowhere near the decision makers on this one. I'll just say this much. To me, and I've been around Jonathan Gannon enough to know he does know what he's doing, and he is definitely to me, I don't see the benefit in making a move there. To me, I liken it to, like, look at Cleveland with Kevin Stefanski, right? You stick with a coach up and down, thick and thin, because you have a guy who's really capable at that spot. Even the great Kyle Shanahan has gone through a 4-12, a 6-10 season. I think what you have to realize, it can go way beyond the coach, good or bad. And so those evaluations have to be made. And I have no idea what's tracking or trending or what they're thinking. But, yeah, it's a popular question, and you get it everywhere, and that's what happens. When losses pile up, there will be change, and that is the way in the NFL. So whether that includes the coaching staff, I mean, you already see some reports about some of the assistant coaches. I get it. But beyond that, who knows? And I think a lot of it could be contingent on how you finish this season. What sort of there are first impressions and there are final impressions, and those can go a long way in deciding the future of an NFL team.
Paul Calvisi is with us here on KTAR. So, Paul, this last game, Cardinals actually came out kind of strong. They were up 13-3 at one point, and then the Falcons took over and scored 23 out of the next 26 points. Is it now we're going into Cincinnati? Tell me about the players. Are they still? I know we have a lot of young players. There's been a ton of injuries. Let's be fair about this. There's been a ton of injuries on this team. Are the players still playing hard? Are they? I mean, obviously they're playing for next year for themselves individually, but are they playing as a team? Are they putting the effort in?
Jacoby Brissett was asked last week about mode of play, translation, energy, intensity, physicality. Are you seeing it? And he admitted he's been on teams in his 10-year career. When they were eliminated from the playoffs, guess what? You saw a reduction in effort. He hasn't seen that with this team. And I can just tell you, put my finger to the wind from the sideline, I haven't seen any of that either. I mean, guys, they came out and took a 10-0 lead, right? That wasn't the reason that they ended up with another one-score loss. They had 8 possessions, 6 of them ended up in field goal attempts. If you could just get some of those field goals, turn them into touchdowns, you get into the red zone, you were 0 for 2 in the red zone. Atlanta was very successful in the red zone. That essentially was the difference in the game. The other big difference in the game was Atlanta did a really good job with their pass defense, unlike any other defense so far this year. You had a combined 7 catches by Trey McBride, Michael Wilson, and Marvin Harrison Jr. on 14 targets. So they did a really good job with cloud coverage, light box. They didn't rush very many people after Jacoby Brissett, but they dropped a lot in coverage, and it worked. They did a really good job, as good as any team we've seen, especially against Trey McBride.
All right, Paul Calvisi is Cardinals host and sideline reporter. As always, great to have you here, Paul. And
okay, guys.
Merry
have a
Christmas.
Great holiday.
You too.
Merry Christmas.
All right, thanks.
Take care, Paul.
Paul Calvisi with us here on KTAR. All right, coming up, Matt Salmon, Barry Markson in for Bruce and Gatos on Outspoken. We're going to talk about what's going on in Australia right now, Matt, and whether this can apply here. Australia has banned social media for kids under 16. And a lot of other countries are looking at this now saying, hey, should we do that too? We're going to talk about, number one, can we do that in the United States? But let's assume we could for a moment. We're going to talk about whether we should.
Right.
Should we? Is that something parents should be deciding, or is it something we should just say as a society, this does no good for having little
what's
kids?
really interesting is my son is in Australia as we speak.
Oh.
And he is a child psychiatrist.
Oh, my goodness.
And so, I'd love to get some of his thoughts on this, but I'll tell you what, the impacts of social media on society are not all good.
We're going to talk about that on the other side. Stay with us. We'll get an update in the news desk, and then back with more. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. I'm Barry Marks and Matt Salmon with you on KTAR.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialists isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then REP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
With Steel, batteries are included. This holiday season, give a gift that's ready to go right out of the box. For everything from cleaning up the yard to cutting up firewood, Steel tools check off the wish list and knock out the to-do list. And right now, buy select battery tool sets and get a free extra battery. Visit SteelUSA.com for holiday deals and gift ideas. Happy holidays from Steel. Offer valid for a limited time only at participating dealers while supplies last.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Hey folks, this is AQ Shipley here, and I've got some news to help add some luxury to your holiday shopping. My buddy Bull Earnhardt, general manager of Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback, is opening the doors to stunning offers during the Lexus December to Remember sales event going on now. Take the 2026 Lexus TX SUV for a spin, with 3 rows of refined space and first-class comfort for every passenger. Or step into the 2026 NX 450h premium plug-in hybrid delivering 304 horsepower with an impressive estimated 84 combined MPG. Take it home for only $579 per month on a 36-month lease with $49.99 due at signing. Plus, enjoy the honest, no bull difference you expect from the Earnhardt family. Shop now at EarnhardtLexus.com. New vehicles include the No Bull Protection Package to protect your investment at $579 unless otherwise noted. After all applicable offers on select styles, lessee responsible for maintenance, excess wear, and 25 cents per mile for all mileage over 10,000 miles per year. On approved credit through Lexus Financial Services. Excludes tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for full details. Offers end 1/5/26.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
We can provide any medical care to people who are unhoused in the park.
The city of Phoenix recently passed an ordinance that, once it goes into effect next year, will require organizations to get permission to give medical treatment in city parks. Kim DuPre with Circle the City says this will make it harder to ensure unhoused people get critical care.
Kind of what we do for a living, unfortunately. We meet people where they are, so that could be the parks, under bridges, it could be on sidewalks, it could be in facilities.
She worries it won't result in cleaner and safer parks as the city wants, adding there will still be people needing help in those spaces. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads now, wherever you're headed this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia with a little help for you from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. In Tullison, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound, approaching the Loop 101 Agua Fria transition ramp. Phoenix with a crash on the left shoulder on-ramp. I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound at Jefferson Street. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound, near Val Vista Drive. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, if you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, it's time to listen up. It's Mike Broomhead for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. But how do you know if it's the right time? Lund Mortgage will track the rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email them, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Choose hope for children in foster care through Child Crisis Arizona. Together, we can assure all children are safe. The qualifying foster care tax credit is one way you can help. Contribute up to $618 individually or $1,234 jointly to Child Crisis Arizona and receive a dollar-for-dollar tax credit. Your gift provides hope and a brighter future to children in foster care. Visit childcrisisaz.org. That's childcrisisaz.org.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp with the reasons you should choose Gleason Roofing. They're a GAF Master Elite contractor. Only 2% of roofing companies get that award for the highest standards. Family-owned Gleason Roofing's been in the Valley for over 25 years and has a BBB A+ rating. And Gleason Roofing did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. Visit GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. Now, LifeSource pays your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. Offer ends December 31st. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
We talked to the Greater Phoenix Chamber.
All right, welcome back. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. I'm Barry Markson here with Congressman Matt Salmon sitting in on Christmas week. Hope you're doing well, everybody, and hopefully not working anymore, Matt. It's funny. I love this. Some people are still working today and tomorrow and maybe even Wednesday.
Yeah, I hope you have some time to reflect, look at the end of the year.
Yeah, take some time off.
Be with your family.
I'll tell you, I used to like working this week and the week between Christmas and New Year's sometimes because it was quiet.
Nobody's there.
Yeah, and you get actual work done,
Right.
clean out your
Right.
desk. It was kind of a nice time. Hey, this fascinated me. In Australia, they passed a law outlawing social media, no Facebook, no Instagram, no TikTok, for anyone under 16. So
Wow.
15 years old, up to 15 years old until 16.
I know a lot of parents here would love that.
No social media. Yeah. And just took it out of the parents' hands. It's not a parent thing anymore.
Right.
You're just out.
Right.
And other countries now are looking at that. A lot of countries are lining up and saying, let me see how this is working and looking at whether they would do that. And I wanted to ask you, I mean, first of all, constitutionally, I don't know that we can do that. Just say you can't access
I think
something.
it would be on really shaky grounds.
But let me ask you,
from a constitutional point of view.
If we could.
If we could, would it be a bad idea?
Yeah.
I don't think so. In fact, I have 9 grandkids, and you see the kinds of pressures that the kids are under today, and a lot of it really comes through their interactions on social media.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a whole different set of pressures, and the body shaming that goes on, particularly with girls.
Right.
But I could go on and on and on. But the fact is, you see a lot of kids that graduate from college today that have no idea to have a personal interaction with anybody.
Yeah, I agree. It really has changed the world. Look, and I don't want to sound like some old guy who's
Right.
like,
Some old geezer that
Yeah. But it has changed everything, and it's I do it with my kids. I have boys now; they're 23 and 22, and we've always said we have phones, we have technology, we have all this, but we always said you don't put those at the table. If my kid picks up his phone at the table, I'm calling him out. What are you doing?
Right. Good for you.
And we stop that. And the funny thing is now they do it to us. Like if my wife or I pick up our phone, like what are you doing? And because that's where we talk. We're going to sit and we're going to interact and my kids can have a conversation with you and can talk. But you're right. I mean, there's a lot of people who they're addicted to that phone.
And they don't know how to actually have a conversation with somebody. And it's worse than that. When I served 2 different stints in Congress, One was in the 90s, and then the other was when Barack Obama was president.
Right.
And when I came back, that was the media was asking me all the time, what's the difference? And I said, I feel like I've been landed on a different planet altogether. And so much of it, like 95% of the change, the polarization, the hate speech, all that other stuff, was a result of social media.
Yeah, and
and the troll farms out there, and people saying horrible things about you on social media that they wouldn't dream of saying to your face.
Right. It is really amazing, and people who become stars because of that, they raise a bunch of politicians. I mean, now who raise a bunch of money and get. You know, Marjorie Taylor Greene's an interesting case study in that she's somebody who said more and more extreme things. She was big on social media. She had a huge following. She made a lot of money. I mean, political contributions, which made her a powerhouse. You could not ignore her.
Right.
Whereas it wasn't that when you were there in the 90s. They'd be backbenchers. They might get on CNN or something once in a while and make some noise.
You had a lot of people talking on CNN till the wee hours of the morning, when everything was empty, because that's the only chance they ever got to talk.
Right.
And you know what? There's something to be said for that. But I will tell you that a lot of the people that are growing up, today, have a real hard time when they actually have to talk with somebody face to face.
Yeah.
And we've lost a lot of skill sets. And I mean, that's beside the point. I think there's a lot of things that are really great about social media, but I think there's a lot of things about social media that are really, really harmful.
Yeah, no, I agree
especially
with you.
the kids.
So you think if we could do it in the United States,
if we could do it, I'd do it.
You'd do
I'd
it?
vote for that.
And is that the age? Is it like 16 where you're saying, hey, anything younger than that, we're going to say no social media?
I mean, it's something you're probably going to have to play hit and miss with, but
I think you do it up to about 26. No social media till you're 26.
I like that. I like that even better, Barry. But the fact is, you have parents that are giving their kids smartphones when they're in kindergarten.
Yeah.
And I think that it really hurts the socialization.
Yeah, I think you're right. And we've learned now, and we really kind of know now that these sites, the TikToks and the Facebooks and all these, they're designed to get you addicted to it. Not just kids, but everybody, but to get you addicted to it.
Well,
and
with
clicking
all
on
the
it more.
algorithms that they do and everything, they know exactly what your interests are. And that's the other sad thing about people that just get their news, from the media and from social media, the internet and social media, is that they know what kind of news to send you because they know what you're interested in. And if all you ever hear is what you already believe anyway, and you're never going to challenge yourself on anything, isn't that sad for this country?
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is.
That's
too.
exactly what it is.
And it's so obvious.
The media is playing to their own constituencies.
And it's
they're actors anymore. They're not news givers.
Right. And they want to say something more outrageous that they're the ones getting the most likes and thumbs up or whatever. But I will say it's so obvious how those algorithms work. I bought a new watch, and I started looking at watches, and then all of a sudden on my social media feed, watch. I don't like wow.
Yeah.
And sometimes I swear
it's almost like magic.
I think my phone hears me. I was in here one time. We were just talking about something off air, and then the next day I start seeing stuff on my social media about what we talked about. That's impossible. How did that happen?
I don't know if you have a Lexus at home. We do not. But my wife was talking about something. I won't mention it. But it was a product that she wanted to buy, and then the next day she was flooded with information about that product. And so,
that's what's happening.
It's crazy.
That's a real thing. That's interesting. Well, there's going to be a lot of other countries looking at this. We'll see if the ban on social media for children expands. I think you're going to see this in other countries. I think we're all starting to recognize the harm here, and that's going to be bad for some of these social media companies. But we'll see if enough countries start doing this where it gets critical
mass. You look at the teenage suicide rate in this country, and that is a factor.
It absolutely is. All right, coming up, Becky Lynn standing by in the KTAR News Center. We're going to get an update in what's going on here in Arizona and around the country. And then on the other side, is the Republican Party fracturing? I'm going to ask Congressman Matt Salmon that. We had TP USA, Turning Point USA, had their big America Fest here over the weekend, and they were...
And the sparks flew.
A lot of infighting going on there.
Flying,
exactly. So we're going to talk about that, and also things like Heritage Foundation and a lot of their people leaving, going to other... is it America First? Is it MAGA? Is it conservative? Is that the same thing now? We're going to find out on the other side.
There's
so stay with us.
There's somewhat of a battle for the soul of the Republican Party
That could be it. That's Matt Salmon. I'm Barry Markson. It's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, only on KTAR.
It's Gatos, and now is the best time to get your windows replaced by Advanced Window Products. They've got their year-end sale. Get this, ready? $2,500 off when you mention Gatos and when you purchase 10 windows or more. Advanced Window Products, a local company that sells direct to the public. It's also a family-owned business. They specialize in custom vinyl replacement windows and doors for 39 years, servicing satisfied customers since 1986. If your windows are leaking air, discolored, warping, or have condensation between the panes, it's time to get those windows replaced and save money now. Call 480-746-4280. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee them for life. Year-end sale. $2,500 off when you purchase 10 windows or more. 480-746-4280. Online, advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, this past summer, we crushed it at Casa Galvisi with that brand new AC system from Day and Night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. But now, what about the furnace? Are we sure it's good to go? Because right now, a heating tune-up is only $79. Only $79 to help prevent costly breakdowns, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain that manufacturer's warranty. Only $79 this month to get a heating tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Book 24/7 at dayandnightair.com. Hey, the end of the year, it's here, and it's time to go there. Our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event. Yep, Paul Calvisi here a few years ago. We bought during the Ford year-end sales event because we're talking the best time to celebrate. And when we can lease, you can lease right now a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Big Ben for just $299 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $2,000 cash back. Or lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get $1,000 cash back. That's right, lease a Ford Bronco Sport Big Ben for just $249 a month for 36 months, plus Jeep owners get that $1,000 cash back. It's the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, so get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com. That's buyfordnow.com.
During the hustle and bustle of this holiday season, not all the choices we make are weighted the same, but where you choose to donate your time and treasure matters. When you make a donation to Barrow Neurological Foundation, 100% of your gift fuels cutting-edge research, innovative new treatments, and the training of the next generation of neuroscience leaders at Barrow. It matters for the 1 in 3 people affected by neurological conditions worldwide. Visit supportbarrow.org to learn how your support makes a difference and make your tax-deductible donation today.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com. If you're looking to sell your house and want the convenience of a guaranteed cash offer, I'd be honored if you gave us a try. I've been working in Valley Real Estate for 25 years and have purchased over 18,000 homes during that time. DougHopkins.com offers you peace of mind while selling your house. Since I'm paying you cash, there are no banks involved, no closing costs, no expensive real estate commissions, and you can sell your house in as-is condition with no repairs. I take care of everything. DougHopkins.com will give you an honest cash offer for your house. We'll put it in writing and we'll guarantee it. We're not going to bait and switch you by offering a high amount contingent upon inspections. Then down the road, come back and try to renegotiate to a lower price. The price I offer the first time is the price I'll pay, and I'll guarantee it with a $5,000 non-refundable security deposit. It's as simple as that. Just go to DougHopkins.com for your free no-obligation cash offer 24 hours a day, or call 1-800-SELL-NOW. That's 1-800-SELL-NOW.
Hey, it's Broomhead. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good afternoon. It's 5 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn. Well, we won't see a white Christmas around here, but we might have a rainy one.
Multiple rounds of rain are forecasted this week, with the most significant showers projected between Christmas Eve and Christmas morning. Meteorologist Gabriel Lujero with the Phoenix National Weather Service says there's more than a 70% chance we'll see Christmas showers.
Between Christmas Eve night through Christmas Day morning is when we expect the highest chances of rainfall, and the probabilities of rain is anywhere between 70 and 90%.
He says that while precipitation is expected on Tuesday as well, he does not expect those rains to be significant. He further states that the valley may receive up to a half inch of rain on Christmas Eve and Christmas. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
A 2-year-old girl pulled from a backyard pool in Tempe this morning has died. Police tell us the discovery was made at a home near Rural and Carver Roads around 11 a.m. The girl was rushed to the hospital in critical condition and passed away a short time later. An investigation into her drowning continues. KTAR and Fulton Homes remind you 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. To learn more, go to KTAR.com/water safety.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
We can provide any medical care to people who are unhoused in the park.
The City of Phoenix recently passed an ordinance that, once it goes into effect, will require organizations to get permission to give medical treatment in city parks. KTAR's Ballin Overstolz is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Yeah, Becky, that new rule passed 8-1 last week and is set to go into effect March next year. Kim Dupre with local nonprofit Circle the City says this will make it harder to ensure unhoused people get critical care.
There's so many challenges with people coming to us because they don't have transportation, or they don't have a phone, or they have a cart of their belongings that they can't put on a bus to get to us. It definitely will hinder our ability to meet people.
And she also worries this change will not result in what the city wants, cleaner, more visually pleasing parks.
And they actually go to places that are probably more unsafe for them and more unsafe for our staff to reach them.
Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstolz, KTAR News.
Following numerous reports and a threat by the FTC to investigate, Instacart says it's changed all the pricing tests it had been doing on its site.
Consumer Reports recently published a story about how different Instacart shoppers at the same grocery stores could face radically different prices for the same products. Instacart said it wasn't dynamic pricing based on supply and demand, and it wasn't pricing based on customers' individual profiles. What it was, the online shopping app says, it was a series of short-term randomized tests that let stores run price changes to gauge shoppers' reactions to certain items. Instacart, which has agreed to a $60 million settlement with shoppers, also says all of its testing has now been halted. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Starting today, American Airlines customers will have new flight options out of Phoenix's Sky Harbor Airport. As early as June 2026, flight dates are available in and out of Abilene and McAllen in Texas. And that same month will also offer Friday and Saturday flights to Kalispell in northern Montana. Other flights running through fall of 2026 include Rapid City, South Dakota, and Bozeman, Montana. Winter dates will be offered for daily flights to Lincoln, Nebraska. Checking on our traffic right now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash block in the intersection, I-17 southbound near Deer Valley Drive. Phoenix with a crash block in the center lanes, State Route 51 southbound near McDowell Road. Phoenix with a crash on the left shoulder on-ramp, I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound at Jefferson Street. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. Lock in the 2025 pricing, plus get $10,000 off an entry fee or moving credit on select residents before the end of the year. For more information, go to beatitudescampus.org. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
We broke a record at 82 degrees at Sky Harbor today, and tonight we're going to see a low of 54, partly cloudy tomorrow. By tomorrow night, there's a 70% chance of rain in our forecast. High tomorrow, 79, and we're going to start to back it off a little bit. 76 Wednesday, Christmas Eve, 80% chance of rain, and Christmas Day, 70% chance of some showers, and our high at 74. Right now it is 80 in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, welcome to it. It's Outspoken. Bruce and Gatos taking a couple days off for the holidays. I hope you're having a good Christmas week so far. I'm Barry Markson, joined by former Congressman Matt Salmon. And Matt, great to have you.
It's great to be with you, Barry. Really enjoying it.
Yeah, this is going to be fun. All right, this hour number, the second hour, by the way. Many people say it's the best hour of the show. Yeah, it's.
I think it's the best hour. I don't know. Sometimes I like the third hour.
Well, we're going to find out.
Depends on the day.
That's true. All right, so we're going to jump in here. We just had a big event here in Phoenix. Turning Point USA, the Charlie Kirk's organization. Right. They're based in Phoenix. A lot of people don't know that. They're based right here in Phoenix, and they have annually they have an America Fest. They have a big event, a lot of speakers. It goes on for several days. That just happened. It was last weekend, and it was a very big event. In fact, Vice President J.D. Vance flew in and spoke at the event. Donald Trump Jr. was here. Right. Amongst all sorts of other people, and a lot of what we would consider the right wing, the conservative social media stars, right? The Megyn Kellys and the Tucker Carlsons and
the MAGA stars.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro's. So, but we saw there, and we're seeing it in other places here as well. And I'm glad you're here, Matt, because you're especially in tune to comment on this. Is the Republican Party splintering a little bit? It seems to be. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to start off by just telling you this. Donald Trump Jr. at the America Fest, at this Turning Point USA event this weekend, he said, and this is a quote, "This isn't the Republican Party anymore. It's the America First Party." So basically saying the Republican Party is gone, and this is Trump's party. And if you want to play along, you have to be in America First.
And I think that this idea of basically making it the party of Trump versus the Republican Party has been something that's been going on for a long time.
Yeah.
But what happened, even within the MAGA ranks, there is some splintering going on.
Right.
So you got Candace Owens, who was not there, but she was talked about quite a bit.
Yep.
Candace Owens, who has been in past years a real darling of the MAGA, the whole MAGA universe.
Yeah.
And she's been coming up with a lot of conspiracy theories that, that maybe staff, high-ranking staff of TPUSA was somehow involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
You've got the clash between guys like Ben Shapiro and Tucker Carlson.
Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
But the Tucker Carlson, the kind of at the heart of all of it is really whether or not you support Israel.
Right.
That's what's really interesting. Right. So what happened to the Democrat Party on this very same issue is now happening to the Republican Party.
Yeah, you're seeing the anti-Semitism that we've seen on the left is starting to creep into the right.
And Tucker Carlson got a lot of grief when he had Fuentes on.
Yeah, Nick Fuentes.
And basically treated him like he was, a normal guy. He's not a normal guy.
Yeah.
He's a white supremacist who is very, very bigoted and has a lot lot
Yeah.
He's a neo-Nazi.
And he is, and a misogynist. He says the worst, nastiest things about women you've ever heard.
Right.
And about
not a good human being. And Tucker basically validated the guy in his interview. And a lot of folks, including Ted Cruz, stepped up and said, you know what, that's not cool.
Yeah. And this is, what I want to talk to you about, Matt, on the anti-Semitism side of this. This used to be stuff that in Republican and conservative circles, somebody would say something like this.
They were immediately slapped down.
Immediately slapped down and kind of said, you're not part of this, you're not here. Going back all the way to the John Birch Society, going back decades, right? When they were saying racist things and the party...
And anti-Semitic things.
And the party and Barry Goldwater and other people said, get out. And William F. Buckley said it. This isn't your party.
Ronald Reagan.
And Ronald Reagan did.
That's right. No, we have no tolerance for that kind of speech.
Right. And here we saw, it's interesting, the conspiracy part of this. I mean, Candace Owens, one of the things she's saying, as you said, is that Turning Point USA executives, Charlie Kirk's friends, she's alleging they were part of the assassination conspiracy.
Right.
Which, look, I'm going to tell you, it's ridiculous.
And she is alleging that Charlie Kirk was assassinated because he stopped or he made a change in his ideology to be more anti-Israel.
Right. So
that's why he was assassinated. So she believes Israel and Egypt was in on the assassination.
Right.
And I mean, it's way out there, ludicrous kind of stuff. But Tucker Carlson has also, you remember at his speech at the Charlie Kirk Memorial, where he was panned by literally all the, pro-Jewish organizations for being incredibly anti-Semitic.
No, he is anti-Semitic now. There's really no question.
He was basically throwing out the, the, what do you call it? Not the race baits, but the, trying to the dog whistles.
Oh,
that's the name. Yeah,
right.
The
They don't come out and directly say it, but even now they're starting to do that more. But you even saw with like the Megyn Kellys, who's a big supporter of Erica Kirk and Turning Point USA, but she refuses to say what Candace Owen is doing is wrong.
Right.
And there's a lot of that going on right now. I think, frankly, it's driven by money. I think these people are seeing Candace Owens getting huge amounts of views on YouTube. She's making a ton of money by what she's doing, and they want to be part of that. They don't want to push away those people from listening to their podcasts or to drowning them out. And Ben Shapiro, to his credit, stood up and called those people out.
I'm glad he did.
Yeah,
and Ted Cruz has done the same thing.
Yep, and people have done that. And that's what Republicans, that's what conservatives always used to do. And now, of course, Ben Shapiro is being attacked, saying he's trying to cancel people. Ben's not
It has nothing to do with canceling anybody. It's basically saying if you're going to legitimize garbage like this, hate garbage, anti-Semitic hate garbage, if you're going to legitimize this, then you know what? We're not going to invite you to speak at our organization.
And it isn't even just the anti-Semitic stuff.
It has nothing to do with canceling anybody.
Ben Shapiro talked about truth, that people who are these influencers on the right and who are talking to the people, they have a duty to speak the truth.
Right.
And one of the things that I find very interesting here, and it's, again, I'm going to say up front, I think what Candace Owens is saying about Turning Point USA people being involved in this assassination is it's ludicrous.
It's sick.
It is. It's ridiculous. But I find it fascinating that many people with Turning Point USA who were all about the conspiracies that the election was stolen in 2020 and in 2022, they were all about supporting those conspiracies and putting those out there and really using that to try to drive money and attention. Suddenly they're getting the other side of it. They're the ones faced with the conspiracy theory nonsense now. And now suddenly it's, wait a minute, what are you doing? Why are you attacking us? What's going on? And I hope there's some learning from that says, hey, let's just be honest. It's okay. You can be conservative and America first or whatever it is, but let's not have separate sets of facts. Let's work on the same set of facts.
I used to love to say to people, Barry, you are entitled to your own opinions, but you're not entitled to your own set of facts.
Yes.
And that's really where the problem lies. But as you mentioned, there's a lot of people, and it gets back to that whole Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson interview. Remember when the head of the Heritage Organization came out and said, well, we're not going to, Tucker's just fine and dandy, and we're not going to call him on the carpet for that. Well, right after that, you had some of the top people and some of the top donors that pulled the plug and said, we're not going to do anything with Heritage anymore.
Yeah, and they tried to backtrack
and
a little
now
bit.
You're seeing people leave Heritage in mass exodus.
So Mike Pence, and I'm glad you brought that up, Vice President Mike Pence, he has his own conservative organization now that's doing conservative thinkers and intellectuals and policymakers, and they have just been poaching people from Heritage, bringing them over, top level people, and everyone's like, what's going on at Heritage? Why you're leaving? And Heritage is calling these people who are leaving, they're calling them disloyal and these things, and what they're saying is, no, I'm a conservative Republican.
Following their hearts.
Yeah, I'm a conservative Republican. I'm going to go over here where we have our ideals and this is what we're supposed to be. And again, I'm going to bring it back. Donald Trump Jr. and J.D. Vance at this Turning Point USA thing over the weekend said it's not the Republican Party, it's the America First Party.
Right.
And I guess the question is, what comes out? Because Trump's going to be done here in a few years. He's got 3 years left.
And then where do we go from there?
Where do we go? It's because what Trump has shown us is he can win, but other people who try to beat Trump don't win.
Well, right now, I mean, and some of the issues that I have, I mean, one of the biggest things that we Republicans have been trying to tackle for the last 30 to 40 years, probably ever since even before Ronald Reagan, is the outrageous spending at the federal level.
Yeah.
And there was always a big push for a balanced budget amendment because right now we're spending into oblivion. I mean, we're over $36 trillion in debt, and the person that holds the most debt on the United States is China.
Yeah.
And we should be apoplectic about that right now. But nobody really in the Republican Party is even talking about it anymore. It's been replaced with a whole different set of values. And sometimes it frightens me, but sometimes this new Republican Party we're looking at, or maybe it isn't the Republican Party, the America First Party, whatever it is, they're okay with big government as long as it's in their image.
It's their big government.
And I have a problem with that.
Yeah.
Because I don't like big government. Ronald Reagan said it best when he said, you know what? The closest thing we're ever going to see to eternal life in our lifetimes is a government program.
Do you think Ronald Reagan would be welcome or accepted in the Republican Party or the America First Party today?
I do not.
Really?
I don't.
Yeah.
In fact, I've heard a lot of people that are kind of doing revisionist history now. And, well, Ronald Reagan wasn't all he was cracked up to be.
Oh, my goodness.
Pointing out that, he did the first really big amnesty, and things like that. And, I think if Ronald Reagan knew what was going to happen after that amnesty, he probably wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
But the fact is, I don't think there has been a president of his caliber ever since, not even close. I'm a Ronald Reagan guy from the get-go.
Yeah.
And I believe that he was one of the most amazing leaders I've ever seen. And I don't believe that the current party
it's moving in another direction.
No, because they've moved away from the peace through strength, the spending, the whole 9 yards. It's a different animal.
All right, coming up, that's Matt Salmon, by the way. I'm Barry Marks, and we're here sitting in for Gatos and Bruce today. Coming up, Becky Lynn is standing by. We're going to get an update for you. And on the other side, why does everyone need a wheelchair to get onto a plane these days, but they don't seem to need one to get off? We're going to talk about that on the way back. It's KTAR.
It's one thing to save for retirement. It's entirely another thing to be ready for retirement. Hey, it's Bruce St. James, and Trajan Wealth helped me build a real plan, a plan that wasn't about guesswork. It was about peace of mind. Their fiduciary advisors sat down with me, explained everything in terms that I could understand, gave me options, asked me questions, and never once did they try to sell me something I didn't need. I'm a client now, and I refer my friends and family to them because I couldn't be any happier. If you want a clear path forward, well, call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered, investment advisor, client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Phoenix residents who call 911 now will be asked if they need help with behavioral health issues so they can be connected with specialists. Police Administrator Allie Edwards tells the Callbox podcast on KTAR.com that dispatchers can use the question to better evaluate the needs of the caller.
Just because it is a behavioral health situation does not mean that police will not respond to it or fire will not respond to it.
Edwards says this new question is a critical step toward getting vulnerable residents the help they need. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic now. Here's Enrique again in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. We got two crashes that are pretty close to each other in Phoenix. We have a crash off right, State Route 51 southbound near Thomas Road. Another crash again off right, also State Route 51 southbound, this time near McDowell Road. And then Tolleson with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound approaching the Loop 101 Agua Fria transition. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Tease the season for great offers going on now at Your Valley Chevy Dealers. During the Red Tag sales event, stop by Courtesy Chevrolet in Phoenix today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Barry Marks and Matt Salmon here for Outspoken, sitting in for Bruce and Gatos. Hope you're having a great Christmas week. And special thanks to our listeners out in Chandler. Thanks, Chandler. Thanks for listening to KTAR. And, of course, are you subscribed to our YouTube channel? That's where you get the exclusive interviews and breaking news, special reports from our award-winning newsroom. Plus, you get our unique podcast. Subscribe now to the KTAR channel on YouTube. All right, this is something that always fascinates me. If you fly Southwest, they let the folks, disabled people in wheelchairs, people who need more time to board, they let them board early. There's an earlier spot. And there's always all these wheelchairs lined up. A friend of mine just told me they were on a flight, 25 wheelchairs to get on that plane. But when they landed, no wheelchairs to get off.
Right.
So people are just faking it because Southwest never did anything.
Come on, Barry, they were healed on the way over.
Yeah, it's an amazing flight. Southwest should sell that. But they do this all the time. So they get on early, and then Southwest doesn't ask. They're not allowed. Their policy. We're not going to ask you. You don't have to say what the disability is. and then they get off and they're absolutely fine. And it just had me thinking, Matt, about these people who just are abusing the system, abusing the rules for their own benefit. And the ones that always get me are the folks with dogs who bring their dogs into a grocery store or into a restaurant, or I saw it in Costco this weekend. And you're like, why are you bringing your dog in here? And it's against the law, by the way. It's illegal to have a dog inside. The exception is if it's a service animal. But why are so many people flouting the rules, flouting the law to their own benefit, just being inconsiderate to their fellow citizens? It is, right?
It really is. It says a lot about where our society's at right now, and it's not good.
Yeah.
I've seen people, and you have too, I'm sure, pull into a parking space that's for handicapped people only, and they have a placard hanging from the windshield or whatever. It may be their parents' car.
Right.
It may be a loved one or something like that. But really, was it meant for them too?
Right.
And you can see they're perfectly healthy. They're in their 20s.
Yeah.
They hop out of their car, skipping into the store. And yet they just parked in a handicapped place.
I'd be so embarrassed to do stuff like that, to just do something that's maybe it's just not right, and you just do it anyway. It's just so crazy, but we see it so much now. I was in Costco this weekend, and I saw this woman. She had like a 75, 80-pound dog, beautiful dog.
Yeah.
And she's walking around Costco with this dog. No service vest on it, no indication that it's a service animal. And there it was again, as I was leaving, it was in the food court area, where you get the pizza and the hot dogs, and she's walking around in the food court. People are eating and stuff. That's why you're not supposed to do that. Inside. And so an employee happened to be standing there. I was waiting for my wife, and I said, "Hey, do you guys let dogs in here?" And he's like, "No." And I kind of showed him, and he said, the only time you let a dog in here is if she told the person on the way in it's a service animal. There's nothing we can do. We're not allowed to ask. And I will tell you, the law in Arizona is you can ask. You can ask about what is it a service animal? What service does it provide? What is it there for? There are questions you can ask to try to deter that and make sure. By the way, nobody's suggesting a real service animal shouldn't be allowed in with somebody who needs it. But for something like this, where it's just, and I don't know what her situation is. To me, it looks like a woman who just likes hanging out with her dog. Maybe there's more to it. Maybe she feels more comfortable, or she's stressed if the dog's not there. The rest of us don't do that. Should we all bring our dogs to Costco and the grocery store now? Is that what we should do?
You're talking to the wrong guy on that, because I think we all should be able to bring our dogs in.
What?
The store. I love my dog. I would love to take my dog everywhere. But Barry, back to, I think about some of the guys that I've actually dealt with, that have PTSD. And a lot of times the dogs that they have of companions don't go through like the same kind of training that like a seeing eye dog or somebody that's trained if they sense something in their master that's awry and they need to go for help or something like that. But there are a lot of people out there that need that kind of companionship. It's hard to explain, and I'm probably a real soft touch when it comes to that kind of stuff. But that's kind of where I fall.
Yeah, well, you're much nicer than I am.
Yeah, well, you know what? I get it. But I am a dog guy,
and
I wish I could take my dog with me everywhere.
And I like dogs, too. I like dogs. But it's just, if we're all going to take our dogs everywhere, look, it's a sanitation issue.
I get it.
It's a health issue.
I do get it.
If there's open food and you're eating, it's just not necessarily a good thing. And also, it's a safety issue. Sometimes I've been in the grocery store, people have their little dogs on those kind of leashes that just stretch out.
Right.
And I've seen people
trip.
Yeah. And that's not a service dog. That's just some lady who wants to bring her dog with her. And it's like, I don't know. I don't like people flouting the rules.
I don't like people cheating the system.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
And I believe me, I've flown over 4 million miles in the last 10 years. And I've seen a lot of people that cheat that system. I mean, when you go to now we're doing the pre-boarding and you got like 40 people in that line.
Right.
It's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
And then,
it's hurting everybody else.
Suddenly they're cured when they get off on the other side.
So Southwest is going to change, I think, starting in January, where you reserve seats. It's no longer first come, first serve. So that getting on early is not going to benefit you anymore. You're going to get your seat.
You have to buy it.
Yeah, but you're going to get your own seat. So it's not going to do you any good.
Right.
So we'll see if that drives up quite a bit now. My guess is it will, but it's definitely kind of an interesting part there. So they call him Jetway Jesus because you get on injured, you're handicapped and disabled, and you get off and you're fine. I can walk again. It's amazing.
I always love that movie Trading Places.
Yeah.
When Eddie Murphy's on that little board, that with the wheels.
Right.
And the cops come up to him and he jumps up and he says, "It's a miracle. I've been healed." That's what it reminds me of.
I just watched that again the other day.
I love that movie.
All right, coming up, we're going to talk about this too, a little more with dogs too. But New York the state of New York is going to have a new bill, and it's going to be signed into law that allows you to end your life on your own terms under certain circumstances, lots of restrictions. It's going to join a host of other states that allow that. We're going to talk about that next. When should that be allowed? It's a very difficult question.
I actually have a really good friend that had that happen with her father-in-law.
And it's speaking of dogs, we had to put our dog down last year. And we're going to talk about, do we treat our dogs better than we do our family members and friends? So we're going to talk about that next. That's Matt Salmon. I'm Barry Marks, and in for the boys. Stay with us. It's KTAR.
If you got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. It's Gatos for Lund Mortgage. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since the last time, so you might want to consider refinancing the mortgage and save money. My friends at Lund Mortgage track the interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. And it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and they'll monitor the market for you and send you an alert when it's the right time to refinance. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. And don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage will show you the whole picture, rates and total costs, so you can make an informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing now, you won't have to make a mortgage payment until 2026. Generations of Arizonans have trusted Lund Mortgage just like me, and so should you. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
This holiday season, Genesis of Scottsdale invites you to slow down and relax behind the wheel of a true luxury vehicle. Extending a special welcome, the Genesis Signature Event. The Genesis Signature Event provides low APRs, special lease offers, and bonus incentives for December luxury shoppers. You'll find low 0.99% APRs available on the 2026 Genesis GV80 and GV70 SUVs, as well as the sporty G70 sedan. If you prefer leasing to ownership, you'll appreciate the favorable monthly rates. Still a newcomer, the Genesis brand has established itself as a leader in the luxury vehicle marketplace. As we approach the new year, it's the perfect time for you to discover what makes Genesis special. Spice up your holidays with a test drive at Genesis of Scottsdale and experience true luxury as it was meant to be. You'll find us on North Scottsdale Road near North Greenway Hayden Loop.
Most new vehicles include a protection package priced at $998 at this dealership. Closed-in lease available to well-qualified lessees approved by Genesis Motor Finance. Not all lessees will qualify. Retailer contribution may vary and could affect actual lease payment. Lessee is responsible for third-party fees, plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 document fee. Must take new retail delivery from dealer stock by 1/5/26. See deal for details.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Hey, this past summer, we crushed it at Casa Galvisi with that brand new AC system from Day and Night, air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. But now, what about the furnace? Are we sure it's good to go? Because right now, a heating tune-up is only $79. Only $79 to help prevent costly breakdowns, inspect for any dangerous carbon monoxide leaks, plus maintain that manufacturer's warranty. Only $79 this month to get a heating tune-up at dayandnightair.com. Book 24/7 at dayandnightair.com.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp with the reasons you should choose Gleason Roofing. They're a GAF Master Elite contractor. Only 2% of roofing companies get that award for the highest standards. Family-owned Gleason Roofing's been in the Valley for over 25 years and has a BBB A+ rating. And Gleason Roofing did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. Visit GleasonRoofing.com to schedule your no-obligation roof audit today. Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with the charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
Upgrading your windows and doors isn't just about comfort. It's about lowering energy costs all year long. That's why Valley homeowners trust the Window and Door Store and our exclusive Seal and Shield installation. We don't just replace windows, we seal, secure, and protect your home from heat, dust, and water leaks for life. Precision craftsmanship, a lifetime labor warranty, and over 1,200 five-star reviews say it all. Call 480-666-9943 now for your free in-home consultation or book anytime at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Tune into The Truth About Money.
with Bruce Weinstein and Tim Travis.
We hand select each and every security in the portfolio as opposed to kind of the more cookie cutter approaches that a lot of the larger firms will take.
Understand challenges facing today's retirees.
They tell us what their wishes and their goals are. We create the plan.
Tune into The Truth About Money, Saturdays at 7 a.m. on KTAR News.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Well, we broke another heat record here in the Valley today, hitting 82 degrees at Sky Harbor Airport. Previous record 79. We could see some cooler temps in the next couple of days and some rain.
Between Christmas Eve night through Christmas Day morning is when we expect the highest chances of rainfall, and the probabilities of rain is anywhere between 70 and 90%.
Meteorologist Gabriel Ojero from the Phoenix National Weather Service says the valley could get up to half an inch of rain on Wednesday and Thursday. More Arizonans are seeing medical debt erased.
Another 141,000 Arizonans will now be debt-free with their medical bills due to a partnership between Governor Katie Hobbs and the national nonprofit Under Medical Debt. Individuals eligible for debt relief earn at or below 400% of the federal poverty level and or owe at least 5% of their annual income for outstanding medical bills. The governor says people should not have to make a choice between paying off debt or putting gas in their car or food on the table. To date, $642 million in medical debt has been eliminated for almost 500,000 Arizonans. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
Former Arizona State Representative Lisa Sun has filed a statement of interest for a run for Arizona governor. Sun, who served in the House as a Democrat, indicates she's running for governor as an independent. She resigned her House seat nearly 2 years ago amid complaints over alleged threatening behavior. Members of Congress talking about the steps they may take in response to the delayed release of the Epstein files. The Justice Department has said more time is needed to ensure the privacy of victims is protected. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has the latest.
Top Senate Democrat Chuck Schumer says he'll offer a resolution to trigger legal action by the Senate to, quote, compel this administration to comply with the new Epstein files law. In the House, the bipartisan authors of the Transparency Act say they may draft articles of impeachment targeting the Attorney General or a resolution finding Pam Bondi in contempt of the House.
And it's time to check your ride home now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Crash on the right-hand shoulder in Mesa on the Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway, eastbound near Country Club Drive. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, State Route 51 southbound near Thomas Road. A look into our surface streets, Scottsdale with a crash on 64th Street, Indian School Road. Phoenix with a crash on 16th Street and Meadowbrook Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
The weather is going to be changing. Today, we broke a record, as you heard just a moment ago, hitting 82. Tonight, 54. Tomorrow's high, 79. It'll be partly cloudy, and by tomorrow night, there's a 70% chance of some scattered showers that continue on into Christmas Eve with a high of 76, and those showers possibly still on Christmas Day with a high of 74. Right now, it's 70 in Maricopa. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, Barry Markson and Matt Salmon in for Bruce and Gatos here on Outspoken. Thanks for joining us on KTAR. Christmas through New Year's Day is the lowest week of the year for blood donations, and January is the highest blood usage month of the year for patients. As we come out of the holiday season, please consider making a blood donation on Sunday, January 4th, at Vitalent's Saving Arizona Blood Drive. Schedule your appointment now at vitalent.org/Save Arizona. Vitalent.org/Save Arizona. Give some blood. Matt Salmon's here with us, and Matt, this is a hard story here, but
it is
in New York, the state of New York, Governor Kathy Hochul, and she's been against this for a long time. She is now in support of a bill that she's going to sign into law that will make it legal in certain circumstances to allow someone who is terminally ill and not doing well for them to kind of assist in their own demise. And this bill's been pending there for a long time. She kept saying she wasn't going to sign it, and she's negotiated it. You have to have 3 separate doctors sign in that you have a condition that's not going to improve. It can't get any better. you have to. There's all sorts of things that have to be in place here to make this happen. But she's going to sign this now. It's obviously very difficult for her. She is a Catholic, as she talks about, and the Catholic Church, and especially in New York, has come out just very much against this and has called this awful. And it's something that's allowed in some other states. And I wanted to ask you about it. It's something that it really obviously we've been talking about this for decades here in the United States. Other European countries, they allow this more. And what kind of brought it home for me was last year we had to put our dog down, our dog Max, and he just got super sick. We couldn't figure out we took him to vet after vet. We couldn't figure out what happened. He wasn't eating. He was obviously in pain. It was awful. And we probably waited too long, frankly, because we were just so hopeful. So we wanted something to happen. But we eventually did it. We had a veterinarian come to the house and just did it. And it was very gentle, and it was awful. It was one of the worst experiences of my life, but also one of the most beautiful, and a way that we thought we were helping Max, because he was just in pain. He had no quality of life. He was in pain. And there are adults like that. And I remember right afterwards thinking, we treat our dogs better than we do our family and our friends because of that. Now, it's a very difficult issue, and it's obviously something that can be abused. But I want to get your thoughts on this. Is this something that we should, with a lot of parameters and limitations in place, but should we allow that for people who have terminal illness? There's no hope of getting better. It's painful. The quality of life isn't there. Should we allow something like this?
Well, first let me say, if I were in office and this bill came before me, I would vote no. And the reason I would vote no is because I don't believe that humans really have the right to play God. And miracles do happen. And, somebody can be terminally ill and unexplained things have happened and people have become healed. That having been said, I understand the other side very clearly and very easily. I have a very dear friend that ended up having her father-in-law actually do this, and they were present when he actually took the medication that the doctor prepared for him to end his life. So he had, full control of everything. And they described it as a very cathartic, actually spiritual experience for them, when this happened. So, I know that in a way, with what we have today, people being able to sign, documents that say do not resuscitate.
Right, DNR. That you
which includes don't give me a feeding tube, don't keep my heart rate going, don't take any extraordinary measures. When I'm gone. So isn't that almost, it's kind of halfway there, isn't it?
Yeah, you were saying that before the show, and I agree with you. I think, why are we allowing that? Right. If we're saying that we have to protect life at this late stage and terminal illness at all costs, and we have the technology and the science and the medicine to keep someone alive, why aren't we doing that? If we're letting them make that decision there, that if I get to this certain place, don't resuscitate me, don't take extraordinary measures. Why is that okay, but this isn't? And I
think that's a really valid question.
Yeah.
That's why I brought it up. But there's just a part of me that really is hesitant, and also knowing that we start with that, and then what does it become 10 years from now? And is it a mechanism for death panels? And I know that got way over politicized and everything, but knowing what society could become. I don't know if you ever saw the movie Logan's Run.
I don't think so. I remember hearing of it.
It's an old movie, but when you got to a certain age, everybody had to be killed.
A forced retirement.
A forced retirement, yeah. And I think it was like in your 30s.
Yeah.
And so there weren't any old people around.
Right. So this New York law, very interesting. It's only going to apply to adults who have an incurable, irreversible illness and 6 months or less to live. Each patient will need to have the sign off of 3 doctors that they fit all those parameters. And then the New York State Catholic Conference has called the bill, it's called the Medical Aid in Dying Act, egregious. And they signaled that it states the, quote, abandonment of its most vulnerable citizens.
Right.
But again, this isn't the kids doing this to parents. It's the parents making the decision or someone making their own decision.
And the slippery slope is when it transfers to somebody else making that decision rather than the person themselves.
Right.
And that's what the fear, every time you get on those slippery slopes, if we can justify it for this, can we now go to the next level?
Right.
And it's a slippery slope. And so while I do understand it, and there's a part of me that empathizes with it greatly, I've seen people, and in fact, when my mother was dying, I remember pleading with God over and over and over again, please take her, because I didn't like to see her suffer. And so I can certainly understand that.
So let me ask you, and I'm not trying to make it too personal, Matt, but you brought it up. So if your mother had come to you, and I'm not saying she would ever have done this, but if your mother had come to you and say, I'm in pain, I have no quality of life, this is awful, it's getting worse every day, I want to do this. I want to stop now because it's going to only get worse. I don't want you to see me like this. I don't want to feel this way.
It'd be really hard.
Yeah.
And people with ALS, where they literally got a death sentence, it's not a question of, if, but when.
Right.
And, you see the heart-wrenching things that those people go through. And, one of my favorite actors of all time was an actor named Brian Keith, and he had a terminal illness and ended up taking his life, rather than, face the pain and the life of indignity, that he was faced with.
And by the way, I think that happens more often than
it does. It happens. It does.
People have a gun in the house.
And so that tugs at my heartstrings like I can't tell you. I mean, it really hits home with me. I just really have a fundamental problem with human beings playing God.
Yeah, and I can understand that too. It's a very, very difficult decision, but I will say, and it's when I hear about people, and I have friends of mine who similar with your mom, where they're just saying it's painful. It's painful for her. It's painful for them. It's not going to get better. It's just, and they're just having to watch their parent in pain and this, and then I did that with my dog, which was this was an awful experience, but like you said, spiritual. It really was. There was a lot there.
And the way you shared it with me, I mean, it was really special because the vet came to your house and, you were able to say your last goodbyes and everything. And
it's very peaceful and quiet and gentle. And it was awful, but also it was just beautiful the way it happened. And it made me literally think, why do we do this with dogs and we won't do this with people in this sort of circumstance?
And in some ways, I like dogs a lot more than I like people.
That's what we're establishing that today. All right, on the other side, there's a congressional district 1, David Schweikert's seat. He's in there now. He's retiring from Congress. He's running for governor. There's a lot of folks running there. So we had Gina Swoboda was running the current Arizona chair of the Arizona Republican Party. A lot of other people all of a sudden are going to run there. We're going to talk about this and the political fallout from this in just a second. So stay with us. That's Matt Salmon. I'm Barry Marks. And in for the boys on Outspoken, it's KTAR.
It's Gatos for Southwest Blinds and Shutters. I want you to go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com. I love this company. I've met with this company several times, and now I've hired this company. James started out several years ago knocking on doors, built his business up from the ground. He and his wife are proud to be local and serve the community. I've been to their showrooms, and they are fantastic. There are 3 showrooms all around town. Go pick one of them. Look at the blinds and the shutters and the shades that they have. Absolute beauty, timeless elegance. The shutters, the sleek look of modern shades, or the energy-saving benefits of smart blinds. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. You can get motorized shades, move them up and down via your cell phone. So do what I did. Go online and check them out. Remember the name, Southwest Blinds and Shutters. You can check them out at southwestblinds.com. That's southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-791-0000. That's 800-791-0000.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Dan Bickley here, and cooler weather means open windows. But what about the air inside your home? You might be surprised at the gunk you are breathing in your personal space. Good news is Parker & Sons offers air quality solutions that will keep your family breathing easy. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, they've got tools to clear the air 24/7. Call Parker & Sons today at 602-2REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. A recent report from the University of Arizona projects our state's economy is going to accelerate in the new year, and that includes jobs expected to grow after slowed growth in 2025. Evan Taylor, U of A Associate Econ Professor, tells Arizona's Morning News that healthcare will have the most jobs.
As the population is getting older, there's going to be more and more healthcare jobs. I mean, I think healthcare is probably, if you're looking for a job, it's going to be the most secure sector to go into right now.
He mentions that unemployment is expected to rise slightly as well in 2026. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic now. It's Enrique, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway approaching the Durango Curve / I-17 southbound transition. Mesa with a crash on the on-ramp US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Gilbert Road. This report is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealer. Toyotathon is on. Choose from all your favorites like Tacoma, Tundra, 4Runner, or Camry. Visit your Valley Toyota dealer today. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's Gatos, and choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. At Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix, they're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in their state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, my buddy Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. You'll be glad you did. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands and thousands of dollars compared to other implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
We don't think about it till we need it. Our water heater. Well, Paul Calvisi here and my guys at Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating and Plumbing, they're all over it. Not just is it running efficiently? Well, two ways to help. Get a standard water heater flush for just $75 or a tankless water heater flush for only $139 right now. Remove sediment buildup, extend the life of your system, keep your hot water flowing. Schedule your water heater flush today at dayandnightair.com. Dayandnightair.com.
Year end brings incredible opportunities at Beatitudes campus. I'm Jamie West. A change for yourself or maybe your parents? Now's the time. Lock in 2025 pricing and get $10,000 off the entry fee or a $10,000 moving credit for select Central Park residences. Or maybe you're looking for a month-to-month rental. They have great rental residence specials too, but they end December 31st. Learn more by visiting beatitudescampus.org. Beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm Barry Markson. That's Matt Salmon in for the boys, Gatos and Bruce. It's Outspoken on KTAR. And Matt, this is fascinating to me, and of course, Matt is a former congressman
recovering politician,
recovering politician, served in Congress.
Matt Salmon, recovering politician,
two different stints, and in the District 1, which is David Schweikert's district, he's in there now. He's stepping down from Congress. He's running for governor, and it's going to be a free for all. This is a district over the last couple of years. It's if not the most, one
it's
of
a
the
swing
most,
district.
Yeah,
it literally is a swing district. One of the few.
Yeah. And Schweikert's won, I think, usually by about 1.5 points, maybe 2 points.
Last time he won pretty handily.
Did he?
When he ran against that Jevin Hodges, I think he won by like 5 or 6 points.
Well, that was 2 rounds ago.
Okay, and then last time he won,
it was the doctor. It was closer. I can't remember his name now.
It was like 4 or 5 points.
Yeah.
It wasn't that close.
Yeah. So it was that really? Okay, I thought it was closer. But in any case, it's up for grabs now. There's a whole bunch of Democrats running. But now on the Republican side, we're starting to see more and more people get into this race. So the first one we really heard of a name recognition was Gina Swoboda.
Right.
She's the current
chairman of the party,
chairman of the Republican Party in Arizona.
Right.
Kind of an election expert and not a crazy conspiracy person. Definitely conservative.
I like Gina. I think she's a great gal.
And important to note, as many people say, well, she's not a Trump person. Well, Trump asked her to serve as the GOP chair here in Arizona,
and then he endorsed her and helped her win.
Right, and they did that. And now Trump has asked her to run for Congress in District 1 and endorsed her. And yet people aren't respecting that because a lot of the MAGA people...
The Turning Point are really dead set against her.
Turning Point USA does not like her. And I've asked her why, and she's... I think I can share this, but it's basically when she, as the party chair, she's not moving party money and party resources to Turning Point. She's not hiring their people. She's not using their consultants or using their companies. And they don't like that.
Right.
So they want people who are in their little group and are going to use their people, and that's the thing. So they're fighting it a lot, and we'll see where that stands. So now... a Turning Point accolade, Joseph Chaplik, who's
he's in the race too.
He's an Arizona legislature. He's a guy who opposed
Freedom Caucus, Arizona Freedom Caucus, right there with Jake Hoffman.
He's exactly that's where he is, and he's going to get. I don't know if he'll get the endorsement from Turning Point, but he's right with those folks,
right?
And that's interesting. And now Jay Feely. Former NFL kicker.
Right, who was running in Congressional District 5.
Andy Biggs' old district.
Andy Biggs' old seat.
And then Sheriff
Lamb.
Thank you. Sheriff Mark Lamb jumped into that race.
Right,
and he's
and
leading
kind of froze everybody else out.
Yeah, because he's leading the polls.
And he got Trump's endorsement.
Yeah.
He got the endorsement from, I think he got the Speaker of the House's endorsement.
Yeah. He locked it up pretty quickly.
Yeah, he locked up
and the polling was already showing him way out in front. So he's in the right spot.
Right.
And Jay Feely.
By the way, that is my old congressional district.
That's right.
So I know it very intimately.
That's right. And Jay Feely, by the way, big Trump guy. He's been on the air here with us on KTR. I've been on with him on the Face Off. On this show a few times, and he came in one time. He was wearing the Trump the golden sneakers, like the Trump sneakers. He had those on. And he's got pictures of him and Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Big Trump guy.
I hope somebody gave them to him.
No, he bought them.
Full price.
Man. So, but he's a believer. So he's right there. So Trump reportedly after Sheriff Lamb got into the race said to Jay Feely, "You should run in another district." And apparently now Jay Feely has taken that to say, well, I'm going to run in District 1. So he's jumping into this too. So now you've got Gina Swoboda, who Trump has endorsed. You have Joe Chaplik, who's the Turning Point guy, and who Trump has not endorsed. And then you have Jay Feely jumping in here, who is a Trump guy. And the question is, are we going to see Trump, which he's done before, is he going to endorse
I think he's going to endorse both of them.
Yeah.
But there is one other really talented guy that's in the race, John Trobo.
Okay.
I actually just met with him today. He's a former CEO and very, very in line with the tech industry.
Okay.
I mean, knows chapter and verse about this, Silicon Valley and all the players there, and is a player. So he's one to watch. But what's really interesting, and you kind of hit on a sore spot for both me and my wife. I have a real problem with carpetbaggers.
Yeah.
It bothers the heck out of me. And so many times, Republicans, myself included, when somebody refers to our system of government as a democracy, they'll jump down your throat and say, no, it's not a democracy, it's a republic.
That's right.
Well, what is a republic?
Yeah.
It's a representative form of government. And how audacious is it to send somebody that doesn't even live in your community as your representative? To me, it's just, it's flat out wrong.
So and I'm sure we'll hear about that. Jay Feely lives in District 5.
Right.
And now he's
going to be commuting.
He's going to run in District 1, right? I think Gina Swoboda lives in District 1. I think that's right. And I know Joe Chaplick does because he represents that district. So we'll see if that makes an
And so does John, the guy I met with today.
And John does too. So it's going to be very interesting. A lot of folks running. It's going to be a spirited primary on both sides because a lot of Democrats are running too. And we'll see. District 1 definitely one to keep track of. And that district, by the way, it's a swing state. It's a toss-up. We're going to see where that plays out. Who the candidate is going to make a big difference. That's for sure.
It is.
Is the Republican Party itself fracturing? And is the Republican Party the big tent, or is it the one now that's saying, hey, we're letting everybody in, even if you're Nick Fuentes and a groper, even if you are anti-Semitic or racist or misogynist? We're going to talk about that on the other side. Are we seeing a fracture on the conservative side of the Republican Party? That's Matt Salmon. I'm Barry Marks, and in for Gatos and Bruce, it's Outspoken. Stay with us, folks. Hour number 3 is coming up on KTAR.
Don't let a leaky roof ruin your holidays. It's Gatos. I want you to call America Roofing, 602-960-ROOF. And when you mention me, here's what they do. They come over and inspect your roof absolutely 100% for free. You're going to have more people in the house. You're going to have friends and family over. You're going to enjoy the festivities. And you want to make sure that your roof is going to hold up. 602-960-ROOF. We've had a lot of rain over the last month. This is a perfect time to call America Roofing and just get an inspection of your roof. Your roof could be warning you that there is trouble. How? Well, do you have a water stain on your ceiling? That means you have a leak. Warped shingles? Do you have missing granules? Let America Roofing get up there and check it all out. They're the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. AmericaRoofingCo.com, 602-960-ROOF. 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 America Roofing, we've got you covered.
Whether picking up a prescription, getting help navigating the healthcare system, or checking in at home, CVS Health is there to make care easier and more connected. Our future is brighter together. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. Now, LifeSource pays your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. Offer ends December 31st. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Murata with some big news for you. If you missed the holiday kickoff, don't worry. Earnhardt Buick GMC is keeping their savings going. We're talking favorites like the 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 for up to $13,000 off MSRP, and the all-electric 2025 Hummer SUV and pickups. Get yours for up to $18,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing. And folks, that's just the start. Even the sleek 2025 Buick Enclave SUV is yours with a savings of up to $9,000 off MSRP. You want it? Earnhardt has it all, priced to move right now. Check them out in Mesa right off the 60 at Superstition Springs Boulevard or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. After all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offer ends 1/2/26.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. Their max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! Whoa! These Vapo-Cool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks Vapo-Cool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Javier Soto. When something's happening in your community, ABC 15 is here to listen, to lift up your voice and get you the answers you deserve. Join me and Faye Fredericks weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
Good evening. It is 6 o'clock. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
They can provide any medical care to people who are unhoused in the park.
The city of Phoenix recently passed an ordinance that, once it goes into effect, will require organizations to get permission to give medical treatment in city parks. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
Yeah, Becky, that new rule passed 8-1 last week and is set to go into effect March next year. Kim DePrey with local nonprofit Circle the City says this will make it harder to ensure unhoused people get critical care.
There are so many challenges with people coming to us because they don't have transportation or they don't have a phone or they have a cart of their belongings that they can't put on a bus to get to us. It definitely will hinder our ability to meet people.
She also worries the change will not result in what the city wants, cleaner, more visually pleasing, and safer parks.
And they actually go to places that are probably more unsafe for them and more unsafe for our staff to reach them.
Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Nearly $500,000 in medical debt will be erased for another 141,000 Arizonans, thanks to a partnership between Governor Katie Hobbs and the national nonprofit Undo Medical Debt. This brings the total of medical debt eliminated to $642 million for more than 485,000 Arizonans. Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays once again is suing the Trump administration. This time, Mays is part of a suit that includes 20 other states and the District of Columbia in suing the White House over apparent plans to defund the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The Bureau was established after the Great Recession and has been in existence for 14 years. The plaintiffs say the agency will run out of money next month, which they contend will have a devastating impact on consumers and disrupt consumer protection efforts led by states. There's a new poll from SurveyMonkey that shows 1 in 5 people wait until just a few days before Christmas to start their shopping, and procrastinators might be pushing retailers toward history. ABC's Jim Ryan joined Arizona's Morning News to explain.
$1 trillion season from Black Friday until New Year's Eve. That would be the expectation from the National Retail Federation.
Ryan added that inflation has a big part to play in this, with the cost of pretty much everything going up. In fact, you might need to win the lottery. Well, 5 Arizona residents didn't win the jackpot, but they are a little bit richer after they played the lottery over the weekend. One person bought a Mega Millions ticket in Scottsdale, and it was worth $20,000. 4 other people bought Powerball tickets in Phoenix and Peoria worth $50,000. If you want to get in on the fun, tonight's Powerball drawing is estimated at $1.6 billion. Tomorrow's Mega Millions jackpot is estimated at $100 million. American Airlines serves about 100 destinations for travelers out of Sky Harbor Airport, and they've just added half a dozen more.
Starting Monday, 6 new American Airlines routes are being set up out of Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport, many of them correlating to areas for travelers to easily reach national parks. Those are Abilene Regional and McAllen International Airports in Texas, Glacier Park and Bozeman Yellowstone International Airports in Montana, Rapid City Regional Airport in South Dakota, and Lincoln Airport in Lincoln, Nebraska. Both of those Montana routes will run through September of 2026, with the Lincoln flights not beginning until winter of 2026. Brandon King, KTAR News.
Today on Wall Street, the Dow jumped 227 points at the close, finishing the day at 48,362. The S&P also up 44, the NASDAQ up 121, If you need more money news, you can visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Time now to get you home, so let's go right to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Chandler with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Werner Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway southbound approaching the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound transition. Mesa with a crash on the on-ramp. US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Gilbert Road. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Roth conversions mean tax-free growth. Consider whether a Roth conversion makes sense for you. Act before December 31st at assetpreservationwealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
After hitting 82 degrees today, we should see an overnight low of 54, and tomorrow things really start to change. We're going to be around 79 for a high, partly cloudy, and by tomorrow night, there's a really good chance of some scattered showers in our forecast that should linger through Christmas Day. Right now, it's 74 in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
All right, hour number 3 of the big program. I'm Barry Markson. That's Matt Salmon in for Bruce and Gatos here on Outspoken.
The final hour.
Some people like to say it's the best hour.
I was going to say that.
It's a Bruceism. Thanks for joining us, everybody. We are in the final hour of the big show. I have to tell you, it's been fun, Matt, and I love having you here because there's so much going on in the Republican Party right now.
Oh, very much so. I don't recognize it.
And you're like an expert here. I mean, you were in Congress twice.
Right.
You were. I mean, when you were in Congress in the '90s, you were, as you said earlier, you were a conservative firebrand, right?
I was.
Yeah.
We were the Hellraisers back then, and then. When I went back the second time, I was actually one of the founders of the Freedom Caucus.
Right.
Which actually, when you think about it, the Freedom Caucus was actually established for 2 reasons. One, to get the federal debt under control and push things like the balanced budget amendment, and then to adhere to the Constitution. Now, it's morphed into just a cheering squad for Trump.
Yeah.
But what it started out being, I thought was very noble and very needed.
It is amazing to me how much things have changed. I mean, even as you're talking about the debt and the deficit, the big, beautiful bill, whatever you may think of it, it's literally increasing, by their own count, increasing the debt.
Right.
$4.5 trillion more than it was already increasing.
And back in the day, the thing that every single campaign talked about on the Republican side was getting the federal debt under control.
Yeah.
And now we're at $37 trillion, and that doesn't even count all the expenses that we're required to pay with future Social Security and Medicare.
Yeah.
If you included all of that, it'd be north of $100 trillion.
Right. You're right. We talk about that like Social Security is going to go bankrupt soon, but the fact is that just comes out of the same coffers.
There's no lockbox.
No, right.
They basically just take it out of the same revenues they use for everything else.
Exactly. So we saw a lot this weekend over the last week, and it's been going on for a long time, but this weekend it really kind of came to the crux. Is the Republican Party fracturing? Are we seeing a break in MAGA itself at this point? Turning Point USA had their big America Fest here in Phoenix, and a lot of big stars here. Vice President J.D. Vance was here, and Don Jr. was here, and then all sorts of other folks in the MAGA universe were speaking. And you really saw a couple of divides here. One, kind of the anti-Semitism, racism thing.
Right.
You were saying that the Nick Fuentes, the Groypers, who are just nasty people that Republicans used to stand up and say, "Get away from us! You're not part of this."
Right.
And now,
without any equivocation whatsoever.
Right. And now we're being embraced by some like Tucker Carlson and others who are just saying,
and Candace Owens,
who
have kind of bought into that, and it's all an anti-Israel nonsense that's going on right now. And I mentioned this earlier when you and I talked about it, but it parallels exactly what happened in the Democrat Party.
You saw that there's a lot of anti-Semitism on the left now, and we've been seeing that for many years. It's very concerning.
And remember all the protests that happened at the schools, pro-Hamas protests that were going on at all the Ivy League schools and everything.
Yeah, and you have a lot of Democrats now voting against giving arms to Israel, things like that. That used to be automatic on both sides,
right?
And now the Republicans weren't doing that, and now we see that here.
And it is causing a splinter.
It is, and you saw this. J.D. Vance spoke at Turning Point USA this weekend, and one of the things he said is, there's no more purity tests.
No more purity tests.
We're not going to have a test.
That boggles my mind.
He wants everybody in the party, no matter what you stand for, who you are, what you say.
And to me, that's nonsense.
Yeah,
because we've always had purity tests in the Republican Party when it comes to the pro-life issue.
Yeah.
That's always been kind of a purity test. When it comes to spending and when it comes to a strong military, these are always things. But now to say basically we're not going to have any kind of purity test as far as white supremacy goes.
Yeah.
So if you want to be a neo-Nazi, you're welcome in the Big Ten of the Republican Party. That's BS.
Yeah. Well, I have to tell you, I'm Jewish, and it's concerning to me. It's concerning on the left.
It should be.
I mean, when you're seeing what's going on the left, it's been very concerning to me and my people, my friends in our community. And now to see that on the Republican side, to see J.D. Vance, when you're talking about guys like Nick Fuentes, like we can't say this guy's disgusting and he has no place in our party.
Right.
Why is that hard?
That's not hard.
So, but
I'll say it right now. Nick Fuentes is disgusting, and he should have no place in our party.
And I appreciate you saying that. And I'm a Republican, by the way. I'm a registered Republican. But why is the Vice President of the United States, when that's the topic, when that is exactly what we're talking about, the Candace Owens and the Nick Fuentes saying, I'm not here to have a purity test, you're all welcome in the party. Wow. That should be gigantic news. The Republican Party, according to the Vice President, is saying we welcome anti-Semites, racists, misogynists. They're now welcome in the party. Wow.
When I served in Congress, if something like that were to occur and some media person, did a gotcha on you saying, hey, you were just on Nick Fuentes' show, it was a badge of dishonor. And there was no two ways about it. Now we're seeing people equivocate.
Yeah.
And largely because, crackpots like Candace Owens, and she is a crackpot.
Yeah.
When she's out there saying that Charlie Kirk, it was a coordinated assassination by Israel.
And leaders of
leaders
Turning Point.
of Turning Point.
Charlie Kirk's friends.
Right. Charlie Kirk's friends, and maybe even his wife. These are the things that she's hinted at, and it's garbage, and we should have no place for that. And then you had Tucker Carlson, who brought Nick Fuentes on a show and legitimized the guy, treated him like gold with kid gloves, and something like that would have been the end of your career 5 years ago.
And now you're seeing people like Megyn Kelly, who's obviously plays into this, but I wouldn't think it was a crazy person. And Megyn Kelly is saying, I disagree with what Candace Owens is saying, but I think she's asking real questions. I think these are questions that should be answered. Well, now you're playing into the conspiracy theory. You're giving her air.
And we're so quick to jump up because, we criticize the liberals for canceling people. We're so quick to jump up and say, well, we don't want to cancel anybody. Well, no, I'm not saying cancel them. They have a right to their free speech, but we have a right to choose who we want to, be our role models too.
Yeah. No. Look, Candace Owens isn't going anywhere. She is.
She's making tons of money.
Tons of money. I saw some the other day. She's in the top 5. When you look at news, they call her news podcast.
Right.
Talking about the big ones, the Wall Street Journal podcast, like every day.
Is Joe Rogan in the top 5 too?
No, because that's not news.
Oh, okay.
But like you're talking about the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal and the big news organizations that have podcasts that say here's the news today. Wake up in the morning, you go for your walk. And she's in the top 5.
That's crazy.
As news. So she's
she's making money hand over fist.
Yes.
But the way that you make money by making up these outlandish, outrageous statements that she makes, like this one.
Yeah.
I mean, it to me, it's sick. And when you think about that, look, I'm unabashedly pro-Israel. Have been my whole life. I've been over to Israel 5 or 6 different times. I've met personally with Netanyahu. I've stood on that ground in Gaza that doesn't even exist anymore.
Right.
In Ramallah. I know the situation there very well. And as long as I live, I'm going to be there to support Israel. And to me, that was something that Republicans, you didn't equivocate on.
Yeah.
It was something that was just understood.
On Democrats, too, it used to be. It was everybody.
It used to be that way. But now, you got this this darkness that's creeping in. And once you legitimize it, it's never going away.
And I'm going to say, take the anti-Semitism out of it for a second. Even just the things, what Candace Owens is saying, the conspiracy theories and things that she's leveling about how Charlie Kirk was killed.
Right.
And saying it involves his friends and maybe his wife and Israel and France.
It's sick.
And again, Megyn Kelly saying She's
won't denounce it. And this is the same Megyn Kelly, remember back in Trump 1, that took him on and ended up losing her job at Fox News because she was willing to take Trump on. And I guess she's learned, I like the paycheck too much, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to keep this job.
And that's exactly what I was going to ask you, Matt. It's the money. There's these
follow the money.
What they're finding, all these I don't know what you want to call them, conservative MAGA influencers, the podcasters, whatever you want to call them. That's the getting people to tune in, getting people to sign up. That's the money. And they don't want to say no to the conspiracy theories because they
bring the money with them.
They love the conspiracy theories.
That's right.
So Megyn Kelly not coming out. Megyn Kelly saying, I love Erica Kirk. I don't think this is true, but that Candace Owens is asking real questions, and these questions. No, she's not.
No, she's not.
This is silliness.
It's beyond silliness. It's twisted.
Yeah. And by the way, Candace Owens, it used to be where the craziness was kicked out. Candace Owens started with Turning Point.
I know.
She was a spokesperson.
And I'll be honest. When many years ago, I loved to listen to her.
Yeah.
I thought she was right on.
But Charlie Kirk kicked her out of Turning Point because she became too extreme, too weird,
and
too
she
wacky.
morphed into something that, and maybe it got more about money than truth.
Well, she went to work with Ben Shapiro, and then he kicked her out because it got all crazy.
And the whole rift at the Turning Point USA event this last week was between Shapiro and her.
Right. But
people taking sides.
But my point is, people used to be able to say, and including Turning Point, get out. This isn't. Charlie Kirk.
We're not going to tolerate this kind of. You have your freedom of speech. You can say anything you want to say. You're just not saying it here.
And now we're having the Vice President of the United States come in and say, "There's no more tests like that. We're not going to cancel anybody. You can say whatever you want, and as long as you're standing next to us, you're okay."
So that basically means that truth doesn't really have anything to do with anything anymore.
Well, Ben Shapiro tried to say we have to have truth, and we'll see if that carries. But
you know what? Honestly, if you don't have truth, you don't have anything.
That is absolutely true. All right, Becky Lynn standing by in the KTAR News Center. We'll get an update right now. And on the other side, do we treat dogs better than humans at the end of their lives? We're going to talk about that next. He's Matt Salmon. I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR.
So you need last-minute gifts. No judgment. Get an extra 25% off during Kohl's Friends and Family Sale and find great gifts under $20. Like something cozy, something thoughtful, something that says you planned this all along. Yep, you're just one quick trip away from checking off the last gifts on your list. Save now at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles. Offer ends December 24th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
KTAR News Flash.
6:17. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. 2 days in a row, we've hit a new record high here in the Valley. Today, it was 81 degrees at Sky Harbor. The previous record for this date was 79, and that was set 108 years ago. On Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, though, we are going to start to cool off, and there's a 70 to 90% chance of rain starting tomorrow night. Outlying areas could see up to an inch of rain.
Across the Phoenix area, probably we're around a half an inch of rain, but there could be some areas that can see locally higher amounts.
It's meteorologist Gabriel O'Hara from the National Weather Service who says the chance of rain begins to diminish Christmas afternoon. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking traffic now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound, approaching the Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound transition. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder on the I-10 Papago Freeway, approaching the Durango curve / I-17 southbound transition. Phoenix with a crash on State Route 51 southbound near Thomas Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, now back with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, welcome back. It's Outspoken. That's Matt Salmon. I'm Barry Markson in for Bruce and Gatos. Thanks for joining us on the big hour number 3 of the program. Hope you're having a good Christmas week. It's going to be an interesting week. Rain here in the Valley. I mean, first of all, last week was perfect, right? 75, clear, sunny days in the middle of December.
But I missed the cold.
Yeah, well, you're going to get some now.
We're going to get some now. It's going to be raining 3 days in a row.
Cold and wet here
and
coming
then
up.
It's going to be a lot colder.
Hey, first of all, let's say thank you to our listeners out in Whitman, Arizona.
Hey, Whitman, how's it going?
What does Bruce say here? The Whitmanonians? I don't even know what you say about that one. But Whitman, thanks for listening to KTR. We appreciate it. And 'twas the night before by Cirque du Soleil is coming to Arizona Financial Theater December 18 to the 28th, right in the middle of it here, just in time for the holiday season. Experience this awe-inspiring mix of holiday magic and incredible acrobatics with the whole family. Head to the contest page on KTAR.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. So there you go. All right. Where are we right now? we were talking about this before the show, too, do we treat dogs better than people at the end of their lives? And
I treat my dog a lot better than I treat a lot of people.
You love dogs. You're a dog person.
I love my dog.
I'm learning that today. This started because in New York, Governor Hochul there, who's a Democrat, and there's been bills for the last several years trying to make a law in New York that would allow some end-of-life decisions to help someone who is terminally ill and not going to recover and in a bad quality of life to basically say, I want to die now, and have an avenue, a pathway for that to happen. And she was pushing against it. She's Catholic. She talked about that as being a problem for her. She's worked with the bill sponsors and reworked it. Now they have to get 3 doctors to approve it. Right. You have to be terminally ill.
It's not an easy process.
6 months or less to live.
Right.
You have to be an adult. So there's a lot going on here. But she's going to support this now, and this will likely become law in New York. And it had me thinking, Matt, about when we had to put our dog down last year, our dog Max, and how it was awful. It was so sad, but it was also very spiritual to be with the dog and to be with him on his last moments, and it was also very peaceful. It's the veterinarian came to our house. He's in his bed. He's in his in our room. He's where he always is, and we could be there and pet him and talk to him and say our goodbyes, and then it's you're watching him die. I mean, it's very sad. There's no positive from this, but it was also very beautiful and very peaceful and taking him out of his pain because he was in so much pain at the end. And I thought to myself later, we have elderly people, our own family members and friends who are in a similar situation where they're not going to recover. They're terminally ill. They're in pain. Their quality of life is awful. And we make them live. We don't have that option. And I want to talk to you about it because it's difficult.
It is one of the most gut-wrenching issues that I think we probably face or ever will face, because you're talking about life and death. And, on one side, you can really empathize with somebody that's going through, horrible pain and disease in their final, months and weeks of life. And yet, on the other side, I have a real hesitancy when humankind want to play God. And I mean, I'll tell you right up front that if I were called to vote on this, I would vote against it.
Right.
However, that having been said, I certainly empathize with those that feel that way. I mean, I've been through death of loved ones, and I've seen people suffer, and I've really, prayed to God that they didn't suffer and that He would take them. And it's a really tough place to be in it, and there's no easy answer.
No, it's awful for the person. It's awful for family members because you're watching your mom or your dad.
I actually have a really good friend that's father-in-law actually went through this process. I believe it was in Nevada, and it's not an easy process. As you mentioned, there's a lot of hoops that you have to jump through before you can finally get to that point. But she and her husband were there with her father-in-law when he personally administered the cocktail or whatever that the doctor had given him.
Right.
And they said it was a very peaceful spiritual experience for them.
Yeah. There's no positive thing here except if it helps somebody to take them out of their pain and just it's
a conundrum. I mean,
it is.
It really is. But I have also seen people who have been diagnosed as terminally ill, and they go on to live. They've been healed. I still believe miracles happen.
Yeah.
And my faith in God and Jesus Christ. I mean, I I just really would rather leave that in his hands than humankind.
And I understand that too. And the Catholic Church in New York has come out against this, calling this, if this were to become law, egregious, and leaving their most vulnerable people to be, putting them at risk. So it's a very difficult situation for sure. But I will say, I think at the end, if you have somebody with a very tight set of circumstances, and I think in New York they've really done that, a very tight set of circumstances. You're less than 6 months to live, according to you have to have 3 doctors. So you have less than 6 months to live. You're in pain. You're making a decision yourself. All these other parameters in place. For me, I think that's the right decision.
Would you
it's your choice. You don't have to do it.
Would you ever have any reservations about, what it morphs into 10 years from now?
Yeah. No, I worry about it. Look, you don't want to have it in some states it's different. You don't want to have it where the kids make the decision. Right. I always joke with my wife, I'm not doing a DNR. I will be alive as long as the machines will keep me alive. That's it. Because you never know. You never know what's going to. And I'm kidding, really, but also I don't want to die. I want to live and I want to be here. But at the same time, if I'm in that situation where I can't eat and I'm in pain, you got to let it's not good for me. It's not good for anybody.
Look, I'm a strong believer that in an afterlife, and I certainly hope, if we can take this full circle, I certainly hope that dogs are going to be on the other side.
Yeah. Waiting for us, nice and peaceful. All right, that's Matt Salmon. I'm Barry Markson. Coming up, Becky Lynn's here in the KTAR News Center. We'll get an update for you, what's going on around the world. By the way, breaking news, the pill version of Wegovy, that's like the weight loss.
Is it approved?
It's approved. And they're going to start selling it in the United States right after the new year. Cash price,
I wish I invested in that.
Yeah, $149 a month for the starting dose, a lower dose.
That's really inexpensive.
It is, and it works.
Because it's been up around like $700 or $800 a month, hasn't it?
I think even more than that. Now, this is the starting dose. I think to get to the higher dose, it's going to be more. But I got to tell you, I was at a party last night. I saw 2 people I hadn't seen in a while, 2 men. They lost a lot of weight. It was like, whoa. And they're not saying they were using the drugs, but yeah, they were using the drugs.
So if you're dating somebody and now instead of putting roofies in their drink, you're putting these in there.
That's right. We talked earlier about the gifts to get people. What are the gifts that they're not a great gifts? You give somebody a prescription to Wegovy now.
Yeah, there you go.
It'll be a nice little thing for them. All right, Becky Lynn standing by. We'll talk about on the other side, why does everybody need a wheelchair to get on the plane, but they don't seem to need one to get off? We'll talk about that next. That's Matt
Healing power of flights.
I'm Barry Markson. It's KTAR.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers.
We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers.
So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
It's Gatos, and celebrate year-end savings during Howard Air and Plumbing's holiday sales event. For a limited time, and when you mention Gatos, you can save up to $6,900 in combined rebates and tax credits on brand new systems from Trane. Plus, get 0% financing on approved credit and keep your system running strong this season with a heating and cooling system service, now only $99. And keep your home's plumbing running smoothly for the holidays. You're going to get a free plumbing service call if you mention Gatos, plus 10% off any plumbing repair. Hey, does your home have a clogged drain? Get a professional drain clearing for only $59. And be sure to visit Howard Air and Plumbing Showroom and Design Center, located off the I-17 and Bell Road. Open Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Call 602-953-2766 or schedule your appointment online. HowardAir.com. Some restrictions apply.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with a charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
Hey, just like the holiday season, you know what's going to end soon? The Ford year-end sales event at our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvese here. We're talking time to get on down to our Desert Ford dealers for the final days of the Ford year-end sales event, where we can celebrate with a 2025 Ford F-150 when we can get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days. Let's say that again. Get 0% financing for 60 months plus $1,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days when you buy a new 2025 Ford F-150 or get into an adventure-ready Ford Explorer. We bought a brand new Explorer last year with 0% financing right now for 60 months plus $8,000 in bonus cash with zero down and no payments for 90 days on a new 2025 Ford Explorer. But hurry, the Ford year-end sales event ends soon at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Year in brings incredible opportunities at Beatitudes campus. I'm Jamie West. A change for yourself or maybe your parents? Now's the time. Lock in 2025 pricing and get $10,000 off the entry fee or a $10,000 moving credit for select Central Park residences. Or maybe you're looking for a month-to-month rental. They have great rental residence specials too, but they end December 31st. Learn more by visiting beatitudescampus.org. beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly. Age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Every strawberry, every apple, every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic products. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and no possibility of cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. Discover our always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
KTAR News now.
It is 6:31. Good evening. I'm Becky Lynn. More Arizonans are getting their medical debt erased.
Another 141,000 Arizonans will now be debt-free with their medical bills due to a partnership between Governor Katie Hobbs and the national nonprofit Under Medical Debt. Individuals eligible for debt relief earn at or below 400% of the federal poverty level and or owe at least 5% of their annual income for outstanding medical bills. The governor says people should not have to make a choice between paying off debt or putting gas in their car or food on the table. To date, $642 million in medical debt has been eliminated for almost 500,000 Arizonans. Melody Burkett, KTAR News.
KTAR News. Focus on homelessness.
We can provide any medical care to people who are unhoused in the park.
The city of Phoenix recently passed an ordinance that, once it goes into effect next year, will require organizations to get permission to give medical treatment in city parks. Kim Dupre with Circle the City says it will make it harder to ensure unhoused people get critical care.
Kind of what we do for a living, unfortunately. We meet people where they are, so that could be the parks, under bridges, it could be on sidewalks, it could be in facilities.
She worries it won't result in cleaner and safer parks like the city wants, adding there will still be people needing help in those spaces. Dangerous storms are threatening millions on both coasts as the record holiday travel rush kicks into high gear. ABC's Matt Rivers is at New York's LaGuardia Airport.
Major cities from Detroit to New York and Boston bracing for a blast of rain and snow that could snarl the morning commute and holiday travel. Some flyers getting to the airport early ahead of that incoming storm.
We wanted to get here early just to make sure everything was good.
Storms causing a temporary ground stop in San Francisco. That after a substation fire knocked out power to 130,000 customers across San Francisco just days before Christmas.
Turning to sports tonight, it's another night off for the Phoenix Suns, but they'll be back on the court tomorrow night hosting the LA Lakers. In college hoops, the number 1 ranked Arizona Wildcats host Bethune-Cookman tonight. Grand Canyon University plays host to the Indiana U-Indy Jaguars. And NFL Monday Night Football underway with the San Francisco 49ers in Indianapolis taking on the Colts. And right now in the first quarter, the Colts are up 7-0. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Checking traffic for us, here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway eastbound near Elliott Road. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound approaching the Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound transition. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway southbound approaching the Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway westbound transition. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Change in the weather is on its way after a record-breaking day of heat at 82 today, 54 overnight, and then tomorrow's high 79. We're going to drop a degree or two right through Christmas and then on down back into the 60s after that. But rain's coming our way starting tomorrow night through Christmas morning anyway. A 70 to 90% chance of rain. It's 65 in Queen Creek. Weather brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's Outspoken. I'm Barry Markson. Matt Salmon is here with us, and for the boys. Thanks for joining us here on KTAR. Hope you're having a great Christmas week. When is Christmas? Thursday, right?
Christmas is Thursday.
I still can't believe it's this week. I'm like a week behind.
We're big Christmas Eve people, so the night before Christmas is our big deal.
So it's funny. So I'm Jewish. So our Christmas Day tradition is we go to a movie, we go to a matinee.
We do too.
And then you see, this is the problem, Matt. So this is something the Jews used to do. And now everybody's doing it. I don't know what happened. Like we used to, it was a one day we go to a movie. Now I have to
get away from us Christians.
I have to book. No, but I could go. Now I have to book the movie tickets 2 weeks in advance.
No.
And there's not enough of the Jews doing this. So it's anyway, movie, Chinese food. And by the way, you go to the Chinese food place, it's packed. It's their biggest day of the year now.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Especially after the movie Christmas Story.
Yes.
Remember in the very last scene where they're eating at the Chinese restaurant?
That's it.
That was a funny movie.
That's what we do. So that's our tradition. And then we have friends invite us over for Christmas Eve. So we actually stay very busy. It's going to be very
cool.
nice. But
well, when I was a little kid in elementary school, my two best friends were Jewish, and they taught me how to spin the dreidel and all that other stuff. But they actually had kind of it wasn't really a Christmas celebration, but it was almost, it was Hanukkah Christmas style.
Yeah. Well, Hanukkah it's a Jewish holiday, but it's a very, very minor Jewish holiday.
It's a minor one,
If it
Festival of Lights.
If it wasn't in December right by Christmas,
it probably wouldn't be a big deal.
I probably wouldn't even know what it is, frankly, but it's
right.
That's what makes it a big deal. All right, so this has been something that's always I'm always very offended by people who do things that I think are rude or inconsiderate to other people. That's just something that bothers me more than anything else. And by the way, that affects me in traffic a lot, Mac. If I'm driving and I see someone just driving in a way that's inconsiderate to others, just not doing the right thing, I get upset.
You and I are two of a kind.
Yeah,
I don't. I hate it.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Yeah.
So this kind of rings in that same realm to me, and you see it on Southwest a lot. People going to the airport.
They're cheaters.
And they're cheaters, and they're saying, "I need a wheelchair," and whether they get through the airport faster. People do that, by the way, just when the airport's busy, and they say, "I need a wheelchair." They get one of those carts to drive them around. But worse, they do it to get on the plane early.
Right.
And on Southwest, where you have to get on the plane early, you pick your seat.
And everybody wants to carry on.
That's right.
Their luggage.
And you don't want to have to check your bag.
Right,
and
exactly.
So they're literally saying at these Southwest things, there's 25 people in wheelchairs lined up for early boarding. And they get on and do their thing, and then miraculously, when the plane lands,
they don't have to get off on a wheelchair.
They call it Jetway Jesus. It's like you're healed, and everybody gets up on their own and runs out of the plane, and it's all fine. And this has been going on for several years now. People kind of figured out the Southwest.
Was the flight attendant slapping them on the head?
Yeah, but Southwest. What are they going to say? How disabled are you? You know, get out of the wheelchair. Let me see you try to walk. I mean, they can't do that. So this is what happens, and it's the kind of thing that makes me crazy. And it turns out, and again, you're not just doing that for yourself, it's hurting other people. So now the person who got there and got in line or bought the ticket or whatever it is, they're screwed because they're behind you and your family members. They're 50 people back now instead of being able to pick their seat and get their luggage on the plane. So your inconsiderateness, your rudeness is hurting other people.
Right.
It's a thing I don't like.
It's a thing about society that really, really bugs me. I had a kind of a similar story along those same lines. And it did not happen this year. It was a different year. When I was Christmas shopping, and I reached in to pull out some cash, and I dropped a 20 on the floor.
Oh.
This guy And he's like 10 years older than me, reaches in front of me and picks it up off the floor. And I said, "Excuse me, sir, I just dropped that." And he said, "No, you didn't. I did."
Oh, my gosh. I thought you were going to say he gave it to you. Oh, my
No.
goodness. Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And I didn't want to, I had my children with me at the time. I didn't want to get in a fight with a guy and everything. I'm like, fine, whatever. If it means that much to you, pal, if you're that hard up,
wow.
have it.
That's incredible.
But it was like, give me, it's the same. It's the same kind of twisted thinking.
It's people just
that,
cheating.
You know what? I'm gonna cheat the system. I'm gonna get whatever I want because it's me.
Right. Yeah, and that's the part I don't like. And the same thing. And this, look, I'm going to tell you, this has and I know you think differently. This has a hard effect on me too. When I see people abusing the rule about service dogs,
right?
Look, if you have a real service dog, that dog should go everywhere. That's not what we're talking about. But what we see now is people literally just bringing their pets into stores, into grocery stores, into restaurants, and it's against the law because it's not sanitary, it's not healthy, and people don't care. And I'm going to tell you an embarrassing story, Matt. I was in an AJ's. I like AJ's.
Step in something,
No. But
okay.
I go to AJ's and I see, and I saw this lady. She had her little dog with her, and it was on one of those leashes that just stretches out. And it's not a service dog. The dog was yapping. I mean, it's obviously not a service dog. And I saw somebody almost trip over the leash. It was a whole thing. And I said, my wife was like, "What are you doing?" And I went over and I said, it's illegal to have that dog in here. Now it's not my business. I shouldn't have said anything. And she's like, "It's a service dog." I said, "It's not a service dog." I said, if you're going to bring the dog in here, don't lie to my face. It's not a service dog. And she's still lying. I'm like, "Don't lie." And she finally picked the dog up and went outside. But it's like, it was just, I was pleasant. I wasn't yelling or anything, but it was just like, it was just ridiculous. And it's just, she didn't want to be outside with her dog. She wanted to be inside. That's it. There was nothing else to it. She had friends outside. I went outside later. She's there with friends. She could have left the dog outside. She wanted to do her thing. What she wanted was more important than anything else.
Well, and it's sad, but you look at the ethics of the society that we live in, and there are a lot of people that basically believe that their needs outweigh. Well, what is it? What's the old Machiavellian term? The ends justify the means.
Yeah.
Right?
I think that's right.
Isn't that really what it's about?
That is. That's what it is. Becky Lynn, what do you think of this? Do you think people are with the dog thing? Are they out of line, bringing their dogs everywhere? What do you think?
I personally love dogs, and I would take mine to an outdoor patio where they're welcome, like at a restaurant, if they're okay.
I'm fine with that.
If my dog is well behaved.
Right.
If I know my dog is not well behaved, then I'm not taking them out in public like that.
Right.
I'll tell you a story that happened over the weekend. We were at the mall, and we were in Shields, the big old sporting goods store that's down there in Chandler. There was a dog in there. No problem. There were tons of dogs at the mall.
In the mall?
And yes.
Oh.
So this dog somehow had knocked over a cup of coffee that his owners had or something. So we're walking through, and they're trying to clean up the coffee from the floor. Fine, we just walk around it. We get downstairs, and I'm walking along, and I didn't realize it was the same dog. My husband did, and I'm taking a step, and all of a sudden I hear this guy go, "Watch your step."
Oh, no.
And I didn't step in it, but the dog now has had another accident of a doggy kind.
Unbelievable.
And right as we got past, I went, "Oh, I smell that." And I'm looking, going, "Tell me I didn't." That's the kind of stuff that bothers me. But they were cleaning everything up.
All right.
But still, 2 accidents in one day,
I do have to tell you, I am one of those people that will not go to a hotel unless they're dog friendly.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And again, that's okay. If that's your thing, that's
my
okay.
thing.
And the outdoor patio is fine. I get all that. It's just.
And when we go somewhere where we take our dog on vacation or whatever, we only go to those places that do have outdoor patios where they'll be dog friendly.
And here's another thing that I think of here
I try to
in
do
the
it the
valley.
right way.
It's like, how we have you're not supposed to leave an animal in the car. It gets too hot out here. Bingo.
Right.
So say you've got your animal and you've been somewhere and you have to stop somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
Take your dog in. I would much rather somebody take their dog in.
I'm not looking for dogs to be abused or anything like that, obviously.
But, if you're going to follow the letter of the law like that, then you could not take your dog in there. And I would much rather deal with a dog having that little accident over there than to think that somebody would go.
That is true.
I can't take them in.
All right, on the other side, we're going to talk about Congressional District 1 here in Arizona, David Schweikert's seat. There's all sorts of Republicans and Democrats running for this seat. Is going to be a very vibrant primary. We'll talk about that. And I do want to mention this to you. Arizona tax credits. Most people don't know this, Matt. I know you do. But the Arizona offers all these tax credits where you can give money to charity for free. And when I say that, you give money to charity, and the state gives you the money back.
The deduction,
so
right?
So you get to be not a deduction.
No, it's a tax credit.
It's a
That's
credit.
Right. That's
dollar
right.
for dollar
That's
credit.
Right.
So you give $100 to this charity.
And it's the same thing with the schools.
Yes.
In fact, we just did that with my granddaughter's choir.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yay for the choir donation.
And you can do it for public schools. You can do it for private schools.
Right.
And I'm going to say, go to this website. It's AZDOR, Arizona Department of Revenue, AZDOR.gov/tax-credits.
And if the person doing your taxes hasn't already told you this, they're not doing their job.
That's true. But this is free. If you work, if you have income, you can give money to charity for free.
Right.
You get to give it to whatever
you're
charity you want.
basically giving what you would have paid in taxes to the charity of your choice.
You're taking your tax dollars and you're giving it to the charity of your choice.
I love it.
And it's a wonderful thing. And the one I talk about more than anything is for foster children.
Right.
And that's a bigger deduction. It's for a couple. I think it's over $1,200 now. And that in Arizona we woefully underfund foster children here. It's unbelievable. And this is a way you can help these families. And there's some great charities out there. And maybe tomorrow I'll talk about some of those. But take this opportunity now before the end of the year.
Absolutely.
And it's your charity. I'm not give it to the charities you like.
It's you get to pick where your dollars go.
Yep.
And those of you that get frustrated with how much money is squandered at the government level, this is your opportunity to direct where your money goes.
It's a great program, and I talk about this at the end of the year every year.
Right.
And every year people
use it.
People every year say, "I had no idea."
Yeah.
They
wow! I mean, it's been available for so long. Yeah, and you can do all of them: foster, schools, and nonprofit.
Yep. Maybe tomorrow we'll talk about it, really break it down a bit.
Great.
But there you have it. All right, coming up, Becky Lynn's here. She'll get an update for you. And then on the other side, we'll talk about District 1. Who's running, and it's going to be a lot of drama. Stay with us.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doc for the Suns and the Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. Not a LASIK candidate? Evo ICL or Clear Lens Exchange would be your next move for sharp, clear vision. Free consultations at Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
So Pure Talk just had their best year ever and asked me if I'd like to thank their customers on their behalf for being so awesome. I said sure. It's important to say thanks, especially this time of year, which is why, as one of their many satisfied customers, I should probably thank Pure Talk first for keeping their customer service in this country and for providing hundreds of American jobs. I appreciate that. I also appreciate their Roundup program, which makes it easy to support America's Warrior Partnership and join the fight against veteran suicide. And I love that Pure Talk donated 1,000 hand-sewn Made in America flags to veterans around Independence Day. And of course, I really appreciate their generous support of my own foundation, MicroWorks, and their commitment to help us train the next generation of skilled workers. Having said all that, it's now my pleasure, on behalf of everyone at Pure Talk, to thank you sincerely for choosing to do business with an American wireless company that actually stands for something. And one more thing. Merry Christmas.
Hey, it's Brewmed. I'm with Dan from Creative Environments, Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. What can people expect when they work with Creative Environments?
We have a very sophisticated system and process and standards that we have documented over the years that put us to where we're at today. One of the most award-winning companies in the nation and recognized by some of the biggest leaders in the building industry.
Go to creativeenvironments.com. That's creativeenvironments.com.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of LifeSource. Harsh desert water makes a LifeSource whole house water system an essential home appliance. A LifeSource system filters and conditions your water and will improve your family's life and protect your home. We build, install, and stand behind every system. Now, LifeSource pays your sales tax. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSourceWater.com to save up to $1,000 during our no tax special. Offer ends December 31st. LifeSource. Taste and feel the difference.
Warranty limitations apply. KTAR News Flash.
It is 6:48. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Multiple rounds of rain are forecast for this week, with the most significant showers projected between Christmas Eve and Christmas morning. Meteorologist Gabriel O'Hara with the Phoenix National Weather Service says there's more than a 70% chance we'll see Christmas showers.
Between Christmas Eve night through Christmas Day morning is when we expect the highest chances of rainfall. And the probabilities of rain is anywhere between 70 and 90%.
He says that while rains are expected on Tuesday as well, he does not expect that to be significant. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And now let's get you on home. Moving on down the road with Enrique. He's in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with the disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, I-10 Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near Elliott Road. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound, approaching the Loop 101 Price Freeway northbound transition. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericanRoofingCo.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It's Outspoken. Barry Marks and Matt Salmon in for Bruce and Gatos today. The Gatos Big Q poll question of the day, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. What do you think was the biggest moment of Turning Point USA's America Fest conference? Erica Kirk endorsing Vice President J.D. Vance for president in 2028.
And Andy Biggs.
Representative Andy Biggs calling for a Charlie Kirk statue. Vice President J.D. Vance speaking about Charlie Kirk's legacy. Or Nicki Minaj joining Erica Kirk as a special guest. You know who Nicki Minaj is?
I think the J.D. Vance thing probably was the biggest story.
All right, the J.D. Vance. Let's take a look here. Got to do this. All right, here we go. And nope, Nicki Minaj. Nicki Minaj joining Erica Kirk as a special guest. 48% said that. Erica Kirk endorsing J.D. Vance. 29%. 19% for J.D. Vance speaking about Charlie Kirk's legacy. And Biggs calling for a statute. 4%.
Got it.
Do you think there should be should we start naming stuff after Charlie Kirk? You know, somebody Warren Peterson has already sponsored a bill in the legislature this year that the part of, I think, the 202 or the 101 should be named the Charlie Kirk Memorial Freeway.
Look,
I mean, it seems this is a political guy here. He wasn't a politician. He wasn't elected. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about Charlie Kirk, but my goodness, is that What happens the next time the Democrat dies? I mean, we're going to do that? I don't know.
The whole naming thing.
Yeah.
I've always had really mixed emotions about it anyway. I'm not. So anyway, but I do understand where it's coming from. There was a lot of sentiment.
Yeah.
For the guy and his cause and the fact that he, believes so much in freedom of speech. Ultimately, I think people can overdo it. And when I'm shocked, these people that are, wanting to put Trump's face on Mount Rushmore, I'm surprised that he would settle for that. I don't think he'd want his own mountain.
He doesn't want to be next to anybody else.
Don't want to be seen with those losers.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, by the way, Phoenix hit a daily heat record today. I don't know if you noticed that. It's been the record for over 100 years, and we broke the temperature today. The previous record was 79 degrees on this date in Arizona.
And
today,
we got 80 today.
82. 82.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yes, and I'm ready for some cool.
Blowing through it. All right, we talked about it very briefly, but in Congressional District 1, David Schweikert stepping down.
Who's not running? That's a shorter list.
A lot of people running, but Jay Feely moving over from CD5. He's running now. Gina Swoboda's running now.
Right.
There's a big businessman, a CEO of a Fortune 40 company, as you mentioned, Matt.
Right.
And Joseph Chaplick's running. So it's going to be a very heated race on the Republican side and on the Democratic side. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
And who knows if there's going to be more.
That's true. We're not done yet.
And you're gonna find that Gina Swoboda and Feely and what's the other guy? Chaplick.
Yeah.
They're going to be duking it out to
get Trump's
prove
endorsement.
who's the most MAGA.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
All right, Matt, great doing the show for you today. We're going to be back tomorrow.
Yeah,
all right.
look forward to it.
Thanks for being here. I'm Barry Markson. Thanks for everybody today for your help in putting on the big program. It's Outspoken on KTR. Have a great night, everybody.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and Arizona is finally cooling off, but before you kick on the heat, make sure your system is ready. Parker & Sons has been keeping Valley homes comfortable for over 50 years, and their fall HVAC tune-up is fast, affordable, and can save you from a chilly surprise. Call Parker & Sons because comfort specialist isn't just a slogan, it's a promise. Call Parker at 602-2-REPAIR, that's 602-2, then our EP AIR for Parker & Sons.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
CVS Health supports people in the moments that matter, from picking up a prescription to connecting care. With nearly 5 million daily interactions and serving 185 million consumers and 1.5 million healthcare professionals, CVS Health holds a trusted place in healthcare. By simplifying care and improving health, we're helping people get the care they need. Learn more at cvshealth.com/Investor Day.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, if you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, it's time to listen up. It's Mike Broomhead for Lund Mortgage. Rates have dropped and refinancing could save you serious money. But how do you know if it's the right time? Lund Mortgage will track the rates daily and will alert you when it's the right time. Just email them, ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. No gimmicks, no robocalls, just honest advice, full transparency on rates and costs. And if you refinance now, you won't make a mortgage payment until 2026. Ratewatch@lundmortgage.com.
Do you know where you'll get your next meal? What about where you'll sleep tonight? Facing a health crisis? Where would you turn for help? So many people cannot answer these basic questions, and that's why we're here to help. Circle the City provides healthcare to all individuals facing homelessness in Maricopa County. You can support us with a charitable tax credit donation and make a difference today. Learn more at circlethecity.org. That's circlethecity.org.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. On your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you can attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's breaking news and traffic. KTAR News on 92.3.